just fall flat, look kind of lost in the mid game without having any ability to find somebody by themselves. But Ari has been making it happen.
I mean, this looks like a really good Nyx game to me. There's so many things that he can carapace, like the IO tether now, because it does damage. You can run into that, stun the IO, set up for your own stun, one-shot the IO with like an Invoker Sunstrike. Gyro obviously has all this ground-targeted stuff. Sand King, Sandstorm, Rubik is just a squishy support. Like, this looks like Ari's gonna have a field day here.
We have seen the Nyx be countered, though, in Gaming Gladiators. They've come up against it, and their strat also has been in many games, is running as this 5. They had the Underlord as their offlane as well, and what they were wanted to do is potentially gate to contest a lot of these objectives. The Tormented, the Wisdom Room, knowing where the Nyx was going to be, and carrying a lot of vision for themselves, and that was their way to shut down to make sure the Nyx wasn't able to get, you know, a 20-minute pipe or Dagon, which Ari was able to do in the previous game that he had.
So what I'm concerned about is this Doom is really good on paper against the Gyro. We saw a Doom against Troll a few days ago where the strategy became Doom the Troll, which is obvious. The sustain is what you're trying to counter. But then the Troll just BKB'd, ran away, and reset the fight. And I'm kind of concerned about that same story just happening here, where you have like a Sandstorm you can retreat through. Rubik's a very good like long cast range, kiting type support to either shard lift his Gyro out of there or to just like break up the combination of the Nyx or the Doom. So now it comes down to like, what is OG going to be able to do? So they're going to Doom this guy, then what? How do they make sure that there's no escape path for Falcons?
That's a good question. Especially, I mean, historically, Doom was good and bad against IO because you like who you're gonna Doom. If you Doom Gyrocopter, you might get to relocate off. They reset, they come back into the fight, and looking at the reset, they don't have as much like Rubik's Lift, the Sanking. It's a good way to maybe stop when they're going in with the Blink Dagger, Sanking Stun, whatever. But I think this is going to be the same matchup that we've seen in Game 1 of the previous series. Sanking mid against Invoker. It's a really good matchup for the Sanking, especially if you rotate heroes to the mid lane, you can relatively easily kill him. So what they're looking for is a Mar hero on the side lane.
For OG, whenever I look at Tomato as a player, I feel like he can play a lot of heroes, but he's so damn good at the ones that are in like his top 10. We saw Ursa recently. Obviously his Morphling is excellent, but yeah, I guess I'm leaning towards Ursa right now. Just burst the Gyro with the Doom. That's pretty easy. An IO, like you cannot relocate save a Gyro through an Ursa. There's Clinks. I don't think Clinks looks very good in this game.
Clinks is a bit of a hit or miss.
You risk getting bursted.
If you can survive some of these early levels without dying, he can become super tanky, getting those 2 death pack charges. At level 5, you get level 6, you're good to go.
Yeah.
But it's relatively easy to kill him at these early stages before he gets those 2 charges. And if you have a bad lane, you're always going to be playing from behind, which is something that Clinks does not want to do.
I think they're going to pick either Sven or Lifestealer. I think it's either like tempo with like a rely, because you're blind picking, right? So you need to either pick a hero that's going to be able to retreat to jungle or a hero that's really good against what they currently see. So that's almost
they're going Lifestealer.
Oh, Monkey
okay.
King.
He was still in.
I totally forgot about that hero. Yeah,
Oh, that's a Tomato hero.
Yeah, that's tempo. I was expecting, since it's a blind pick, that you wouldn't pick a hero that's reliant on winning its lane in order to accomplish that tempo. But now it comes down to like, what can Falcons choose for Amar? Maybe OG's kind of saying, they're calling your bluff, saying, Amar, you don't have enough of a hero pool that like, you don't play these cheesy Venomancer or off lanes and other ranged heroes that might counter this Monkey King's early game.
Yeah, I mean, looking at his hero pool, there's not much that...
Well, let's make a list anyway and kind of throw out the idea of a hero pool right now.
Razor is banned. I mean, Windrunner. I'm just thinking what's good against Monkey King that he plays.
I was like, did Jenkins even hear me?
Windrunner, I mean, he doesn't play it, but that I know people in pubs pick a lot of Windrunner against the Monkey King
What
safe
about
lane.
mid Rubik Sanking off lane Wind Ranger 4?
I don't know how great that would do against MK. I feel like MK can kill you with the
Maybe
snap.
just pick Centaur anyway. Rubik Centaur is like decent burst, and it's also
It's good enough, yeah.
Like it's good for the game, so I think they might just go that route.
It's good against snap ults as well. I agree with that. Just like sack the lane a little bit. He'll probably do fine. I think there's a lot of times Amar's been in a quote-unquote bad Centaur matchup, then he just does fine in the lane anyway.
Ooh.
Okay, that's his hero.
Same idea of disengaging the Doom.
Okay, I was thinking this because this is what we saw in the game you were referencing, Brian, where they would disengage the Doom with the Venge swap in the shield. But I just don't see this as an Amar hero at all.
Doesn't matter in terms of like what he wants to bring to the table. You have mid sanking, you have Gyro plus Io, who can come online pretty quickly. And we've seen quite a lot of Vengeance in a lot of these like qualifiers that work out amazingly. They needed a range hero. Like, I didn't mind the suggestion of a Centaur where you can play aggressive level 1, level 2, but once you get to that level 3, then it becomes much more difficult. And you also become a target for the Doom because of the Stampede, because they can easily disengage. But yeah, I like this Vengeful Spirit. I think it's a good way to disengage as well with the swap. And also, you're going to be putting some pressure onto the scary Monkey King.
I will say, yeah, I think it actually does dumpster Monkey King in lane, especially with another like nuke slash stun hero, which is obviously the Rubik. He has to be so careful about jumping on you. However, if Venge gets gone on and she uses her stun, or she uses her stun then gets gone on, she can die to the Monkey King, especially with like some sort of rotation. So I think that lane is going to be very volatile.
I think it gives Ahri a target in the early game. I think they're going to like look
Rotate
to,
a lot.
Yeah, to basically, you talked about some sort of rotation from Jenkins. I think Ahri's going to look to go through that twin gate just 1 or 2 times, relieve the pressure off the Monkey King. And then what happens when Monkey King gets that early pressure relieved off of him is he's going to pay that back in spades by potentially rotating on mid early, diving the towers. The Venge does have a double purpose though. Not only is it a save from the Doom, but it also swaps Monkey King out of his ulti. So maybe that was something that they thought like as the game goes later.
Is it not a facet that...
It is one of the
He's not going to go for the
Yeah,
Venge.
you're like, that's just so
90%
ridiculous.
It's too bad, yeah.
Okay.
It's too bad.
Look, I just had to put the idea out there anyway. My big concern is the Snapfire. The games that we've seen Snapfire absolutely decimate is when she gets to sit on this back line, get off a full ultimate, and no one on the side of the opposing team is able to even stop it. Do you think there are those answers though with the Falcon line?
I guess, yeah, the Rubik, but also Venge. Like, if there's ever a snap that becomes a problem, then you can focus the swap on like pulling her in if it is an issue. If it's not an issue and you can just save people with the defensive swap and the shield, then that's also fine. You can like swap out of it. So I do think they have answers, but it's one of those situations where like if there's other heroes that need to be answered, that's a problem.
All right, they're gonna have to think of everything they possibly can while we do head to our casters at Cap and SPG.
Now, I'll play devil's advocate here. I was sitting at lunch one of these days in the hotel, sitting with my boy the king over here, and Seb came by. And Snay said, you know what? Hope you don't take any offense. It's all just games and fun.
Okay.
And you know, Seb gave him a little. Well, he said something I'm not gonna repeat, but you know, he said it's all respect. I respect it across the board. I do the same thing. So,
Okay.
as much as you might think there's bad blood. Game recognizes
fully
game,
believe-
folks. Game recognizes game. Can't deny that.
I 100%. Seb is exactly the kind of person to take that, and yeah, I'm sure he actually means it when he would be like, you know, I respect it, I would do the same, but like, you cannot tell me he is not using that sort of ammo to galvanize his team and push that tribal mentality that OG used to be able to win 2 TIs in the first place, and they are using that kind of emotion to take on Falcons in this series, where it could determine them being top of their group at the end of it.
Oh yeah, no doubt. He went back to his team and said, guys, if we lose to this Twitter blabber, I'm gonna retire again. So this is your last chance to play with me. You better win this series or else. And they are up against a Falcons team with a lot of momentum right now. They've won their last 6 games in a row.
Yes, they have.
And they figured a lot out in that time period. Heroes that are working for them, particularly this mid Sand King that no one seems to be able to stop. Maureen's looked really good on it. OG are going to put that Invoker there, maybe get some extra denies. try and remove some of his mana, slow him down. Honestly, this Invoker has looked pretty successful for, at least to me, the early portions of this tournament. Not just, you know, I think stats say one thing, like, it's not the most successful hero stats-wise, but I think the games where it feels as though teams have a clear idea of what they want to do with it in the early game, it's looked pretty good to me.
Well, it's not looking good right now. Oh my God.
That is a brutal
Malrine just went 4 and 3 in that first wave. He got every single last hit but one that was underneath the tower.
I mean, he does have significantly higher base damage on this hero. You got to remember that got buffed in some of the recent patches. But that is a rough start for the Invoker. Not a hero you want to lose out on XP early. You're going to do some wave pulling bottom just to get out of this double melee lane versus the Ao Gyro. I think that is the correct call there. And this is maybe the most volatile lane. I would agree with that assessment. You have double ranged heroes versus a Monkey King, though. It is a monkey that can dodge some of the damage. You can mischief dodge the missile or even the wave sometimes. So if Tomato's on point, he can keep himself high resources and then maybe set up that Nyx roam top or even Invoker roam top, like the level 6 and 7.
Now, talking about things that have been working for Falcons in this little 6-win streak that they just went on, this is probably the biggest question mark, is Ammar, who on that first day did not look like the Ammar that we have seen. It was not a dominating offlaner that he usually is. Here he's playing a hero that I just don't really know if it's him. Vengeful Spirit? I mean, first of all, he's never played in a professional match, so this is his debut game, but also the fact that Venge is naturally kind of a sacrificial hero. It doesn't scale particularly well. None of it really says Ammar to me.
You're also only silver tier. Isn't this the man who said, if you're not Grandmaster, I'm not picking you the hero?
Yeah.
Should listen to his own advice, perhaps.
Maybe he didn't want to play this hero.
I will say, I think people underestimate, you know, just how good this man's skills translate across the board in Dota, right?
Sure.
When you're that beastly of a laner, when you're that good of a team fighter, you're going to be good on anything.
And frankly, Venge is not that complex of a hero.
No, this is not the most complicated hero that's existed in Dota for a long time. Not the flashiest, some might say.
No.
And I think ATF's going to be just fine here. You also have to remember this was last pick, and a lot of his heroes got banned, so he's giving draft value to the team, right? On one side, you could say, well, we forced ATF to pick a hero that's not in his top 10 and not something he's just going to crush us with on the draft screen. But the flip side is maybe the rest of the team got exactly what they want, which if you look at it, Sand King for Malrine and this Ao Gyro pairing plus Rubik for crit. I mean, these are all signature heroes for the boys here that you gave everybody what they wanted. Okay, you stopped ATF getting maybe a Razor or a Mars, but at what price?
Yeah.
Still, I like what OG brought to this draft. This draft looks very similar to that game 2 yesterday where they recovered against Gaiman. Similar kind of Nyx setup where I feel like if they just get through lanes on even footing and can make that one recovery fight in that 10 to 15 minute mark and get the Nyx's levels, that their scale is really terrifying.
I'll tell you right now, they are not getting through the lanes on even footing.
No, they are not.
They are losing out in CS, and now Ammar has taken the first blood. I will say the one thing that maybe I do like about this Venge, it is a lane-dominating, he's built to be a lane-dominating offlaner, and very focused on being able to get more last hits than the enemy, right? I feel like that's actually one of Ammar's greatest strengths, is the bullying aspect into getting more denies than most other offlaners, and that is something that he has done pretty well so far. They're trying to go for the kill. They're not going to be able to get it. They do manage to get the full Chingu stacks for Tomato to heal back up and stuff, and maybe they even get the Lotus as well.
I honestly think these lanes don't look like the next few minutes here don't look too bad for OG. I think they got out of this bottom lane in a fairly good spot with that double wave pushing into the Doom. This allows for a Nyx rotation.
Can you
completely out of mana here?
Can they actually fight Malrine here?
That is a lot of caustic.
That was a lot of creeps dying under the caustic finale. Big AoE damage, and Malrine walks away, having done more damage to OG in a 1v2 than they did to him.
Oh, there's a little all chat as well. Been missing that some of this tournament, but it's back now that they have a winning record, of course.
Of course.
But I think the ice armor for Whisper bottom was a huge turning point in this lane as well. He got ice armor for some of the early waves, tanking the tower, and now he got the Harpy chain lightning. So Whisper, he rolled some good RNG today, got some really good creeps. It's helping him out down there. And honestly, he's only 200 net worth behind this gyrocopter. Did take that, you know, extra Devour talent. It's going to help him a bit with the charges. But like I said, I think OG got through this off lane. The mid is the biggest concern here with the Sand King pulling decently far ahead. there's some road to recovery here. Like, I just kind of expect OG to be behind in most of these laning phases versus the really lane dominating European teams.
Sure.
It's just not their strength, so you can't read too much into it, I think. Now, is there potential to snowball? 100%.
Yeah. It's also said to be said that they have their off-lane duo is 2 heroes that will be able to just produce farm out of nothing, right? Devour and Mana Burn constantly. So over time, they're actually should be, start eclipsing their counterparts. Amar's going to be in trouble. Telekinesis toss back onto 2 supports, but it doesn't alleviate the problem, which is numbers. OG brought 3 heroes up to the top lane to kill Amar, and it's a trend that I feel like the winning teams against Falcons have put significant effort into tri-laning into Amar in sometime in the first 6 to 8 minutes.
I think it's a good idea. If the mid hero's not going to create some innate pressure on its own, which Sand King doesn't really, why not just go up here and punish ATF? Why not go up here and punish a hero like Venge that does not have a recovery farm mechanic like a Doom, cannot really do ancient stacks?
Yeah, go for back-to-back kills. First with the Nyx Assassin rotation. Now, maybe they're being too bold because they're scaring
this is obvious.
Yeah, they're scaring Amar back when they have this Invoker.
I mean, you're losing creeps on mid-tower, so
yeah.
You know something's up here.
Dire's middle tower
If it were 7 minute, maybe you wouldn't care because you could just go contest that Wisdom Rune as OG, but this did cost you a decent amount of early game. Still, the lanes are stabilizing, and this is what I'm saying. I think as bad as those early waves were, I think the lanes got better for OG over time. The Doom's just going to continue to find creeps. The one gank for the Monkey King really helps him. And Invoker, I feel like, always starts a little slow. Once you just start getting more stats, you get more universal damage. Though BZM running around like this is definitely not very good for his game. He has spent a lot of time.
Burrow Strike comes out just in time. That's one way to use the Sand King and his lane dominance. You're not going to be the best at rotating to side lanes, but TP on an overextension makes things a lot easier. They're going to go back to it with the Invoker rotation on the 7-minute Wisdom Rune. Are they going to be here in time with the Monkey King jumping down? They'll get it. Tomato hops in, hits the 2-man stun, and steals away the Wisdom Rune. They'll get a kill on Amar as well, as Tomato claims that last hit. Very nice swing for OG there.
That is a move I think you could have just made with the Invoker instead of looking for that earlier gank. And it does work out there for OG. They get what they came for. Monkey easily able to rotate in there. You do lose your own Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, Maureen is doing something similar here, diving into Whisper. Whisper hoping that the spam of lightning was going to be able to keep the aggression at bay, but it does not.
Double ganks into this Doom. Whisper not too happy about it.
Is Amar going to get ganked again? What is going on?
These 2 offlaners getting the treatment.
But I would say Doom is like twice the hero that Venge is when it comes to recovery. Venge is like, you need a strong lane with this hero almost always.
I mean, I 100% agree. You would almost always rather have Doom than Venge in this type of situation. The one upside for Falcons is this pick wasn't predicated on we need this Venge to carry the game. It was more of, swap the gyro who gets doomed and then let the IO gyro carry the game.
Well, tell Amar that.
Well, he might not like it, but that is the role he's been put in here. And honestly, he's not even that far behind.
No, he's not. He's doing perfectly fine in net worth, despite all the pressure that OG is trying to put on him.
I mean, I'm sure in his mind he's behind. Like, this is the worst game I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
He's ahead of the enemy mid.
3-2, Falcons up by just a small amount of net worth, nothing too major. Seb has come back to the bottom lane where they tried to go on Whisper, and they're still gonna go on Whisper here with Malrine showing up. Good cookie to get him out of the sandstorm. Seb takes a bit of damage as well. Ari's actually gonna come in with Tomato coming in from behind as well. A bit of split focus here from OG. Can they get the damage on one of these heroes to finish him off? Malrine actually trying to burrow strike into things, runs into all of OG, all 5 of them in this bottom lane.
Awkward fight from Malrine. Ends up, I think he could have just gotten away there. Maybe misread the situation. The IO Gyro pair did not want to take that fight into the Jingu stacks Monkey King, and now you have your Doom online. That was before the Doom was level 6. That was kind of your last instance to skirmish down there without the big threat on the Gyro.
And OG just keeping that pace up. Exactly what you would expect from them with the BZM Invoker and the Tomato Monkey King. These guys are gonna get aggressive. Turn around Doom, and the damage from Seb might just take out the gyrocopters. Yeah, he's gonna die the Doom, and Whisper hides himself away. Snake King can't get the kill, and Whisper gets the double.
Huge turnaround from Whisper. This guy is just so good at recognizing situations, even if you're low, that the enemy's overextended. He gets the punish with the Doom, and now Tomato straight into mid. Falcons crumbling across the map. A 4-man wipe across 3 lanes. They got a tier 1 mid, but big question is, like, where is Malreed in any of this? He is their big early fight taker. You have to take these fights around the towers where he can join them. All of these are just kills. Difficult for him to find impact, amp damage on Tomato. He has been involved in everything here on this early game Monkey, showing the power of this Simian Stride.
OG just breaking Falcons' ankles. Moving around the map too fast for them to be able to keep up, but they're going to do it again here with the Vendetta set up. It's too easy for OG to guarantee both of these kills.
Falcons in trouble right now. I mean, they're just bleeding out a lot of net worth they built up off that laning phase. And Whisper is getting the job done. I mean, I talked about these early creeps. This Harpy Chain Lightning is absurd for a reason. The early Arcane Boots powers it up. It's not only a killing spell, it's a farming spell. He's gonna get big here if you keep feeding him these kills on top of the recovery farm. Do you even defend this tower if you're Falcons? I don't think you can. I think you have to give it up. Concede this bottom lane. Doom is coming back up as well in 50 seconds.
Yeah,
so.
look at Tomato. He still wants to be able to save his safe lane tower and not trade it out. It's a full HP tower, so there's no rush here for Tomato to pop out and try and defend this creep wave. He could wait for his team to take the tower and TP rotate.
I think you give it up. If you're OG, I don't think there's any reason to take the fight into the Sand King unless you're willing to bring everybody. And that can be dangerous because you're going on a tanky target with swap behind him and then this reload that can come in on top of that.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's like the best fight for Falcons. And if you're OG, you just don't want to bite that bait right now, especially since you opened up a lot of this map off this tier 1 bottom. Blink is already online for Whisper here. He's just got to fight, man.
That's going to be very problematic for the gyrocopter, right? Because this gyro-IO combination is so dependent on sustain, right? The healing that the Eye gives you, the satanic buildup that you eventually get, the Doom is just an antithesis to all of that.
You're going to have a Vessel here as well. So you're going to have 2 cores with a lot of anti-healing. Oh, that was very greedy.
It was indeed. Tomato, his aggression plays against him this time around. Whisper shows up with his Blink Dagger. Hits crit, doesn't get the initiation he's looking for. Ari's stuck in the middle of nowhere here, and he's going to burn out underneath the Sandstorm unless a Cookie can save him. Missile's on its way as well, but it looks like Seb should be able to deal with that. The Burrow Strike doesn't quite land onto BZM. BZM throwing out the Ice Path, but wicked crit going in with the stolen jump from the Monkey King. And the help of Snake King's relocate, they do collect finally on that support kill.
That's a very different fight if the Monkey does not die on that rune initially.
Caught him hopping. Crit, trying to get too cheeky with it. Just blasted by a tornado from BZM.
Blink out for Sand King, maybe showing the pressure Falcons are under in this early game in terms of the rotations and the fighting. Not the first item we've seen from a lot of these mid Sand Kings. Either they want to get greedier with like Bloodstone Rush or, you know, phase Bloodstone Yules we've seen. This can definitely pay off if you get the big team fight out of it, but it isn't a farming item and it doesn't make you tankier. Those are the downsides here.
Good opening set up by Amar in the first place and forces OG into this awkward engagement.
Another instance where you just walk off that Doom as well.
Vendetta set up with the kisses and the Sunstrike and Tomato's Boundless Strike will all come together deep on the side of Falcon's base to catch Snake King and Skeeter sleeping.
How'd they all get there?
They are just too mobile, man, and the tornado from the side from BZM hits on 2. What is this OG team doing? They are overwhelming Falcons right outside of their base. This is insane kind of play from OG right now.
So fast. Falcons nowhere near ready for this kind of aggression in this game 1.
You still have a tier 1 mid up and you're diving into tier 3s.
Absolutely no cares. They're playing around this Nyx beautifully. It's one thing when Nyx hunts you. It's another when Nyx hunts you in the Sunstrike with heroes barraging you from multiple angles. That snap ult even got canceled pretty early, and it still didn't matter. This IO Gyro have been hunted this game. And OG have taken a commanding lead out of this laning phase now, up 4K. But it just feels like a difference in pace.
Oh, what you missed there was Snaking did use the relocate to steal away the Wisdom Rune
Big one.
on OG's side.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
To OG, play together, slay together. That's all they're doing right now.
Every overextension has been punished here, as OG are ready to turn on a dime. Don't even need the big cooldowns. There's no doom in that fight. It's just getting it done the hard way, and that is a dieback on the IO. Economic damage piling up here for Falcons. As this draft, it just feels like it's running out of steam. Don't have the damage to bring these heroes down. You're overextending on a Snapfire with Mechanism. Is able to just turn around that high ground. And the stuns from Ahri have been on point here. And what is going to be the big signal to try and turn this game? If your Falcons got a player on Maureen, feels like he's your only hope to win a big team fight. Level 2 Epicenter.
Trying
You
to
have
set
that
up.
blink, but the pipe is already done from the Doom. And this really limits Maureen's ability to try and drag this game back for Falcons right now. If you fight around the Doom with the pipe here, the Mage Slayer on the Monkey, if you strike this Sand King, he goes in, uses everything. I don't think they take any damage anymore between the mech, the pipe, the Mage Slayer. It's all going to get negated here. And this map has been constricted. You're looking at the vision right now. There's one deep Radiant Ward mid, but everything else is just, it's dire vision through and through. This ops is nice to play around, but it's a defensive one. And it's one, they're staring at OG sitting in their jungle. Can't really use it. They're getting a Vendetta on the Rubik. That's kind of interesting.
Myself. 25 kills in 18 minutes. This is perhaps the longest bit of respite that Falcons have had all game long against
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just relentless aggression of OG, playing very defensively around a tier 2.
I'll tell you one thing. I think people expected this series to maybe go one way or the other, but so far, this has just been an outclass in the first 20 minutes here. No way around it. Yeah. Falcons have to pick up the pace. They have to reset this game. Gonna try and make the 5-man smoke. It's
slipping behind,
popped.
Breaks the smoke. Not spotted. Snake King knows he's around, drops the sentry, they spot the ward, but they push forward with the rest of their smoked heroes.
That's a tanky Doom.
OG almost gets caught, but a hop away from Tomato and a blink out from Whisper leaves nothing for Falcons to grasp with this smoke.
It's your Venjags timing. It's what they're trying to use right now.
And Ari's just still right in the middle of all of them. They keep on spotting him.
The catch is limited, unless you get the swap on him.
Now they hit something. Sapphire. Immediately, a Doom goes out onto the Sand King underneath Sandstorm. So he's dead, but maybe the rest of the team can still come in from Falcons. No, they give up on this, and now they're going to be punished. As Ari came in at right time. Hit him with the Impale on two, swap back, goes on to Skeeter. OG wants the kill on the carry, and they're going to get it too. They've got the Spike Carapace to slow him down, and they've got the mobility. The Heroes Whisper trying to do some body blocking, but Skeeter doesn't even try to run. He knows he's caught. He knows he's dead. And
welcome to EWC 2024, where the MLB semifinals have concluded, and we know our final two teams competing for this, the MSC trophy here at the Esports World Cup. The Selangor Red Giants will be taking on Falcons AP Brain, and we'll be breaking down exactly how Selangor won that match. At the exact same time, Dota 2 is 1.5 days away from concluding their group stages. In Group A, 2 games separate first from being eliminated. We'll bring you all the action live to find out who makes it and who goes home. And let's not forget, the Free Fire Point Rush stage is starting. The 12 final teams getting a head start for the grand finals tomorrow. EWC HQ, it starts right now. Hello and welcome to the EWC 2024 headquarters broadcast, coming to you live from Boulevard City here in Riyadh, and you are looking at beautiful screens in downtown Boulevard City. It reminds me of somewhere, Sons, where does it remind you of? It's a place.
New York
That's
City.
it! New York, New York! Of course, we're here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. My name is Quickshot, and we're jumping into day number 3 of the second week of EWC 2024. I'd like to say hello to my guests who are returning once more, starting with the lovely Bunny. Good evening, how are you today?
I'm doing great. I'm loving the environment, whole entire Riyadh. I'm quite actually having a little bit of feeling sad because I'm about to leave soon, but I'm just
We have 2 days of shows!
We have 2, but it's closing in. It's closing in, and the grand finals is about to start tomorrow, and the point rush is about to end already.
Oh my word, okay, so you're glove half empty kind of thing.
Yeah,
You've enjoyed your
true.
time. This has been lovely. Jace, MLB semifinals concluded. Don't give results. I mean, I think I gave them away.
You kind of gave it away.
Damn it, how are you, buddy?
I think it's going according to plan, especially about my predictions. I'm pretty sure Bunny's very happy, especially
Selangor Red
because it's
Giants,
really
Selangor Red
exciting.
Giants,
Especially for the grand finals that's
Selangor.
upcoming tomorrow. I'm really
thing
excited about it.
That I'm super excited to talk a little bit about, especially with the 3 of us learning from Senpai, Suns fan, talking about the tiebreakers. In Dota 2, how are you this evening? Have you been keeping up with all the action in Group A and B?
Yeah, Group A is, I mean, we talked about it yesterday. It's getting even closer somehow. I don't know how that's even a possibility, but you mentioned it, 2-game separation between first place and elimination. Pretty insane.
Ooh. I also kind of hope he's not right in his prediction. I want Falcons to do well, but I also just want to antagonize. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you for joining us. Obviously, the EWC HQs, we're going to bring you all the news, interviews, highlights, explanations, and all that special jazz. Before we dive into all the fun stuff, I think it is important to keep you up to speed with all the action with the EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. and welcome to the EWC catch-up. I would like to start immediately with MLBB, so let's check in with Sandstorm.
Hey guys, Dude Sandstorm here, and I'm back with another breakdown for the MSC 2024 as we continue our journey to see the world. Now, when we're talking about the second day of the semifinals for the MSC 2024, we're talking about a historic day in the history of the tournament. We're talking about a Singaporean representative, an all-star lineup in NIP Flash, taking on the undefeated and unscathed Selangor Red Giants representing Malaysia. Now, when we're talking about Selangor Red Giants, they came into today with a 105-day win streak. That's right, they haven't lost a match series in 105 days coming into today's best-of-5 semifinal. NIP Flash, there was a lot to ask from you from today's games. It was going to be a very tough task, and that it was. First two games went into the favor of the Selangor Red Giants, and now they were one game away. They were one step away from punching their ticket to the grand finals. It looked shaky in the start. NIP Flash, we saw some life from you in that third game. But the Selangor Red Giants were not going to be denied. They got themselves the third game. They guaranteed their spot in the grand finals, and they will be facing against Falcons AP Brent in the grand finals best of 7 for the fight for the lion's share of the $3 million prize pool and the right to hoist this trophy and be crowned the champion of MSC 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. Make sure to tune in tomorrow for the best of 7 grand final to see who will be claiming that title of champion of MSC 2024. I'll see.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. I really can feel the gravitas. I can feel the tension. Also, I really can feel the weight of MSC 2024 and everything that it means to the MLBB commentary team, the fans, the audience, and obviously my best friend here this week, Chris. Chase, you may know him as. Nevertheless, this is the bracket that we've talked about tomorrow. Falcons AP Brain taking on Selangor Red Giants. I think a key thing to keep in mind is Falcons, as part of the club's doing phenomenally well, 1,000 points up for grabs if they grab themselves a second title. We'll talk more about how that semi-final played out. It was one-sided, and we'll break down exactly how Selangor played later on in the show. For now, I'd like to turn my attention to Dota 2. Now, unfortunately, Tsunami's apparently out trying to catch some waves, so he's bailed on me for the video. I'm going to hold him personally accountable. What I would like to do is take a look at the Dota 2 matches that we've had throughout the course of the day. Reminder, 8 teams per group. The top 6 managed to advance to the double elimination bracket, with the bottom 2 being eliminated. Now, once we take a look at those matches, I cannot see them just yet. Waiting for them to come up, but standings first. In terms of the standings, Team Spirit and Heroic, as well as LGD, a 2-match separation between them. So it is very, very close. There are 2 series left to play throughout the course of tomorrow, and obviously at the moment we're having a little bit of back and forth. So let me just zoom out and take a quick second. Importantly, 3 streams running simultaneously. All these games are best of 2s. I'm taking a look at the results, and as it stands, BB ended up losing that series to Entity a little bit earlier today. That was Weibo coming up. Sorry, correction. There we go. Nevertheless, these are the matches. I've confused myself. Let's look at the standings and do a little reset, shall we? We're a little shaky to start this one. As I mentioned, this is the group of death. It is also the heavily favored group in terms of who's going to make a deep run here in the bracket stage. Blacklist almost certainly going to be one of the teams eliminated, but please keep in mind, if they pick up 2 or 4 wins, they can make a big jump. They do need to surprise, though. Over on the other side, Entity and Tundra, they have already secured themselves berths in the knockout stage. We're just not sure if it's going to be upper or lower bracket. Right, I think that was a much better read. Now, let's move on to Free Fire. We can check in with the 7WG.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is the 7WG here at the Free Fire Esports World Cup Point Rush. We're just one day away from the grand final. We have actually already played 3 matches, and so far, at the start of the day, it was all about Brazil. Brazil came in hot, then being able to take the first 2 matches, but Thailand, we've been talking about that rivalry for the longest time. Thailand with Burram Esports was able to respond. They were able to get that 3rd win, and in case you're wondering who was able to get the first couple wins, it was Fluxo and none other than Neshu Miners. Stay tuned, because who knows who else is going to be getting all these points rushes and who's going to be coming out on top for today and getting those extra points going tomorrow into the grand final.
And of course, reminder that for the point rush stage here in Free Fire, the top 8 teams will be securing additional bonus points up to 8, if I recall correctly, starting in the finals. I'll double check those numbers with Bunny. Crucially though, Netshumain is picking up a booyah as well as a little bit of a surprise from Fluxo. Buriram continuing to deliver. My boys Loud are struggling at the moment. The reason we're looking at the points is we're just going to be looking at the final rankings, while the elims obviously of course will help. We are halfway through the day, and we'll take a deeper dive at who's finding those kills, who's getting those elims, who's picking up those booyahs, and who's going to give themselves a head start in the grand finals of Free Fire at EWC 2024. That does it for our EWC catch-up, powered by STC. And welcome back to the couch. Right, let's start by immediately getting some reactions to what we saw there. Tsunami, the check-in was great. I fumbled the matches. I could not have done that much
Did you
worse.
just call me Tsunami?
No, I see he failed to deliver anything for us to talk about.
Okay.
Yeah. You haven't failed me at all. You've been phenomenal all
I've
show.
been very high energy, as
Exceptional.
I've been told, right?
I think, more importantly, because I fumbled the matchups, I think what I would like to ask you about is, I know you've been taking a look at them. What are some of the games that have been important today? And I think maybe what are some of the matches that could influence, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th in Group A, for example?
So you mentioned Entity versus BB team. That was a huge one. Entity is one of these dark horse teams that I was discussing earlier on. They're first place right now in their group. That's not the group of death. The group of death is still playing right now. You guys just saw a little bit of the Falcons versus OG matchup. That one is enormous. Remember, Falcons came in 0-4 to start things out and have not lost since, but they might lose this first game.
Well, we're going to find out at the moment because we are in game and it's starting to heat up for Free Fire. This is map number 4. We're going to jump into this one, costume map 5 and 6. So we missed 4 actually. So this is 5 and 6. We were probably live while number 4 was happening. Still catching up with all the live action. So Bunny, immediately take me through what you can see at the moment. And let's talk a little bit about Free Fire as the action's heating up.
Yeah, it seems that after, I think, again, this is the one thing that people need to know. This is just a point rush stage. The fact that at the moment they are trying their best to just survive and try to find out the techniques of and tactics of gameplay, what they're actually going to bring out for the grand finals. It doesn't really matter much when it comes to the Free Fire point rush stage, because sometimes even you get the head start 8 points for that winner of the point rush, you might not even be able to use it to actually boost up for the grand finals. But I would actually go in straight to the games. I think that there's a possibility there will be a fight here, so let's throw away to the casters.
Okay, so at the moment, we are actually going to keep talking about this, right?
Oh, you can be the caster?
Oh, you can
okay.
be the caster.
All right, let's go.
Hypecast.
So,
Where's
Jace,
that monster truck?
Yeah, where's the monster
Yeah,
truck?
just waiting for the monster truck.
Unfortunately, this is still early in the game, so the
Okay.
monster truck will not be coming out. For now, they're just trying to actually get a lot of the loot. They're trying to actually get farm killings for themselves, and they're rotating around, flying a wave to move into the safe zone. That's pretty much it.
At
Oh,
least-
but
oh,
there you
what?
go.
Oh,
We got
there
one.
we go.
We finally found one.
Wait, is this
Wait,
big?
hang on. Found one? Are they there? Did you purchase it?
Oh, but you have to
there we
purchase
go.
it. Yeah.
Got it.
Which you're saying that this is a really early game, right? Which
Yeah.
means somebody has farmed enough money and credits
Yes.
to basically buy a monster truck already. Which
Yeah.
team was that? Are you able to catch that?
I actually can't catch that. It
Okay.
was really quite fast. But here we see Twisted Mind, unfortunately, losing more of their players. Now leaving one more player to go. Can actually pick themselves up, or are they going to be able to survive this? It could be the end for them if
Can
they
I ask
miss
some
it straight
stupid
away.
questions? Is that okay?
Go ahead.
You're allowing me to?
Yeah, there's
ruin
no
this for you?
stupid questions, son.
Wait till I ask it. What's the craziest item you can purchase? Is it the monster truck?
Yeah, it is. Out of all of the items that you have at the pocket shop, the monster truck is the most meta
Can you give me
right
an
now.
example of another one then? 'Cause,
Another one.
I'm guessing you pick up guns. Can you also purchase guns if you want?
You can actually
Oh.
purchase gun from the pocket shop. And a lot of items can be used. A lot of items can be purchased from the pocket shop. Is a vest, grade items for med kits, but pretty much vehicle. The one that they're using right now for the meta is definitely the monster truck.
There's a meta of vehicles in Free Fire?
Yeah.
There
Yeah.
is.
I actually got to
Wow.
drive earlier today. So yesterday, because I had so much fun with Yasu and Bunny, I promised that I was going to play the game, learn it, and record it. I have done so. I got 13 eliminations
Wait, is that
in the game as well. I was popping
Wait, you
off.
killed 13 people
That's
in your
Saitama?
first game?
I think they were bots.
Yes,
Wait, that's
Okay,
Saitama skin
alright.
right there.
that is actually a bundle of Saitama.
Huh.
They can
You are
actually
kidding.
purchase a bundle.
Suns fan, do you know who Saitama is?
No.
Oh, I'm not surprised. I would not. that's
It's the anime, I'm guessing.
It is an anime, yes,
Okay,
yes.
that would explain it.
The
Yep.
lead character, no, the MC is what we call him from One Punch Man.
Okay.
Main
he fa-
character.
I've
that's
heard
what
of
MC
One
means.
Punch Man.
Yeah. He famously kills every single opponent with just one punch. That's how strong he is.
Wow.
And mostly he got his rage from losing his hair. If I understand.
Yep,
If I understand the
that is
law
true.
correctly.
That's
Understand that
true.
one.
Yes, exactly.
You got the whole entire storyline of the anime itself.
Well, listen. Okay, let's get a little serious for a second. Just before we jumped into this co-stream, we did take a look at the Point Rush standings
Yeah.
as they were. I'm not certain if you got them on your screen in front of you.
Yeah.
But let's talk about the results as it stands. AG Global and Buriram sitting at the top, or AGG. A little bit of a surprise, I think, Loud dropping off. But I'm impressed to see that. I think in particular, Netshu Miners picking
Yeah,
up a Booyah.
agreed.
That's probably the biggest surprise of the 3 days that we've been watching.
Yes, definitely. I think they
Wow,
know
this
for
is
a
going
fact
really
that
fast.
Okay.
What's happening right now, unfortunately, I think one of the video feeds has made it onto our gameplay.
I thought the
moment.
graphics
That's what
just
it
got
fixed.
improved
So
greatly.
it's a small little misclick would be
Can
my
we drive
best
the
guess
bus?
there. So apologies for that.
We cannot. We can actually destroy it and give damage to anyone who is near it.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it. Most of the vehicles that you can drive is actually quite limited inside the Free Fire. But yeah, going back to the your point of view about Netshu's Miner, I think they are phenomenal, and I think that's the reason why. Because Point Rush stage, for some certain teams, like I said, they're only trying to get as much information of what techniques and what tactics gameplay that the enemy is about to use. And that's why a lot of teams that we see, those who are performing so well from the knockout stage, they're not doing well here. They're just having fun. They don't really mind. They can actually burst it all out, and that's a risiko, if I must add on for that. But they do believe that they will be able to actually push in for the grand finals. And Netshu Miner says, no, we're not going to actually give that up. We're going to actually utilize those 2 days for the grand finals and make sure they win.
I mean, I get that as well because, again, I was talking about it during the catch-up segment. 1st through 10th, you will get at least some points starting the grand finals.
True.
When I heard Point Rush and when I heard that there was a head start, I initially got really confused and nervous. It's a very unique mechanic. And it is, frankly, closer to a qualifying in traditional sports.
True.
But the only thing is, even if you win first across all of these respective maps, you get a maximum of 8 points in the final. So it's not it's not necessarily game-changing, but it is that tiny little kickstart, take a little bit of the nerves or, out of the way.
I mean, even we saw how the overall ranking for the knockout stage, the only difference between those who were not able to actually move to the top 12, between Gaimin Gladiators as well as, if I'm not mistaken, is All Glory, checking out on the...
AGG, yeah.
Yeah, AGG, right? It was only 8 points between the two of the teams. And that's the difference of that point rush. It could actually benefit you for the grand finals.
Yeah. First and second, and ended up being 8. Second and third was 7 difference. Then second, third. Sorry, 1 and 2, then 3 and 4, then 5 and 6 was 3. So the difference between third, fourth, fifth is that 8 points. It can end up being important. Where are we at the minute? The 5th zone has just popped up. 5 squads and 15 players remaining. Very close in. I like seeing the zone closing. I'm going to go to Suns fan. Suns fan, what do you think about the state of these final zone fights?
They're very small in the end. I don't think my heart could take it if I was playing this game, that's for sure. I'd need one of those gloves. What did you call it, Jay? The thing on your thumb?
Finger slip.
The finger slip thing.
Yeah, I'd use
Sorry,
that. If
finger slip.
Finger slip.
Yeah, sleeve. Sorry,
Sleeve.
sleeve.
Oh, okay. Because the thing is, a slip is also like an undergarment for a lady's dress. It's
Oh.
Like, no, like a silk one that goes to your knees. It's
Okay.
It's quite like really old school, 1950s type of thing.
Okay.
So I was like, oh well, that kind of makes sense. I'll stop talking. What is happening?
Good
A
tangent.
sleeve, a finger sleeve.
Yeah.
Is that meta? Do a lot of pro players use that?
They do. Actually, I do agree on using that to actually boost your gameplay, because sometimes once you try to actually slide through your screens, sometimes it's actually quite sweaty for your hands, and you can actually touch your screen properly, so that finger sleeves actually boost up your gameplay.
Would you say that that's more common than not to have that?
It's actually quite more common. Yeah.
But there's some people that don't use it.
Yeah, because they feel like it's quite uncomfortable. But going into the fight right now is actually closing in at the moment. And Buriram, amazing. BRU United, like I said, they are one to be checked out. They are actually one of the teams that is performing so well at the moment right now. And they're doing their best to actually get a lot of the damage. And they're going throughout all of the walls with the RRQ Kazoo. Shots
Where's
coming
that truck? Where's the truck?
Where's the truck? Where's the truck? Are they actually trying to sort it out?
Outside the zone, taking the burn. 4 players, 2 squads. 3 members of Buriram alive, and they're just hunting one. This is a 3-on-1, and this is a slaughter.
Yeah.
I mean, that's so easily shut down.
And another booyah coming into the Buriram United. Oh, damn.
If I take a look at this Buriram, that is the 3rd booyah of 5 maps. I mean, I'm going to wait for the scores to be updated. They were 2nd going into that round. But I believe that should boost them to 1st. I mean, I would expect as much. I didn't see how far AGG made it, but I mean, that was a brutal ending at least.
Agree, definitely. I think that Buriram United is also another team that shown out that it's not gonna be easy for us to actually give up after the knockout stage. Like we've talked about how Buriram United is quite amazing for them to be very consistent, but to put out that loud on the top, that I think they might have actually unleashed a beast inside Buriram to say, oh, we want to do better. We want to do good. We want to be here for the EWC.
I think so too, but also the thing that you're forgetting as well is that Loud are conserving their energy. They don't really think Point Rush is... I've spoken to them. They know I'm making all this.
Oh, really?
we are going to move to map 6 a little later. Before we do, and we have some time, the players have a little bit of time to rest and recuperate. We've watched a lot of Free Fire throughout the course of the last couple of days. We're going to watch map 6. It'll be the final one of the Points Rush stage. Before we do that, I'm going to ask Bunny to explain, how do we tell viewers, how do we tell fans, how do we tell people where to go? How do you get involved in the game? Where are some resources that they can go to learn and get better?
I mean, there's a lot of platforms that you can definitely check it out. From each and different region, there's actually quite difference, because I think even other games also have this kind of situation whereby some certain region, they actually go to a different platform to get a lot of information. But the main site that you definitely can check out for the information of the game, it has to be the FF Garena, whereby it is a Free Fire for every single information, not just about the games, but the updates about the games, as well as about the news entire tournament that is held from the Free Fire community itself. And then we also have a lot of community resources from TikToks, Instagram, as well as FB, but mostly it has to be from the Instagram that has been very active about the FF Global updates.
And if you haven't screenshot this page already, to make sure you've got a shortcut to this, share it with your friends, tell them that you learned this on the EWC HQ show, they should come back. Make sure you do that. That's how you get involved in Free Fire. We're going to be doing this exact same thing for Mobile Legends Bang Bang as well as Dota 2 later on in the broadcast when it makes sense to do so. But what I would like to do is actually update the scores. I'm hoping we'll be able to get those on the screen. I do say, though, that 3 booyahs in a row is very impressive for Buriram, especially considering a little bit of like a surprise results coming in for the first ones. Now, I will ask, if we zoom out, is Points Rush like the standard format that we see in every Free Fire tournament?
Yes, definitely. I mean, earlier on when we had the FFWS Free Fire World Series Sea Spring, whereby it is Southeast Asia, we had 2 days. This is the only format, if those who are actually wondering, the only format that we have Point Rush for only 1 day. The rest of the tournament, the rest of the championship that we've already held, we have 2 days to actually get the Point Rush. So this is the crucial statement or crucial point for the teams to actually do their best to get as much point as possible to boost in for the grand final.
What I'd love to understand as well is that when we watched Warzone and we watched the solo, was it seeding? What was it?
The seeding part, yeah.
So solo seeding, I can't remember the name of the round. Solos.
Yeah.
Was it just solos?
I can't remember, but
My word. So the solos,
weird.
and then we went into trios, and then we went into finals. It was very apparent that the seeding for finals practically didn't matter, as long as you made finals. And during that period, we saw Team Falcons were the favorite. Struggled a little bit. They didn't pop off quite as much, in certain stages. Is that something you see in Free Fire as well, in terms of like certain stages, or do you think the trend stays there? Like Buriram, they've been kicking ass the whole time, you expect them to kick ass?
No, I think there's so many instances that there are certain point where the point rush does not matter, but there are certain times of the championship that the point rush do matter, because this has been proven from the CGGG, also known right now as the Team Falcon. They were doing so well for the point rush stage, and they became the champions recently for the FFWS. So there are certain times, yes, it's not important, but point rush still gives a lot of effects to the grand finals.
Got it. What's the thought on your mind there, Jace? I can see you thinking.
No, I'm just thinking like, okay, hear me out, right?
Okay.
This is a person that's really just, I love numbers. I love
Alright.
crunching them, right? You just saw me just crunching a lot of numbers earlier just now, right? Like, you're saying that the points are not a lot, right?
Yeah.
And how does it matter in the grand scheme of things? Are we talking about like, oh, in the grand finals, maybe it's just like 8 points away, 5 points away, and that's where that point rush could have saved them?
Yeah, agreed.
Oh, so it's only in those scenarios, right?
I mean, it can be a savior, but it can also be a boost. It can be a motivation, a step for the teams to feel like, okay, we're doing good so far. Why don't we keep on maintaining this momentum? And that could happen also for the grand finals here at EWC.
Now, the thing I love about EWC, the thing I enjoy about the show, obviously there's a lot going on. Multiple games, multiple streams. And if you look at the bottom of your screen right now, Team Falcons, the team that was predicted to top their group, has been dropped by OG. Now, the reason that was the best response. Obviously, Seb from OG, the resident old man at OG, he joined us for a co-stream earlier on in the week. That made basically us non-Dota people OG fans. So we're unofficially supporting them. Suns fan too, he said they're the favorite team and they're the best. What do you make of what do you make of the OG versus 1-0? We are getting ready for this map 6, but what do you think of it?
Yeah, they won in 27 minutes as well.
That's a smash.
Yeah, they definitely owned. I mean, I think it's still going to be a split series. This is going to go down to the literal last game tomorrow probably to figure out if there's tiebreakers, which there almost certainly will be. Let's be real.
Oh, this is awesome. Oh, thank you for this. So obviously, while we're waiting for the live look-in, for the co-stream rather, of Free Fire Map 6, we are looking into the draft between OG and Falcons. This is happening. If you do want to watch that, twitch.tv/Dota, EWC_Dota2, you can find the exact stream. I mean, look, we don't want to break down the draft, but I think the storyline is the interesting one because Seb explicitly said, we always do better when we're the underdogs.
Yeah.
So if they are popping off and doing well and they beat Falcons and they smash Falcons, that's actually something to be worried about because
yeah, if they get first in their group, then they're going to lose, is what you're saying.
They start to lose that status.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely happened in the past too, so he's not wrong.
Oh, bucket hats on stage. That's a lot of fun.
I love it, right? It's really cute. It shows how comfortable they are, and also maybe it's the one that kept the nerves in. But I'm just coming from a perspective where, you know, we're comparing different esports, and this character, for example, Seb, right? I can start to see a lot of parallels all across esports, right? You have this one person that's like kind of like the OG, but suddenly start bringing in like the rookies coming. Yeah, no pun intended right there. I always make puns out of nowhere, coming in and then start growing the team like that. I think it's really inspiring.
It really is. It's also very impressive because as a player who's been on for a long time, while we are still waiting for Free Fire, we actually do have an update there. Maybe give me a result on the LGD if I can. We finally got the standings. Yes. The full live news story is happening right now. So, Bunny, take me through this one.
Oh wow, Buriram United managed to actually get a lot of the booyahs for themselves, and I think the one thing that I really want to focus on is definitely the top 10 because they're the only one who will get the points so far. I mean, Nachu Miners, after being dropped off, after being at the top right now, I think it's still a good position for them. They still managed to get at least 4 points for themselves right there at the 5th place. But other than that, I feel like, again, you mentioned about Loud, how they're just having fun, they're just chillaxing. I'm wondering if that's the case or they're just not doing their best here for the point rush.
Who can I email to in the future? I'd like the tournament brackets to actually be separated by how many kills you get with the monster truck.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea though. I actually like that. Garena Free Fire, take note of that. We would like an elimination just by the monster truck. That would be actually a really good idea to actually add on for the statistics.
One of the things that's really interesting about that, maps 1 and 2 picked up by Netshu and then Fluxar, if I remember correctly, and then 3 in a row for Buriram. We actually have some footage of those booyahs in a row. The fact that you managed to get down to this like nearly final zone, 7 players on the screen, in contrast to yesterday, where the 6th zone, I think it might have been different maps though, there were multiple maps that we watched that had 15 to 20 players alive at this stage. So I think you can tell that there's a lot more eliminations, or at least I can deduce that a lot more eliminations have happened. Which map are we looking at here, Bunny?
this is actually Purgatory is definitely the one map that is having a little bit of difficulty for those who actually want to go in for a fight. It's very open. Oh, it's very open. Yes, definitely a high ground, definitely. So something that a lot of teams have to be struggling to go into the safe zone. And this is why most of the safe zone, they're actually trying to survive themselves surrounding with that glue wall. And I love when it comes to Buriram United, they're just catching up to those who try to go into the safe zone. They're going in from one state to another state, from one point to another point. They're denying the entrance of the safe zone.
I'm starting to see a lot of strategy coming from the side of this game, because like I know a lot of people really say that hey, it's a mobile game, not a lot of strategies involved, but you can start to see the creativity of these people. The roadkill is one strategy that you can employ. Secondly, if you notice that we're just playing around a circle and knowing that there's nobody behind, because what they did, right? So what they did is they built walls in front at the edge of the circle, because going to the middle is basically a death trap.
I mean, it really is. The other thing that I found quite interesting, so I played it, we recorded it, tried to get a little bit of experience. There are significantly more electronic buttons to hit than the recent MLB.
Really?
Neither Jay's nor Suns fan will be during the filming of it. So when we do get to watch this later, we'll talk you through some of the explanations. But full inventory management, equipment, like weapon modifications as well, they get applied. You've got full headset and armors. Like that gives the PUBG elements to it. The mobility and the movement made it feel a little bit like Fortnite in some of the movements. But then aiming down the scope with the rifle just made me feel a little bit like Call of Duty. Like, there's so many influences that I could feel playing it, and it was a significantly more overwhelming experience. I sat down feeling very cocky. I was certain I was going to do well.
Quick shot.
After I picked up a bunch of kills, my producer then went, Trevor, I think this is a bot game. So
that's good game design, though.
My ego was shot, but at the very least, I'm hoping we can entice you to stick around and learn a little bit of the game.
Who's the tiger?
Who is the tiger?
Oh, this is one of the pets. It's not really one of the metas, but it's definitely gives a really good boost for the...
Wait, pets give you stats?
Yeah, I actually told you yesterday. Pets can boost your abilities. You imagine you have one character who already has one active skills as well as 3 passive. You can add on with the pets to actually enhance your abilities.
This is where I just wish that my pet goldfish gives me water breathing.
How you will.
It would give you short-term memory loss, which is something I suffer from as well, unfortunately. Okay, we're loading into the 6th and final game here for Free Fire of the day. This is Points Rush. This will also lead towards then the grand finals tomorrow. Before we start watching...
Is that in-game? Sorry, is that actually in-game?
Is it starting already?
I believe so.
That's pretty cool.
30 seconds on the clock, so I'm assuming people haven't started dropping. So I think the esports tools in Free Fire is impressive. Like the fact that every single team's logo is on the cape or the jack. What outfit do you call it? That little like, to me, I call that a cape. The logo on their back.
Yeah, it's pretty much a cape. Yeah, definitely. They can actually design on their own, and I think this is the best part about the game itself, that you can actually put the logo right on your glue wall. You can actually design the billboard as well. A lot of things can be done here for the Free Fire. They do a lot of placement.
There's 5 maps, right?
Yeah, there is 5 maps.
Is there a map that players generally don't like? They prefer to play something else?
The one map that they hate the most is Kalahari. I always call Kalahari is a Middle Eastern adept team because it is actually very beautiful, but yet it is hard to see the enemies. The visibility at that map is so hard that sometimes the enemy can actually be seen camouflage through the
So it's almost like a fog of war then.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
Literally having like a sandstorm in the...
Yeah, exactly.
No pun intended for the MLBB host.
The one thing that I didn't actually manage to figure out as I was trying to like get a feel for it and learn, the abilities and how that is impacting the game. Genuinely, it's so overwhelming to a new player for the first time. I didn't watch a guide, I didn't watch a YouTube, I didn't play a tutorial. I literally got dropped straight in, and my producer went, "Good luck." It was like Lost, you know, the TV series. So that's something that I'm still like showing, and I will also say that it gave me a much deeper appreciation for, let's say, the metagame around it. And right now, I mean, what are we seeing? There's 45 players, 12 on the screen. We're back at the Intellect Center. We talked so much about this yesterday.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
the Intellect Center.
Yes.
That is
Were you
Intellect
able
Center,
to
yeah.
successfully
Wow,
create,
I want
the
to
ice
praise
wall?
Trevor.
I did, yes, yes. I'll show, hopefully the footage will show you the grenades that we picked up. I managed to chuck out some of those glue walls as well. I changed from a sniper rifle to an assault
I
rifle.
wonder, I wonder what logo would it be for your glue wall?
I have one, but I'll just not reveal yet. Right, let's draw our attention back to the game, though. And maybe what I'll do is, Bunny, I'm going to ask you, tell me, what do you think your favorites are to win the whole tournament tomorrow? Have you adjusted? Have you thought about it? If I remember correctly, you predicted Buriram yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We were still sticking with Loud, which I'm getting a
She
bit
can't
nervous
keep
about.
changing her
No, well,
picks. All right, one
No.
is enough.
One is enough. One is enough, and I'm
still
gonna
gonna
stick
take
it.
it?
No, I'm gonna stick it because I believe in BRU. I know for a fact that they were denied of the FFWC, despite yes, Team Falcon definitely did amazing, but Wasana, that is their key to victory. And if Wasana can keep this up and make sure that Joanna and the rest of the team, especially Moshi, with a great accuracy right here inside the EWC, I think they can do well and they can redeem themselves after that FFWS.
And what I'd like to do, Bunny, because this game is not necessarily hugely important, I think we know this, what I'd love to ask you to do is, remember we prepared some of those map graphics for this specific map.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love for you to call them up in a moment or two when we're in an area. Like, this is a replay that we saw. But once we get back to live, bring it up and maybe explain a little bit like how the zone moves and if there's any strategies to move from point to point. It's something we see in a lot of other Battle Royales.
Oh, definitely. I can definitely show you guys that. But just a heads up for you guys, like I said about the Garena Free Fire itself, the mechanics is quite similar from each game to another game. The only time they will definitely try to scam, and this is what we always call when it comes to games. Yeah, when Garena, the server itself, try to scam the players to a point that it will actually push them to another zone where it seems like, oh, okay, this is going to be the third zone or the fourth zone or even the last zone is going to be at the center. They will try to scam and suddenly push it right down below. Now,
So for example,
okay.
this is Mudsat. This is where we're currently fighting.
Yeah.
Now, the word usage, I'm not a huge fan of. What you mean is the
me
game
too.
tricks you.
Yeah, it does.
It baits you.
It does.
It confuses you.
Yeah, it does.
I felt like that's a gameplay thing.
I
not
think so
Not a
too.
bug. It's
Do you-
intended.
Do you know what I love about this, though?
Uh-huh.
When you hear Suns fan getting disenchanted with certain elements of a long game of Dota, you play the game so much, you really live and feel the painful moments. If you're in a great, heavily defended position, and all of a sudden the circle tricks you to moving a different direction to what you think you do, like, or the zone rather, that's where I guess that's where I can feel Bunny's pain. You and I, as a viewer, we love that.
I think it shows the adaptability that you have to really think very quickly on the fly, right? And we've seen, you know, in esports especially, right, the team that adapts the fastest usually will win. Be it in-game, be it in outside of the game, be it the meta as well. Cough, cough, no pun intended.
Yeah. All right, so where are we at the moment? We've seen a couple of kills on screen. Bunny, have you been keeping track of who's secured some of them? I see Nameless with a triple kill, but I haven't been watching too closely as we've been looking at others. What is that?
He's riding on the cloud like Nimbus Cloud. Wow.
Is that a Nimbus Cloud?
It is a Nimbus
Wait, how
Cloud.
did he get up there?
You can it's actually, he just been respawned. He's actually been revived back. So that's actually a skin. You can actually buy it at the bundle. So pretty much this is what we call sultans of all the players. I mean, come on. Definitely they have a lot of capability to actually buy all these bundles and to actually use it and show it off at the tournament
Is there
side.
any disadvantage to certain
Oh, no.
well, no, not to
No,
that.
this-
Cosmetics, like
The
I'm-
skins are pretty much just for a
one of
show.
the-
It's a
yeah,
fashion show.
Well, yeah, but one of the skins was like bright purple. I feel like that's better visibility
Correct.
from
Oh.
long range, you know?
I definitely want to look at the eliminations at the end of this game. If it's possible, I'll be able to track on the internal tracking documents because I've seen, I think, more triple and quadra kills than I've seen, than I recall seeing. It feels like it's a very high kill game. I'd love to validate that. The other thing I'll ask is, how does this game get observed? Because I think when we, when I think about Dota, there's an observer slot, but it feels like we're going from player perspective to player, or is there an actual dedicated observer in game?
Actually, once you actually try to go in for the Garena Free Fire, there's actually an API drone. like literally specialized for you to watch and spectate the whole entire games. I mean, a different mechanism with the rest of the games that I've been playing. Free Fire, they really have a strict rules of who can actually use that API drone. And most of them is actually from Garena Free Fire partners.
That does not surprise me.
But wait,
yeah.
is it a human spectating still?
It
Like
is a
changing
human.
the cameras? Okay.
Yes, it is
When you say
definitely
API drone, like
Yeah.
the AI is taking
Honestly,
over.
Oh, no,
you
it's
see
not
this?
AI.
Do you see this drone that's flying or that overhead shot? That's what it feels. That's what it feels like you're talking about. Is that the view?
It is. It is
Yes.
a view, but it's still been monitored and being held out by a human, definitely. But not many people can actually have the privilege to do that and doing screams and able to actually get a drone view for themselves.
I'm looking at this one, right? And it's just interesting the fact that it feels like there's so many tools that's really built into making sure, Free Fire is really esports ready.
Yeah.
Right? It's the fact that you got an observer mode that's you can just fly all across the place. You got skins right of that. Instead of just looking at the left-hand side, which is where you see the teams, I can just look at the character model and I instantly know who that player is, which team he's from. I think that's a wonderful job done by Free Fire.
Agree, definitely. Something that is, like I said, a very speciality about Garena Free Fire. They
How
really
are they flying? What happened there?
Okay, so
They're
they
flying in the
actually bought a launcher.
Ah.
Didn't I mention about the pocket
can
shop? You can
cannonball
you can't cannonball people, but you can launch yourself. You can buy the launcher pad and you can launch yourself, slingshot yourself across the map. Just choose which direction you want to go, and this is also another item that you buy to actually boost your movement. That's pretty much a gameplay tactic.
How many map? I don't want to call it objective, but like every map probably has like something unique about it that.
Oh.
Is that a common thing that you find?
Yes, I love that you asked that question. Now, this is something that I also talk about Nextera. Now, this is the maps of Nextera, and I think if we calculated the maps that have been used here throughout the knockout stage until the point rush stage, it's pretty much that they keep on using Nextera because this is the newest map that to be added. It's already been 1 year. It already been added, and the interesting part about Nextera, there's one place that people try to avoid because there's anti-gravity. If players join in playing that place, they will jump very high and it's very difficult to actually aim.
That was the speed of that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Shout out to the production.
Yes, that was awesome.
How big of an area is this anti-gravity?
It's actually just the
interior, right?
The only interior of the dome itself. There is a
So
dome
if you're
inside
inside
it.
the dome, you're just floating, kind of.
You're floating, yeah. You're
How
floating.
often does
You're
the
jumping
circle end
around.
up there, though?
Yeah, you're not actually floating much, but when you're moving, you're like jumping up and down.
It's like
up and down.
low gravity.
Yeah, it's low gravity. Yeah.
And
like
just very
Unreal
quickly, before the next kills come in, I would like to take a look at the Intellect Center on the map. This is a map we've seen several times. Obviously, we've got a few assets we want to show off. Does that come up? He got away. Wow, look at that zoom.
Oh.
The Intellect Center, the reason I want to highlight this, if you look at the minimap, you see the 3 bridges moving towards this northern building. The 4th zone that I think we're currently on is moving the place towards there. So I want to take a look on the minimap as much as we can. You can actually see it's just about to start closing on the river. Those bridges and choke points, how often do people get stuck on a bridge and die? Because I learned in Dota it happens a lot.
Not just Dota, I think PUBG also, they know for a fact that that is a technique. When it comes to having a bridge inside your battle royale, they know for a fact if the zone is not in your favor, they can actually gatekeep the bridge itself, and this is what is happening on the side of Intellect Center. Funny, you may actually mention this. Usually people don't like to jump at Intellect Center, they avoid it because if the zone does not end there, those who try to go to safe zone and cross the bridge will be denied of the entrance.
Wow. Can you swim in the game, by the way?
You can. You can swim.
What are the purple shield-looking, transparent shield thingies?
Oh,
teleporters.
No, actually, the shield, is it the round shield one?
No, square.
Oh, the square. That one is a portago. That also can be buy from the pocket shop.
Yeah. So those ones are on the beach on the other end?
Right.
Yeah.
So it's like there's an entrance and
you have to place one.
Yeah.
Place
and
the
then
other,
you can actually cross it over.
Okay.
There was an Overwatch hero that did that, I think, wasn't it? You put a portal down, you can hop through.
Do you think I played
Or
Overwatch?
do you know the thing is, right? The thing is, I think we've probably spent 10 to 12 hours a day together for at least 3 days.
I felt you asked that question before.
I know this.
And the same answer came out.
Oh, man.
People that play Dota don't play anything.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? I just keep living in hope that you'll have fun with me one day.
Understandable.
Let's zoom in on the game. So it's Zone 3, we're moving towards Zone 4. If you look at the map, the zone is closing in, and again, it's shoving everyone across the river. 24 players. We've dropped significantly. How much damage do you take when you are outside of that blue shield wall circle?
From the first zone, it's only like 1 HP for a few seconds, and then
Oh, you can see it ticking now.
Yeah, it is ticking. And then moving into the second zone and third zone, it will deplete even more further on as fast as possible. And checking out right now, I'm actually seeing that there's still like 9 teams still surviving. So I think it's still big for the area. But somehow moving into the third circle, I'm surprised that there's so many people around the area. I think because they're trying to go. If you check out, there's a pole right there, right? There's a.
Oh, what's that?
It's like a big, like a tall pole right there. That is a revival point. They can actually stand there to revive back the teammate, and this is something that Buriram is trying to do to bring back their teammates.
Can I tell you something? Buriram right there, if I saw it correctly, 6 eliminations this game. In round 5, they secured 27 eliminations.
Oh,
That's
that
what
is
I'm reading on this
crazy.
thing, which is crazy
Yeah.
to think about that.
And how often can you respawn your teammates?
As
Like
often
limit?
as you can,
Oh,
but
no,
you
no.
have a last minute. By the end of the zone, you can't respawn anymore, your teammates, that's for sure.
Oh, so there's also like you cannot regen. Oh, sorry, respawn the last circle. I think that reminds me of.
Yeah,
Because
like
again,
coaches-
you have to
Yeah,
you
sure.
have to actually take note of the fact that
wait,
if you want to revive, you have to buy your friends, you have to buy your teammates again at the vending machine or go to the revival point.
I'd rather buy the monster truck.
Yeah, me too. I would
Yeah.
too. Did he get
But-
knocked coming down?
No, I was thinking maybe you shoot the parachute and the parachute just despawns and he goes down. I'm not too
If
sure.
that's not, they give the advice to Garena. They can maybe patch it back in.
But oh my god, look at RRQ Kazoo like picking up for the high ground themselves right at for the Poto go, and I think that's really amazing.
Lau got eliminated.
Oh, Lau got eliminated.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Your favorites.
Your favorite. Are you disappointed?
I
You have
forgot,
told
I forgot I was rooting for them.
I told you, they're warming up. They're warming up for
warming up.
tomorrow. I think the fact that Netshu Miners actually managed to pick up a win shows you just how competitive the region is. And obviously, I'm going to just chill for Brazil.
Oh, okay.
70 plus coming down. I've got a question. Because Buriram got so many kills, in my opinion, in the last game, 27, how many kills do you think is like a lot, like a lot, as someone's going to be eating grenades here? Bunny, give me a number in a single round.
I have actually witnessed one of the championship whereby Buriram managed to actually drop around 37 elimination. Yes.
Wait, hold on.
Say that
37
again?
elimination.
37 elimination in one round.
That is wild.
it was
Let me
wild.
get a calculator.
No,
How many players
I'm
total
not
in the
joking. That was
No,
just
I'm not
they
doubting.
were really farming crazily, and that was
Look at this. Just look at the zone for the record. I mean, look up, Jace. You really need to watch this final zone. There's stairs, bro. Get up the stairs.
Oh no.
Everybody's
Oh,
in the building. 16 players are around this building. And it's just trying to avoid shots.
Oh no.
Oh.
AG. Oh, and
Another
Buriram only
point
left with Wasana. Wasana is gonna be the survivor. Wasana.
Look, there's still four squads remaining, 10 players.
Wow,
But BRU
Fluxo.
is just Wasana left. He needs to basically, what, 1v9?
Yeah, definitely. This is not going to be easy. And Wasana trying to actually get a kill for himself as well. 1v1 situation with AG.
Oh,
Is
the
it?
glue
Oh,
shield
no.
was great. I do love the model here for the Barrett 50 caliber sniper rifle. It looks awesome.
That looks really big.
Aiming down the scope is actually quite rewarding in the game. I find it quite feeling.
Oh,
That the
there's a tag.
aim assist helps a little though. Healing up, by the way. So that's a version of heal off, Jace.
Yeah.
Standing outside the circle, taking some damage.
Yep, exactly how I like it. Right now, it's just the high ground is just being forfeited right now, and
But
the
the thing
monster
is,
truck
but the
right
thing
in the
is,
middle.
the squad of 2 players high up.
Oh.
I think we're the squad of 3 outside, if I saw that correctly.
Yeah.
Yes, I nailed it this time. Okay, I'm learning. I don't know the name of the team that won. Oh man,
It was Fluxo.
it is still very chaotic.
It is, especially in the last circle where anything and everything can happen. It's literally a battle royale right there, right? When you got a circle that can only fit me in there and everybody's shooting, everything could just end in the blink of an eye and you don't know who won. Especially as a
Agreed.
caster, when you cast this sort of game, what do you look out for in order to know which one had the booyah?
definitely the calling cards, the stats. Whenever we try to actually do our best to check up the names that been put out, who has been taken out, and some of the stats that we also check out is how many players that's still surviving. I mean, most of the time I think this is something that most of the Battle Royale casters also depend on. If we know for a fact that the team that's still surviving has the most players, they definitely are shoo-in as the Booyah winner.
I think the one thing that I definitely felt when I was playing the game as well, the movement and I think positioning is definitely significantly more impactful than I truly understood.
True.
We had a pretty healthy conversation with some of the pro players on the Warzone side. I think the aim assist that comes in with both controllers and with the handhelds, that's also significantly impactful. It's also part of the reason the game is quite, it feels as a viewer like it's chopping. There's a little bit of that aim assist coming in. But it is way more complex than it looks. You think you're just dropping monster trucks on people's heads. I couldn't even tell you where the shop was. We'll talk about the final standings after Points Rush later. Before we head to back, let's hear the latest updates on the Club Championship from a fabulous man, myself. And welcome to the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC. We're entering the second last day of week 2 here at the EWC 2024 tournament, and it's time to remind everybody of where the teams stand and how many clubs have accrued points towards that championship. As we take a look at the table, it is still a comfortable first place for Team Falcons, sitting at 1,600 points. Importantly, Team Liquid is sitting at 550 points after being eliminated in the MLBB semi-finals. Crucially, Team Falcons can extend their lead even further when you remember that 1,000 points are up for grabs on Sunday for the finals of the MLBB tournament. On top of that, the Dota 2 squads are competing in the group stage, where teams like Team Liquid and Team Falcons are trying to secure their spot into the playoffs. They need to make playoffs. They need to make top 8 if they need to win the club championship. Those championship points will continue to be counted throughout EWC HQ. Stay with us.
they're looking for here, but nobody's home.
Feel like we're going back in time just a little bit. Primal Beast, Timbersaw, another strength hero. Sand King really wasn't. Well, I guess Sand King, yeah, there was that Aghanim's phase, but Eternal Shrouds for big tanky boys. And both teams are looking at it like, well, they're going to run out of damage because we have Pipe, Eternal Shroud, etc., etc. And we're just going to be in for some long-form team fights where people are just crashing into each other, but nobody's quite dying.
Radiant are scanning.
Because right now it seems like we are not going to be having that kind of blistering of pace from either team, as both seem pretty content to just give up potential objectives and get the occasional kill here. Damage going out on Maureen. Can handle it, seems. We'll be able to get the burst on Ahri before he goes, though, thanks to the help of crit from the long-range shot. But it is the Brewmaster ultimate that still remains the dominant team fight mechanism, and something that Falcons can't really fight into.
Hit off more than he could chew there. The exact type of engagement OG are looking for. They get to use their Brewmaster ulti, get some more Vessel charges, and early Vlad's on this Morphling is going to help OG fight as well, or look towards the objectives. Roshan can go down really fast here for OG.
The Primal Split is really strong when it's up, but when it's not, Whisper's got to be a bit careful.
You got to look towards Omar here, if you're Falcons, to pay back the start he's had in these fights, because start is slipping away a little. Like, this Sand King is very close. Morphling's finding a lot here. I feel like these fights don't get much better for Falcons here in the next 5 minutes or so. I mean, you're going to finish your Shrouds, but
middle tower is under attack.
They're looking
might have to
for...
contest Roche with them as opposed to just snowballing with them. And in fact, you find yourself down 1,000 net worth right now off of what was a really good laning stage.
A large part of that net worth is just the difference of the cores, or supports rather. I mean, the Chen Nyx Assassin are so much farther ahead of the Hoodwink Crystal Maiden. They would actually be up 2 or 3K on Falcons if it wasn't for that.
Benefit of the farming supports here. ATF's going to try and force a little support kill. Won't get it.
Doesn't want to go out there too far. Doesn't have the tankiest build because he has the Kaya, so hasn't worked towards that Eternal Shroud just yet.
I mean, Falcons are in a fine spot, but it doesn't feel like this game is flowing how they want it to. In terms of how we've seen them use these heroes like the Primal and the Timber. You know, they've just demolished teams with these kind of laps. Like, the game, we've seen games be over at this point. In terms of how fast they can run those lanes, kill the cores, get up fast items, then they're just unkillable.
Do you think there's something...
stalling out a little here.
Do you think there's something going on with...
And welcome back to EWC 2024 HQ. We're here in the Wiki West, having a lot of fun here with all of our games. We just finished up the Free Fire Points Rush stage. Buriram absolutely smashing the competition. As to be expected, I believe. I think this was the prediction. More importantly, you're still 100% confident going to win tomorrow?
Yes.
And, Jace, what have we learned from watching our Free Fire games?
I feel like there's a lot of strategy involved in this. Well, I know some people would just say distastefully, mobile game, but there's a lot of strategy going in. I'm so happy you're on this panel with me. We're learning a lot of Free Fire. In fact, I might actually start playing as well.
Ooh, I love that.
Yeah, we'll challenge. We're both going to play Dota. We're both going to play Free Fire after this.
Let's go.
I actually want to give all the viewers, everybody watching at home, a little bit of taste of what it's like to be on our side of the camera. And what I mean by that is, let's show you just a little portion. I'm going to bring up 4 different streams. We're going to go Dota 2 around the world. This is everything that's happening. Now, what I am going to do is put Sunsfan in a difficult position. I want you to explain everything, and I want you to do it quickly. So let's go. Top left stream. Who are we looking at? What's happening?
So how do you want me to do this exactly? Top left and then top right?
Top left, that's it. Yes, let's go. Top left.
Morphling's going to be farming right now. We have a draft in the top right, and then bottom left we have somebody hitting the tower. Looks
Which
like
group is this?
Primal Beast. Who cares? I don't know.
Top right. What's happening top right?
They're still drafting. They're still drafting. From
Bottom left.
Bottom left. Still mid lane. 3v3. They're trying to kill him, but
name a hero.
Run away. Primal Beast.
Is he
big
doing
fat
well?
juicy guy. Yeah.
What's the goal difference?
It's way too small. The series.
Bottom right.
Bottom right. There's a big flamey guy.
Not bad. Let's take a breath. Importantly, we do have some results. Top left is OG 1-0 up over Falcons. We're in the second game. That's a bit of a surprise. Top right is the draft, where I think, importantly, LGD have picked up a win.
Yep.
Can you pull up the group standings, have those numbers available for me, Suns fan?
Yep.
Bottom left, Spirit is 1-0 up over Aurora. On the bottom right, Blacklist International down a map to Heroic. I want to focus on the fact that LGD have won a game. That's the bottom left stream that we're talking about a little bit. The reason I want to focus for a brief moment is why is this important? I mean, yes, we got the standings on screen.
So this isn't fully up to date because typically it's not updated until after the series is over. But
so technically
LGD,
they're 5 and 6 now.
Right, LGD 5 and 6, Gaming Gladiators 6 and 5. Again, that's first place, 7th place, one game.
Seriously, please look at the list. Gaming Gladiators second place. They are currently 6 and 5. LGD 7th place, 5 and 6. How many tiebreaker games do you think could happen from this group?
Because a lot. I mean, this year we've had a lot of tiebreakers in a ton of tournaments we've done. Actually.
And that's pre-patch and post-patch too.
Yes, it's all over the place. And we've had times where you can't do a second day, so they just cut it off at a certain point.
I mean, there's so much.
We had the infinite tiebreakers, we like to call it, but then it just goes like 6 games. And we call it a day.
I do recall, if I remember from reading the tiebreaker rule set, I know both you and I looked at the PDF. In the event of like a 2-team tiebreaker of one position, let's say 6th and 7th, that would be lower bracket qualification.
Just the best of 3 then.
Elimination, it's best of 3.
Yeah.
In the event of 2 or more teams, there is a round robin amongst teams that are
best of 1 round robin,
and those are best of 1s. Now that's the thing that I find the most intriguing and what I think is the most plausible scenario in Group A.
Right. So this year we've had a ton of instances where it's 3 teams tied.
Yes.
Best of 1, best of 1, best of 1.
Yes.
Started all over. Best of 1, best of 1, best of 1.
I know this from my previous esports watching experiences. In those new round robins that are made, there are ways to delineate where you can do smaller groups of teams. So for example, if one team goes 0-2 against certain squads and then goes 2 against other squads, the team that beat them both, they are theoretically lower than the 2 teams that beat them. So you can actually discern those, but it's very nuanced. I will admit, I stopped reading.
They have not done that.
So I haven't read, so that just means a lot more games. Right, we are diving into OG versus Falcons. As it stands, we are 20 minutes into game. It's a 3K net worth advantage, and from everything I've learned about Dota, I can't discern a lead from that. What I will ask,
that's fair.
if you can see the compositions,
yeah.
Can you infer anything from who you may leaning towards?
Well, so Gyrocopter, who's on the Falcon side, you can see it's at the top of the bar. It's the second hero. It's one of the best late game heroes in the game. But Morphling on the other side is a pretty great late game hero as well. And the cool thing about him is he can actually turn into Gyro and take some of his skills, essentially.
Wow. Okay, statistics-wise, if he turns into Gyro, does he take all his stats as well? So it's just like a straight
No, it doesn't take stats. Okay. It's just, like, here's an example. So Gyrocopter has a skill called Flat Cannon. He activates it. Anytime he attacks, it just hits every unit in a huge area. Okay?
Got it.
But Morphling can basically take that for himself as well. So
I've got a question for you.
Positioning
Did you do any homework today to teach us more heroes?
Yeah.
Let's bet which heroes are we going to learn later on our show? Just sprinkle some spice.
All right, we got the most popular hero in the game named Pudge, of course.
Yes, nice.
Maybe the most popular hero in any game.
I mean, versions of him.
That's right. That hero has spawned how many copycats?
Yes, many. In actual fact, I can think of 3 in League of Legends.
I remember Heroes of the Storm had one as well. It's like literally every game.
Yes. What's the second hero? Because I know you asked to do 2.
Second hero is Legion Commander.
So stick with us.
One of the most unique mechanics in the game.
EWC HQ. We will be breaking down those heroes later on in the broadcast. We're looking again at the 4 consecutive streams. Reminder that this is the group stage, 2 groups of 8, and 6 teams from each group will advance to the double elimination knockout bracket, which will be happening next week. The top right is the LGD game that we talked about. Big surprises there. And we're going to take a look at Team Spirit. Pull that up on to your screens at the moment. Team Spirit, I think they came into this, they were 6 and 4, if I recall correctly.
Yep.
And they've won at least 1 game. So currently sitting 7 and 4, currently topping the group, but that doesn't mean much when it's like two maps away. Yeah.
Seeing another Morphling, this time on the side of Aurora. And then Sven is the carry for Team Spirit. And I mean, the hero is very good, but the player playing is named Yatoro. and he's considered the best carry in the world on any, like when you compare them to any team.
And that's why they're sitting in first place right now, not Falcons, because you told me they were the best team.
Yeah, well, it's just group stage.
Okay, I'm trying to look at the hero portraits.
Yep.
I don't think I can see a portrait that looks like Spirit Breaker. That's
Correct.
all I'm looking for.
That is
Okay,
correct.
good. He's the only hero I kind of sort of know.
Yeah, it feels like every time I pick a hero to dissect, they never pick him again.
Yeah, I know. I mean, look, it's one day, you know. I did ask Tsunami to keep an eye on the breakdowns and whether or not anything happening. So hopefully, if he delivers us a little bit of fun, we can take a look at that. What was that big guy that just rushed across? This like Chimera-looking Minotaur thing.
Right in the middle of the screen.
Yes, in the middle of the screen, yeah.
Primal Beast. He's huge. That's the one that, I don't know if that was on broadcast, but there was a custom event that Valve made where the boss ended up being a Primal Beast, and then they made the hero
told
out
us
of
the
him.
story in rehearsal. Yes, you
Pretty
mentioned
cool.
the story in
I thought
rehearsal.
that was a really cool touch from Valve.
Jace, when you're looking at all these games, and now obviously we haven't mentioned MLBB too much today. I will give you some time later. What is the main thing that's kind of enticing you? Because we quite seriously have discussed like installing and playing. We've never played Dota 2. We've not got any experience with it. So what is it that's making you want to play?
I feel like, first of all, it's just the level of depth, no pun intended, in terms of the terrain. Secondly, is the fact that, you know, Sunsfan, just looking at what we're looking right now in the production, this is basically what Sunsfan have to watch. 4 screens at a time, and that's a little bit crazy if you ask me. Thirdly, I feel like...
there's a Spirit Breaker. Sorry to interrupt. Top right.
Top right? That's the LGD game as well.
Okay,
so.
that's great. And I think it's how far the range of the skills and how big and flashy the skills are.
Right.
I think that's really, really interesting to watch.
I heard this analogy probably a decade or more ago, that in Dota, everything is overpowered, so therefore nothing is overpowered.
Yeah, it's the Ice Frog special.
And
That's very true.
it really, really just stuck with me forever, and just made me chuckle a little bit.
Wait, did he become a tree? Was that a moving tree just now?
Yeah, Monkey King.
Ah.
Oh.
Wukong in other games.
Oh.
Legend of it, yes. It's a myth.
Sun.
Yes, yes.
Sun or Sun?
In MLBB.
There we
Oh,
go.
Sun.
All right, what's happening here, Sunsfan?
Yeah, you can see. So Monkey King, that's that huge golden ring that you see.
What happens inside of that
So
ring?
inside of that, little soldiers of himself spawn and start attacking units. But then if he leaves the circle, it goes away.
Do you know what I'm looking at? When I do look at the ability effects and the range of them, the design of them, I believe Mobile Legends Bang Bang draws inspiration visually from League of Legends, but mechanically from Dota. Because all I see is circles, there's circles,
There are a lot of
everywhere.
circles in Dota now, that's true.
Actually, here's a fun fact for MLBB, right? Just jumping in. Apart from circles, we have boxes, we have triangles, we have...
That sounds defensive.
We do. We
That's
have a lot of different geometrical shapes in MLBB.
We
There's
love
this one
all
time-
kinds of shapes.
Yeah, correct. This is one time I was joking on cast. I was like, hey, can you imagine if they draft every single geometrical shape available in the Ultimates in one draft? That would be funny.
Well, the question is, how many geometrical shapes are there?
So there's a there's a square, there's a circle.
I mean, just go by sides, like triangle, square,
And-
pentagram, hexagram,
Oh, yeah.
something,
No
octagram.
pentagram yet.
Okay.
We're not up to
That's
pentagram
5.
yet.
Okay, but that's my point.
We
Like,
have a pentagram.
Oh, really?
Oh.
The
On
triangle
Doom?
Farsa.
I think I saw a Doom. Maybe I'm
Ixia.
wrong.
Oh, yeah.
That's Ixia.
Right, so jumping into another game here. Back to the OG match. And remember, we are fans. This is inside the Kiddie Arena. And I think for OG,
They're winning.
this is now feeling a little bit more significant. Look, it's 5K. I don't speak anything of it. More importantly, I think when you look at the minimap, this is a crucial thing for anyone that's a non-MOBA viewer. If you look at the bottom left of your screen, you can see those little arrows and those little round circles. It's indicating the different teams, the directions they're facing. But crucially, you can see how much more vision OGs push forward, how much deeper they are into the die territory. Am I interpreting that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
And therefore, with map control, with pressure, with the fact they're on the base of the steps of the barracks or the buildings on Team Falcon's side, that's how you know OG is in control, in command. They're forcing Falcons to respond to them, send their resources, send their heroes. And that probably means OG are setting up to again take down Falcons. I think Falcons have gone 0-2-0-2, 2-0-2-0, 2-0, and now this looks like 0-2.
Yeah, it's a little too early. It's only 5K.
I believe. Seb, I believe. And
So-
if they lose this game, then Bunny will have words with me because she
Right.
believes in the Caster
Wait,
Curse very heavily.
Understandable.
The observer is just highlighting the amount of circles. I think those are buffs that the person is having at one period of time. If you notice the observer.
Yeah, there's a hero named Chen. He can take over creeps, and he just gets tons of buffs.
That is actually crazy. It was on the top left-hand screen. You can see all those little circles above the HP bar. I'm starting to get a touch dizzy. This is like...
I told you, it feels like, Dota is like this massive RPG. You just go around, just taking different items, and then after that, put it in your backpack, and then you just go and fight. Of course, with the fact that there's 3 lanes to push down.
Man,
Right.
This is just, this was information. I want to commend the production team. That is one of the coolest things. And also for everybody watching at home, when we sit here, I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in this 2 before. We have 8 screens in this, 9 screens in our little control room. And we've probably got about 20 feeds of information to take a look at any one time. We'll come back to Dota. We'll give you the results and who end up picking up those wins on those series. If you would like to watch any of the specific matches, twitch.tv/EWC_Dota2, and then pick the respective stream 1, 2, 3, or 4. Speaking of Dota, Sir Action Slacks went to check out the gaming hall here in Riyadh Boulevard. So let's take a look what else you can do in and around the event.
Feel that air conditioning, my friends. Feel that power of the gaming hall, where so much gaming is happening right now. Very exciting. Let me welcome you with an extended arm and a big smile to the gaming hall. Look how big it is, baby. There's a lot of games, a lot of things to do, a lot of people to annoy. So let's get started, huh? Oh, okay, all right, that's pretty hype. I don't know any dance moves. I do know one. There's no way. Do I have to face her or can I turn? Okay, I know an American dance move. It's all good. Yeah! She's so happy. That's great. That's the most cringe that character has ever been. Wonderful. What about the lawnmower? You can do that one. It actually looked kind of cool. They have a streaming studio here. You can actually live stream to your chat. There's someone on there right now. And then other people could just stare at you streaming like this. I've never had such a close parasocial relationship in my life. Oh, wonderful. I love you. Thank you, chat. It's me, chat. Oh. You can also do VR here. It's fantastic. This guy's in a VR experience right now. He has no idea what's going. I can get as close as I want. He doesn't know. Absolutely. He's fine. He's having the time of his life in there. He doesn't know how close he is to death right now. Wonderful. Thank you. All right. Are you having fun, sir? Yes. Fantastic. So, welcome to the middle area here. This is where people can chill out. You can play games. They got PS5s. You can watch games and watch mobile games. You can play board games if you're like 90 years old. Team Liquid also trains their players here at the Team Liquid booth with this beautiful reaction game. If you want to get on the Dota team, you have to get all of them correct. And you can't grab the wrong one like Insania. You actually have to grab them all correctly. So we'll see if I'm Team Liquid worthy here. Hello? How many do people usually get?
The best one gets 7.
7?
Yeah, 7 out of
8. Out of 8. I don't have to count. That's very good. Thank you. How hard is it?
Very hard.
How many can you grab?
I tried it. I grabbed 6.
6? Yes. You're quick, man. You'd definitely be able to be on the PUBG team or whatever. Dota, I'm not sure, but we'll check. Okay, can you hold the microphone while I do this for me? Thank you. Now, good microphone etiquette. You have to get right in their face. Just like that. Can you do that?
Yeah, I can do that.
Great. All right, you got it. All right, 7.
You can do it 7.
I can do 7. I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Yes.
1 miss.
Thank you, expert. Call me, Blitz. Call me, baby. Hello, yes. Hello. Did you guys get lost? I told you it was big. I wasn't lying. Over here. Follow my beautiful voice. Over here, please. Yes. It's a very big building. Come, my friends. There's so much to see, so much to do. It's very large. Don't get lost. Come. Come, my friend. Now. So here at the center, there's so much stuff you can do. You can go into the center of the center and play a bunch of games. You can even go on a little LAN here. They got a whole area to play if you want to relive the LAN pub environment. There's many games. In fact, we got the Mobile Legends Bang Bangers. So good to see you. I'm a representative from Dota. I bring peace and love from the Dota scene. Are they throwing plates over there? What's that game? Whoa. Sorry. Good aim. All right, let us spin the wheel. What are we hoping for? We got t-shirt, normal skin chest. Oh! Epic. Oh, chest. Come on, bang bangers. Oh, okay, we got the t-shirt. Very good. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was very hard. This is an extra small. What are you trying to do to me, brother? Ain't no way. I'll put this on for you. All right. You want me to have a small? I'll put on a small, bro. It's fine. This is the hospitality you show to a Dota representative? There's a PUBG area. It's very cool, very modernized. Hello there. They're fighting to survive in here. They're fighting for their lives to be the chicken dinner. Ooh, the iconic pan and level 3 helmet. I'm not gonna take that. What do you think? No, are you serious? You can put that on? Oh, sick. Hell yeah. The best way to use this is on the belt if people try to shoot you. And then you can run around. It's very good. Thank you. Winner is me. My friends, it's a beautiful place. Very fun, lots to do. If you're at the Esports World Cup, come on by. Air conditioning's great, lots of fun. If you're not at the Esports World Cup, hope you enjoyed exploring it with me. I sure enjoyed exploring it with you. Back to you, host. Yeah. Great.
Oh my god, sir,
Yes?
Flex is so much better.
Oh, thank you, Action Slacks. Host reporting in. Can I tell you something? I get the sense that Action Slacks and I have a similar amount of energy, and Bunny is nodding
Trevor,
so
Trevor,
furiously.
I mean, you're nodding. I'm shaking my head. I think it's pure chaos in front of the
I
camera.
would love to do a segment with you.
Agree.
Yes.
I would love to see both of you guys together.
Next week. Next
Okay.
week, Dota 2's happening, and hopefully we can grab him. What I will say very quickly is if you do a look on the wide shot, you might notice I'm missing somebody.
Oh no!
Wait, where?
Where's he?
Suns fan. I've decided that after how exceptionally well yesterday's Spirit Breaker tutorial went, and the spotlight on a Dota 2 hero, I've requested that he stand at my little fancy spot and explain a new hero, probably the most copied, the most famous, the most popular. Suns fan, are you ready to tell me about Pudge?
Yes, sir. Are you ready to be taught about Pudge?
Yes, sir!
It's this big fat guy here, okay? He's really, really large, and this is his signature ability.
Wow.
Called meat hook.
A meat hook.
Yeah,
Wait,
it's
what?
very long range, and
Yoink.
if you hook an enemy, it does a lot of damage, and they come back to you. You can also hook teammates.
Oh, look at the
It does
range.
not do damage
Yoink.
to teammates, believe it or not. But yeah, this
so
is the
was that
signature
max
skill.
range? I think it is on loop. If you look at it, I think it's the second time. Was that a max range hook?
Right, not this
You're gonna
one, but
find
yeah,
that.
the first
Okay.
one is max range, and there's
Got
a
it.
facet that we selected that makes it longer, which is very, very fun to use. So this is the max range right here. There you go, and it does a ton of damage, and it does pure damage, by the way.
Teacher, can I ask a question, teacher?
Yes, please, by all means.
I've played MLBB before, and this looks like Franco.
Oh, okay. Well, they definitely ripped it off from Pudge.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jace.
Every single game, including League of Legends, of course. I mean, that's what I'm saying. They're the best at ripping off things, but this is the original character.
Okay,
so,
teacher.
well, what's the next ability? What's the next ability? Because
So
if it's Frank,
next ability, these aren't going to be as cool in isolation, but together it's really nice. So this is called Rot, and essentially he just has a bunch of stink around him that slows enemies, deals damage to them and to himself, which is unique. So you need to get like, I mean, you mentioned this earlier, but like spell lifesteal would be really good on this hero.
the
'cause
word
it's
that
just
I was using
actually-
earlier is like if you can drain tank, like if that damage allows you to steal life, then you can fight through. You can drain all the life back and tank everything, and you can do that with it.
Yeah.
Question, Jace, please.
Question. Why would he want to hurt himself?
Yes.
Because he is a masochist.
Yes.
Many people like that actually exist in the real world.
I think maybe we don't explain what that is.
You guys can Google it anytime.
The other thing is the sound effect for me is actually quite perturbing.
Yeah,
like honestly, the flies
it is.
legitimately make me uncomfortable.
Very true. Let's go to the next skill.
Okay.
This one is called Flesh Heap. It's going to seem very boring, but when he activates, he gets a little ring of shield.
Chocolate.
And it blocks
Chocolate Man.
incoming damage, right? And it's unique in the fact that it actually blocks every type of damage, and it's a static amount. So if he has Rot on at the same time, as an example, he won't be taking damage.
So he can block the damage, the self-damage from his W on the E.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And another aspect of this, and it's actually, it used to be part of this skill, now it's technically part of the innate, but it's probably the coolest aspect, is any hero that dies around him throughout the entire game, he will permanently get extra health. So by the end of the game, it's actually not that uncommon to see like 2,000 extra health on this.
Just before we move in, is it possible to go full screen and zoom in? Because I think there's a little indicator. You can actually see how much damage is being blocked.
Yeah.
It's a little harder to see on the big screen.
It's the orange.
Is it orange? Is that what it is?
Orange.
So I'm waiting for him to go chocolate mode.
Yeah.
Oh, great job. Well done, production. This is really, really cool. So you can see the damage.
Oh, he
there we go.
Minus
Okay.
26, yeah.
And then is that 30? So he's taking 34 damage and blocking 26. Okay, cool.
Oh.
Wow.
All right, what's next,
Now
boss?
we can go to his ultimate ability. It's single target, so you click an enemy, has to be really close to him, and he starts eating them. Okay, it's called, well, this is not it. We still are not seeing it. But
We want to move to
remember,
Dismember.
will be next. There we go. So he starts eating the target that's close to him, and it's a long stun. It's channeling, so you can't do anything else while actually using it. But it does a bunch of damage, and it heals Pudge.
Are those like auto attacks? Are those hits?
No.
Because it looks like he's swinging his hand.
Just very flamboyant with his hands. He's very hungry.
And if I remember
Disgusting
correctly,
scene.
didn't the original Dodo model
Yes.
have a giant mouth in the stomach?
Abomination.
Was it?
Yeah, there's actually cosmetics that allow you to put the mouth in the belly.
Okay. Okay, I feel like I understand this a little bit, but also you wanted to add an item explanation to this?
Yeah,
Why?
so I'm trying to add a little bit of extra stuff over time so you guys can understand, but there are some interesting items that are revolved around a character called Aghanim. And this one is the Aghanim Shard. It's the less expensive version. Every hero in the game can buy an Aghanim Shard, and they all do something totally different based on however the designers
Simple.
actually want to
Sure,
do it.
simple. Just
Right. So this one, he allows you to eat your teammates.
Huh?
And by doing so, it's a save, and you can see that Ogre Magi gets
it's like
healed a bunch.
Bunny. It's like a kangaroo's pouch.
I don't want to be in his
Yes,
stomach.
it's like it's a kangaroo's pouch. That's the way I view it.
That's
But
right.
kangaroos
Delicious.
are cute. This is not cute at all.
Well, don't knock it till you try it. I'm sure it's nice and cozy
I'm not getting
inside.
into his stomach.
Don't knock it.
So
that's
he
that's
has
legitimate
He
embarrassment.
has basically two saves, right? The hook can save a teammate. Eating a teammate once you get the Aghanim Shard can save a teammate. And I think we can go on to the final clip, which is the full combo to see how much damage he can actually do just using everything. So he's going to hook, he's going to rot, he's going to use his shield so he doesn't take damage. He's going to eat them.
Oh,
Wow,
that's
okay.
amazing.
This is considered, I mean, it's not considered, it is the most popular hero in Dota by far. There's been over 1 billion games played of
Sorry,
him.
1 billion.
Yes. And the funny thing is, recently he's actually been picked somewhat, I mean, not that commonly, but occasionally in the competitive scene. He plays almost every position. The 1, the
almost?
3, and the 4 are the most
Wow.
Perfect. I can bring him into position 1.
Position 1, like, if you watch Pure, he's one of the players that plays this guy better than anybody. It is awesome.
That is fantastic. Okay, so round of applause for
Thank
for
you,
Teacher Sexpan.
teacher.
Thank you very much, Shannon.
Show me
Oh,
how
Asian side.
Yeah, that was honestly probably the most Asian thing you've done all day. Earlier today, Entity took down BB Team on the Kadia stage, and Tsunami was joined by Fishman. The ALJ interview. I'm sorry. Tsunami interviewing Fishman. How must I say? Tsunami, take it away, dude.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Fishman of Entity, who should be standing proud after a result like that. Not just a 2-0, but what a crazy game 2 that was. What a comeback that was. Walk me through what it was like to be pretty significantly down and eventually come back taking the enemies, taking them to 2-0.
Yeah. Game was very nice, yes. But we knew we cannot fight, and we had to prolong the game, and no one did amazing calls. So that's how we come back in this game. Yeah.
Yeah, because I know that we, from outsiders, have been giving no one a lot of credit for his veteranship and being able to be the latest newcomer to your roster. And ever since then, it's been a roller coaster of success. So in games like this on a LAN, can you tell that like his seniority and his experience is actually making a difference in moments like these?
No one senior big time, bro. Yeah. He did an amazing job. And of course, everyone else played very well. Nice comeback. Now, nice feelings to win games like this.
Yeah, because I know you're no stranger to comebacks like this. I vividly recall your Singapore TI, your adventures against RNG. So you are well familiar with situations like this. But you've also been giving a lot of credit to your coach, Estini. I know you mentioned in your Riyadh Masters qualification, your TI qualification, it's been a common theme. So in moments like this on LAN, what influence has he been having on your team?
First of all, I think Estini did an amazing job with giving us a lesson with some new things which we didn't thought about before. And overall, he gave us Brazilian energy. He so energy, so happy all the time. He all the time calm us down if need, or hype us if need. So I think is the biggest
an asset.
Yes.
I'm surprised that you're saying that he also has the power to calm you down, because I was just typically associate him with being high energy. But you're saying at moments he, tells you guys to keep it easy, keep your emotions in check as well?
No. But okay. But yeah, I mean, he just given a very big impact. Yeah, that's why we are all the time we know what to do.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. That was an exceptional interview with Fishman. The jokes write themselves. Also, great interview from Fishman. Good insight both on the team environment as well as the performances, the bounces back. I will forever remember the microphone. That was just fantastic. Right, I think that is enough Dota for now. We will come back and tell you about the results and the implications for tiebreakers later on in the show. What I would like to do is just bring us back to Free Fire. I think I'd like to kind of button up Free Fire for a little bit before we dive into MLBB. And that means the HQ was playing some mobile games. So I got to try Free Fire. I've alluded to it. I've mentioned it was coming. So I think I would like to pull that up on screen. I'd like to explain my perspective a little bit, and then I'm going to ask Bunny to judge how I was doing things. So this is the very first game that I've ever played. If you look at the interface...
Wow, you're right. There's a lot of buttons.
There are so many more. On the left-hand side, you got your movement joystick. Right thumb will let you aim. Are those footsteps? But then also your, attacks. You've got different jump, prone, crouch. You've got grenades. You've got aim down sights. On the bottom left-hand side, you can open your backpack.
Yep.
What you can't see super clearly, I am busy slaughtering my opponents. There's at least 4 kills.
Oh, you have like a pistol or something?
I have an assault rifle. If you look in the top right-hand corner, you can kind of see the small icon.
Can you not hold fire?
It's a G36E. I don't know if you could hold fire. I just kept tapping. I was left entirely to my own devices.
You can actually ADS, but you didn't do it because you just keep on firing on a go.
Honestly, I found against bots they couldn't aim at me. The aim assist was very helpful. So
yeah, that's true. That's
there you go.
That finally you got ADS.
Yes, exactly.
You found the ADS button.
Yes. So what do you think I did, Bunny? Because we're going to swap to you. And I think already there's more comfort here. First of all, give me a rating on my performance and explain what you're doing, Bunny.
Well, at this moment right now, I'm still looting. Most of the time, I'm just trying to find... I think that was the easiest lobby that I was able to farm kills.
They were bots.
And just for the record, when I saw your movement, I think you're pretty much very well known and very adaptable to any FPS as well as Battle Royale scene, and it's quite good. I have I give a compliment to you. You did an amazing job.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
The only thing that I would like to add on, if you think that the button is already in like a lot, you haven't seen the button for the abilities for your pets, your abilities for your own character, because Andrew doesn't have an ability. He only has a boost for his own skill, but he doesn't have the ability. There's certain characters that has an ability and skills that you can have to like click on their button.
Gentlemen, did we just see what happened on screen? 1, 2, 3, the map was 1, which means... Booyah! Wow, James, you completely let the team down. That was disappointing.
Sorry. Just
okay, you gotta do it by yourself. You gotta do it by yourself.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Booyah!
Wow.
That's
that
a
sounded
bleh.
like touch.
Anyways,
slapping on
disappointing me.
the glass door.
The thing is, I can't remember exactly what it was. At some point, I've heard it good. Sorry, production team just said, Jays, you have
All
been
right,
fired.
I'm sorry. I'm leaving the couch now. I'm so sorry.
I have heard the comment, and I've obviously seen just general online discourse. PCs and consoles, they battle who's superior, PC Master Race, yada, yada, yada. Mobile gaming, mobile esports, I feel like this event is where mobile esports is having a bit of a moment. I cannot recall ever seeing this many mobile esports titles side by side, but more importantly to me, also flanked by their bigger brothers, so to speak, and sisters.
Inspirations.
Inspirations, you know, having MLBB on the exact same arena and stage as League of Legends, as Dota. I think that's really cool. So verdict for me, it's difficult, it's hard, there's different mechanics and nuances, but like, how does it feel personally as members of the respective communities to be sitting here again with everything EWC?
I think I'm going to give Jace to talk
Okay.
first.
Oh, I shared a lot already, but to be honest, it's definitely a massive yes for all of us, because to be honest, a lot of us, when we pick up the mobile phone, we thought of, the pay-to-win games, the Sugar Crush and stuff like that. But of course, Sugar Crush does have a small little esports scene of its own. It's a moment for us, right?
Yeah.
Just look at the prize pool for MLBB. It's a 3 million prize pool right there. And it just goes to show that, hey, there's a lot of things that the players have really put into the effort to basically explain the game. Hey, this is actually serious, when people just basically laugh, or I would say the S word, but I'm not allowed to, on us,
Say
because
it.
we play mobile phone games, right? And it just,
Defecate. So, Bunny, what do you think as well?
To add on to his comments, I do agree, and back to, I want to emphasize on Free Fire again. Like you have talked about how in other championship, there's already been put out for PUBG, we've already had Fortnite joining into a lot of big tournaments, a lot of big championship. But when Garena Free Fire has been added on in EWC, this is one of the most history set in the making for us, and it's another level, another standard to be put out, that we finally been acknowledged to be in the esports scenes, and I'm really, really proud of it.
I'll say this on a very personal level. I'm obviously aware of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I've seen it, I've interacted with it.
Yep.
I did not know Free Fire existed until EWC. I put it on my map. I do need to move us forward with the show. I'll give you final closing thoughts, guys.
actually, there's this one moment that I think cracked me up. It's a very heart-touching moment, right? If you go back and watch M5 before the grand finals, there's this one massive video and introduction loop that really talk about the struggles, the journey of each player to play on that world stage, to put their respective regions on the map. If you trust me, you really have to go back and watch. I was watching it, I literally bawled like a kid.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of those things you can always relate and understand, because I think, especially when you look at the likes of Dota, Call of Duty, League of Legends, etc., the PC communities, and I think very much the Western, let's say Northern Western, so North America, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, mobile gaming and mobile phones are just not at the same tier as what we see in the East, Suns fan, we'll come back to you, we'll get your opinion on mobile gaming and get your review on it later.
Okay.
I want you to grade both games. What I would like to do, though, is let's round up Free Fire, the final Point Rush standings, and who secured first place. We know that's Buriram already, but I'm intrigued to see who got 6 points in second, 5 points in third, and we can take a look down. Now, reminder, first through 8th will be securing points. First through 10th, correct?
Yeah.
Will be securing points in the grand finals. And it's AGG, EVOS, Fluxo. My boys, I led you down a dark path. Louder in 11th of 12. That's fair. I'm sorry.
They'll make it. Don't
They
worry.
will. They will.
I
And also a reminder, this is merely the qualifying positions.
Points rush.
It's some additional bonus points
Yeah.
in the grand finals tomorrow.
Agree, definitely. This is not to be giving a big picture of what's going to happen on grand final. This is just a head start, like it's already been put out, Point Rush, for them to give a little bit of boost of what's going to come in for the grand finals. And again, like I keep on telling everybody, it is also a place for them to acknowledge and learn the gameplay that will be put out. And I do agree, no, maybe Loud is just having fun, just chilling out, and they might be able to pull it off, but that's a risk for them to be taken.
I'm going to probably ask you to avert your eyes for this next scene, because, Bunny, you're too wholesome and sweet and lovely. I'm stealing a line from Chris Jays from last week. Welcome to the Boulevard of Broken
That was initialized,
Keys.
actually.
Initialized?
That was initialized.
Just take the praise. He's not here.
No. I feel like we have to give credits where credit's due.
Sam, I'm so sorry. I'll see you in a few weeks. You are coming back on the show, and I will apologize in person. Wow. Oh, they're giving the keys to the teams who managed to pick up those wins. I mean, I still think this is one of the more unique trophy mechanics.
I've never seen anything like it. It's really cool.
How do the Dota teams, how have they reacted? Because I know, at least from an on-air sort of caster, analyst, personality type of view, almost universally the reaction is jaw dropped and then a range of expletives, and that's awesome.
Right. I think Dota players in general are pretty dead inside, so they have no emotion. But everybody else, as a normal person, will think that that's really cool.
The question is, how do the orgs or how do the rivalries play out? Because I acknowledge, I understand the community, it's different, right? And there's the game's a lot more complex. I think you just have to think so much more, so I think there's a lot more people just a bit more overwhelmed with everything else. But when it comes to choosing the 3 teams that you want to put in your trophy, you want to be immortalized, you gotta tell me there's going to be some spicy comments, there's going to be teams with rivalries.
So
like
it really just depends on the team. Some of them, it'll be maybe a sign of respect, actually, instead. But then if it was an SCA team, for example, they really want to rub it in your nose, right?
Okay.
It really just depends on which team has the opportunity to do
Again,
that.
by the way, the first thing he said was uplifting. It's sign of respect. Buddy,
right.
you're having an effect here. You're making us all nicer.
I'm influencing him.
Yes, nicely done. Let's continue to influence him because who are the top 4 players of Point Rush? That's what I ask and take a look at. We've got some Free Fire legends, and Bunny, you've prepared a couple names for us.
Wow, this is for the Point Rush. I mean, I do have one of the names from the knockout stage, and surprisingly for the Point Rush, he's still there. Wasana with 25 elimination after 6 rounds for the Point Rush. We got Stop with 18 elimination. Joanna, same from the Buriram United as well with 17. And Diamond from Twisted Mind with 17 elimination. I mean, Twisted Mind for today, just a heads up, they're not at a really good positioning. I don't think that this is the best performance that we've seen because, like I told you guys, they are the recent champion. They are reigning champions from the SBS Mobile Masters. So I think there's something up their sleeve, and we're looking forward for the grand finals.
One of the names on the screen there, Wasana, is somebody that you've mentioned to us before. We did a segment on day 1 or day 2, I forget, where we talked about sort of like legends of the game, players that are, standout names that could be up. In our prep, things we're talking about, it's a name that I've heard you mention. I think Yasu said it as well. Like, if you were to think of some of the legends in Free Fire, I'm hopeful Wasana's going to be on the list, but like, who else would be there? And also, why?
I mean, because we've known for a fact that all these 3 names are phenomenal. I mean, we got Yago. I'm going to go from Wasana to Saifa to Yago. I'm going to put those who actually have to be looked at. Wasana, he's the MVP of the season, just recently been crowned from the FFWSC Spring 2024. He got 11 MVPs from 18 matches. Imagine, he had 11 MVPs after 18 matches from the FFWS with 305 elimination. That's how high.
More than 50%.
Yeah, more
Sorry,
than
I'm doing quick math.
That was more than 50% of the matches he was able to get MVP, and now he's really popping off. And that's the reason why during the start of the knockout stage, we know for a fact Buriram is been to be watched out, and a lot of teams, especially from the LATAM side and Brazil teams, are looking forward to fight with them.
I'm just noticing a very something like a common thing, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at the Free Fire Legends. You're looking at these only two regions right here, right? At the very least, for the MLBB side, it's at least we got PH. But you're saying that Brazil is also one of the bigger region for the side of Free Fire.
Agree.
They also won many tournaments as well.
They do. Okay.
And do you want the reason why I've doubled down on Loud so much? Not only because the connection to so many other games, but during the very first introduction and the first time we spoke, we talked about the different regions. There was a tiny bit of bitterness in your voice. The only time I've heard it because of regional pride and how Brazilian teams did well. So out of competitive respect, Bunny was like, Loud or good? So that made me go things. Now, I'm obviously exaggerating, right? But I think that's something that does, it brings a lot of joy to my heart is when you do have those regional rivalries. I think historically, like in Dota, we talked about it's like Europe and China. Now China's like falling off a little bit. Leagues to different regions, I know.
MLBB I just went through that whole graphic yesterday.
Yes.
And that's how I could relate very quickly over to Free Fire, over to Dota as well.
Well, for tomorrow, let's take a quick look at that schedule. It is, of course, going to be those grand finals. The Free Fire EWC 2024 champion will be picked up. This is your map pool: Bermuda, Purgatory, Kalahari, Alpine, and Nextera. Kalahari just brings me so much joy. Like, literally, it's the desert where I grew up next to.
It's Riyadh to begin with.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. It looks like it. That's exactly what it is. Just very quickly, we've not explained it exactly, but random, how does that work? Is it just once you get to map 6, they just click random in game and then one of them comes out?
Yep. it will be randomized
Exciting.
when
So you don't
they start the
can't
game.
plan ahead. So.
Nope, no.
Ah, that's cool. I like that.
The one who opened the rooms, the API drone, like I said, they will not be able to actually decide whether or not it's going to be any maps. It's going to be literally randomized, and
True
once we go in, all of the whole entire tournament will be surprised.
The thing that I love about that as well is obviously the different map dynamics. This, as a battle royale, again, mobile games is shorter game time. So unlike PUBG and Apex, Resurgence doesn't really count. The amount of variety that you get in there, and then I think obviously looting, what equipment you can pick up and find is crazy.
I personally feel like we always say that how Mobile Legends Bang Bang or even mobile games in the general, it's usually very short. But it's because they condense a lot of things, and because they condense a lot of things, efficiency is king.
Yeah.
Adaptability is really king, and I think that's something that I feel like some of the people just really need to. Once they pick it up, they play it, they're like, oh no. They really need to be really effective in how they play.
Yes, I really need to know how all those buttons work and what to do. And of course, tomorrow, the next king will be crowned. Loud, let's go. Fluxo ended up winning the Booyah in map number 6, and they finished in 4th place overall. So let's throw it on stage with Pops.
It's Fluxo Bobs. Bobs, can you say hello to the audience, please? Você pode dizer oi para a audiência, por favor?
E aí, rapaziada, tranquilo? Como vocês estão?
Yeah. Hi guys, how are you? A very warm greeting. So, congratulations on your first Booyah. During our 6 matches today, how would you rate your team performance?
Parabéns pela sua Booyah hoje. Durante os nossos 6 jogos hoje, como você classificaria a performance do time de vocês?
Foi uma performance ali razoável, fechamos 2 Booyahs, mas não jogamos tão bem como deveríamos, mas amanhã é a final, todo mundo está confiante, empolgado para a final, concentrado apenas para amanhã.
It was a reasonable one. It was only 2 Booyahs. We still concentrated for tomorrow.
For me, 2 Booyah is very good enough. So, did you have fun today and experience many new things in the game as well?
Para mim, 2 Booyahs é bastante. Vocês também se divertiram? Tiveram uma boa experiência no jogo?
Com certeza, tá todo mundo alegre, feliz, o Booyah dá uma alegria imensa também, então é isso, tá todo mundo feliz.
Sure, everyone is happy, everyone is excited. Booyah makes everyone happy.
That's good to hear. Have you prepared any tactics that you want to show to other teams in the grand finals tomorrow?
Você preparou alguma tática que você quer mostrar para algum time para a grande final amanhã?
Tática sempre tem, mas provavelmente nós vamos manter o que nós fizemos. Tá dando certo, entre aspas, mas na final vai dar certo, pode confiar.
We always have tactics. We're going to keep doing what we're doing, and we're going to keep it for tomorrow.
Amazing. Last word, anything you want to say to the viewers and the Fluxo fans?
Alguma coisa que você quer dizer para os fãs de Fluxo e Veros?
Para todo mundo tá aí acompanhando, tá acordando cedo aí no Brasil, muito obrigado pela torcida e é nóis, segue o fluxo, vapo.
For everyone who's seeing us, waking up early in Brazil, that's it, we're there. Follow Fluxo.
What a fantastic interview. Thank you so much for that conversation. And I think, again, 2 Booyahs, the players sounding a little bit more down, a little bit more disappointed. Tomorrow's where it means the most, right?
Yeah.
6 maps. EWC champion will be crowned. Free Fight, we'll continue to talk about that a little later this evening. Of course, we still have those 4 streams of Dota 2 ongoing. And I got a Dota 2 update for you. There's a Booyah coming because OG versus Falcon Game 2 has ended. It's a gigantic team fight. Sunspan, I need your focus on this one.
Okay.
55 minutes, if I read that correctly.
There's a big sandstorm there.
25k in the lead. So Falcons are on the right-hand side, the Dire, the red. OG under the green HP bars on the left, they're pushing in. Are they going to lose this fight? They're losing this fight.
Yeah, Falcons are in a pretty major advantage right now, and they're just popping all their ultimates, and we'll see. All right, Morphling as a hero, the water guy, very, very
Oh
tanky,
my goodness.
But not sure if it's going to be enough. Tomato going in pretty deep. Went a little bit too far, though, so it looks like he's going to get bursted down, and that's a huge kill for Falcons, and looks like they've won this team fight now. It's already 5v3.
As a pro tip, when you're focusing on those fights, just try to pick out one specific hero that is surrounded by the enemy, and vice versa. Look for those number mismatches. 3 members dead, 100-second death timers. Please remind me, when we last checked in on this game half an hour ago, wasn't I singing OG's praises?
Yep, you were.
Yeah.
They were up
Didn't
5K, now they're down 30
Didn't
something.
I say OG were going to win?
Yep, you sure. You caster curse.
Did I? There's no such thing. It doesn't exist.
It does.
There's no ways I did that.
It does. It's on you.
There is no way I
It's on
did
you,
that.
Trevor. It's on you.
Unreal. Can they close from here?
Yeah, I think the game's over because the 3 heroes that are dead, you can see them on the top.
The death time is still gigantic.
Yeah, there's no buyback on them. If they had buyback, they'd be highlighted in gold. That's a nice little tidbit. They're just going to call it GG, looks like. So yeah, Falcons end up splitting it. I mean, it's still a good showing from OG because, like we talked about, Falcons were on an absolute rampage coming into this.
Oh, man.
And now the standing's getting even more interesting.
Can you do a refresh? Do you have the numbers on that?
Let's see. So it's going to be OG
7 and 5?
7 and 5. Both of them 7 and 5. And Team
My
Spirit also
word.
7 and 5. So everyone is still tied.
Unbelievable. Okay, so Group A is completely wrecked. Absolutely completely wrecked. I realize we still haven't done MLBB. I have not forgotten about you. I promise it is coming. But we will keep updating you on those results of the Dota 2 streams, as all 4 of them are running along. Let's talk about these pets. I definitely didn't understand pets yesterday. I've now seen some graphics. I don't understand there's abilities tied to them. So, pet selection. What are pets? What are some of the options? And maybe give us like 1 or 2 examples of exactly what they do for us in game.
There's one pet. Oh, no, there's no way. I can't, because we actually have a segment that I would like for all of you guys to choose. And I will actually ask you guys to guess their name and guess their abilities. Can you guys choose either one from the 6?
Okay, I'll pick 2. I'll pick 2. Can I go first?
All right.
I'll do 1. We each do 1. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay, I'm going to pick the monkey-looking dude in the top middle.
Okay.
Right? He looks like a baboon, a very specific type of baboon from sort of sub-Saharan Africa. And I'm going to call him Rafiki.
Oh my god.
No? Okay, I know I'm wrong.
I'll do the panda.
But what is his strength?
Oh, what is his strength?
I want you guys to guess his strength as well.
Rafiki is known for both wisdom and mobility. So I'm going to say that he makes you run faster. Okay, so that's what I'm going to go with.
Okay, you're going to go with that?
Yes.
Okay,
Just right or wrong. Just right, but don't give me the answer.
Not yet. We're going to actually...
You're not going to remember all 6.
Yes.
Really? Okay, fine.
So I'm definitely wrong on both, right? Yeah.
The name of the pet
Yes.
is actually Biston.
Piston?
Biston.
Biston.
Yeah.
Beaston.
Biston.
Oh.
And his ability is actually to allow your character to throw even more stronger. Like if, for example, like you want to actually throw your grenade, they can actually launch it even further than the distance
that's
that you
interesting.
want.
Has anybody ever been to zoos and seen monkeys or chimpanzees?
Yeah,
Been
of
to
course.
zoos?
Yeah.
The strength makes sense now to me.
Yeah, it does.
Moving on, Sunsfat.
I'll choose the panda.
Oh, okay.
His name is definitely Kung Panda. And his ability, God, that's hard. Pandas are actually just quite useless as creatures.
They do roly-polies.
Okay, he has a dash ability.
Are you serious? Are you sure? Are you going to keep with that?
Yeah, pandas are really
Also,
fast.
just by the way, we're only going to play these 6. We're not playing 18 more after
we're
this.
not.
Just in case that's
18 more for the
misleading.
pets, yeah.
Right, what is the actual answer here?
Okay, the actual answer is actually quite close enough. You had the panda, but right in front of it is actually Detective Panda. And its ability is actually...
Hang on a minute. Where is Garena based and what on earth do the police force look like?
Mike, he should have like a... What are those detective glasses?
Yes, a monocle.
Yeah, monocle.
Magnifying glass.
Or at least a stretchy arm.
He looks like Rambo.
At least a patch.
Restores HP after eliminating.
Yeah, every time you eliminate, you'll get restoration for your HP.
Does that mean if you kill someone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So by the way, that also makes me think the way they eat sugarcane. So that's what it's about. Because they just said they restore energy after eating sugarcane.
That's great lore.
There you go.
All right, last one, Jace.
I'm going to go to the top left.
Okay.
Kind of my character. Wears a hoodie. Very sneaky bleaky, right? So I'm thinking something like a temporary invisibility, and I'm gonna call it Stinky.
Invisibility.
You're gonna call him Stinky?
Yes.
Wow,
because it's
silent
stinky
and deadly.
place. Yeah. Exactly. That's why I love
You know
stealth
what?
characters.
Here's a funny note. Before I actually tell you the answer to your question or to actually give you guys what is the character that you chose just now, all of the characters that you chose actually really suits all of your abilities. I feel like definitely Biston is really good for Trevor.
Yes.
Panda is definitely good because you're a tanker.
Actually, it's true. His hit points, his soul gets restored after eliminating other people's expectations.
anyways, moving on, despite you actually were wrongly answering the ability of this pet, actually his name is Cactus. Very direct, straightforward, because you haven't seen the real picture. Here we go. There you
didn't
go.
even realize it was a cactus.
Wait, it's a cactus?
It's a cactus wearing
no idea.
hoodies.
Oh,
and his
I would
ability
love
is
to
actually.
stand still.
Remember when you told me that you're a camper, you like to play safe?
Yeah.
This is your best friend. This pet definitely suits you because it restores every time you stay safe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
So I tell you what, we've taken quite a lot of time, so I think we're just gonna look at these last 3 ones.
Okay.
So Bunny, take us through the last. I want to start with like Thrash Metal Spyro the Dragon.
All right. So that is Draki. Dragon Galore is his ability whereby it can actually expose the enemy behind wall. This is actually
Wall
one of the
hack.
meta.
What?
Yeah, it's a wall hack. If you're like hiding behind the glue wall, he can expose you.
Wow.
You can choose any of these pets. There's no restriction.
No restriction whatsoever.
How many pets can
One-
you bring?
one-
You can actually have one pet
Yeah,
for
one
one
per,
character,
yeah.
but you have 18 pets
And
to choose.
they follow you automatically.
They follow you
Can't kill
everywhere.
them.
You can't kill them. No, no one can kill it.
It's not like
It's
a career.
basically it just gives
It's
you
not a career.
This was the thing that we were talking about earlier. This is you like building. There was that Dota game mode where you could build your own hero and you mix and choose the abilities. This is maybe Dota 1 years and years and years ago, custom
Okay.
map. Anyways, you customize your character, the architect of it. Pick the abilities, pick the passive you want, fit
Yeah.
it to your playstyle or your squad. Right?
Agreed.
Let's go to those next two. I'm getting distracted.
All right, going into the next one is going to be Flash, and the ability is Steel Shield, whereby it can actually reduce any damage taken from behind. Like, for example, there's a
I
backstab.
know why you're laughing, Trevor. I know
is
why
a
you're
turtle.
laughing at it.
Why? Tell me.
If
tell
I
me
have a
why.
turtle, the slowest animal in the world,
It's
I will
just-
call it Flash.
You give
too.
it an ability that is tied to having shield in its back, and then you insult it. Maybe it's the story of like the rabbit or the hare,
Yeah.
the hare and the tortoise or whatever.
Tortoise, yeah.
They're not fast, so why are you called Flash?
Because he wins the
It's
race.
an irony.
Yeah.
Actually, it's an irony coming in from Garena Free
But
Fire,
then
but
you
it's
literally give it a shield. Like, oh, it's great. It's beautiful.
All right, and the last pet is going to be Arvin. Oh, this is a great additional for your ability because remember when I talk about how you can actually buy binoculars, the drone at the
Yes.
pocket shop? You can also have the ability with your pet because Arvin can actually detect enemies in the area. for you.
Enhanced map hack.
Yeah,
Well, no,
advanced map hack.
I think when it says detect, will it show up on your minimap or can you
Yeah,
see the
it can
character
show.
models?
It can show
So this is
in
closer.
every single area.
This is closer to a UAV in
Yes.
Call of Duty. So
Okay.
it'll just be a ping on your minimap, heartbeat sensor in Metal Gear Solid,
Yep.
detect magic in Baldur's Gate 3.
Oh,
It's
wow.
those
I'm not there
types
yet.
of abilities.
Am I crazy? I feel like all the Free Fire we've watched, I've never noticed a pet
So-
actually running around.
That's what I think as well. Like, I struggle to see the pets. Like, I don't actually see it running around. And I definitely don't fully appreciate the strength of the passive, right? So, the way Bunny feels watching a team fight in Dota is the way you feel watching action in Free Fire. And me. Why am I trying to kid myself? We're going to go to a short break. And after the break, it is time for Mobile Legends Bang Bang, the semi-finals recap. It was a blow-up. I don't want to hear why. I want to see what happened.
Yay.
Talk about those finals as well. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to the EWC headquarters broadcast. I'm still Quick Shot with Suns fan Bunny and Jace. We're bringing you all the updates, the EWC catch-up powered by STC. That Dota 2 update, we will be able to update you on the standings after the games have concluded. Unfortunately, the story remains the same for Group A. Tiebreakers galore and the infinity gauntlet of tiebreaker best of one round robins. 7-5, 7-5, 7-5. 6-5.
Actually, that's 7-5 as well.
That's 7-5.
It just finished like 10 seconds
ago. Bro, that's not fair, because you say that and then there's like 20 people that panic. So it's 6-5 at the moment. The game just finished. Yes, so we got another 7-5 and then 6-6, etc. The thing that is starting to look, I think, fairly clear. Blacklist International 4-8. They only have one more best of two to play, 2 more games. So their best placement will be 6-8. Which puts them middle of the pack if Aurora, LGD, Heroic if they drop, right? So that's a precarious position. It's starting to feel like they might be one of the teams to drop.
Yeah, when you have to depend on other teams to lose,
yes,
it's probably not a good thing.
Yes,
so
we're hoping.
I mean, I came in thinking that they would not make it out of this group anyway.
Yes.
So it wouldn't be a big surprise either.
Yeah, you also thought another team would top the group. We'll find
it's
out
close. I mean, they're still tied for first.
I would like to find... Oh, yeah, you're right. Damn.
They are.
I didn't do the math properly. It is time to check in with the 7WG for our Free Fire update.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024 on the day of the end for Points Rush. It's completely over. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for Championship Sunday. But let me recap you real quick on what happened, because we had a world record of booyahs. None other than Buriram being able to get 3 booyahs in a row. We thought maybe they were going to be able to get the 4th one, and then Fluxo being able to get 2. So make sure you tune in tomorrow to see who's going to become the champion for Free Fire Esports World Cup 2024.
The 7WG, my man, that energy is infectious. Thank you so much for the update. Also, the other thing I particularly loved for astute viewers, in the background of his conversation, his filming, you can actually see Fluxo and Bob setting up, having the conversation. We ran that interview just earlier on the show, and it's just something that I love to see. Think about that stage. Think about how many people are playing. Think about how many cameras there are. It's just really cool to see that. Reaction from 7WG, what do you think?
I mean, I want to add on to that note as well. I went to the stage before going to HQ, and it was so amazing. I mean, that's just only Point Rush stage, and I'm already feeling the tension, the emotion, the anxiety, as well as the excitement for the teams to actually go in for the Point Rush and getting as much point for their head starters. But then again, going back to the overall ranking, right? I mean, Buriram United Esports does not disappoint me. Are you happy that you actually chose Buriram with me?
I'm so glad I'm on the same
Can I
same
change
couch,
my
literally.
pick, please? Loud as
I'll allow it.
First time Sun suddenly wants to change.
I'll allow it.
He usually never change.
Yeah, he was staying on the ship that
Alright,
he's
you're right.
still
I'll
on.
stick with them.
Do you know what we're learning?
Never mind.
Do you know what we're learning? Controversial statement coming in. Maybe it's the Dota 2 community that keep your hearts cold and disenchanted.
And now
Split
Free
up with
Fire.
mobile, Free Fire, MLBB. The love is coming.
Yeah.
Very quick update. I do just want to mention, Buriram ended up getting 71 kills across the 6 maps. Bear in mind, one booyah got them 27, okay? So that does a significant amount, 71, 51, 44. Just interesting note on my side. Now, we know the results for MLBB. So Jace, I'm going to come to you. Don't dive deep into the gameplay stuff. We're going to look at that later. We have some very quick clips. But what does this mean for NIP Flash?
I think it's a very big moment for all the Singaporean fans out there, because NIP Flash just hit I mean, not only just NIP Flash, my new quick shot, both of these two teams actually broke their own region's record. NIP Flash has never hit top 4 like until 938 days ago, +1 because it was posted yesterday. And apart from that, Selangor Red Giants broke their own region record, going to top 2, and that's a massive historical moment.
That's actually incredibly rare to have an underdog team from an underdog region. Go, come here.
I'm going to add on. It's 2 underdog regions. 2 underdog regions, 2 regions that you literally wrote off in the international stage, going to top 4, going to top 2. And that's historical for MSC 2024.
And on top of that, the Selangor Red Giants, that undefeated streak continues. I actually managed to catch the winners interview from the Analyst Cube square box area from the MLB broadcast. And a member of the Red Giants actually explicitly said, we'll do everything we can to prevent our undefeated streak, and then he paused, ending. It was such a great moment. The entire MLB on-air broadcast team just kind of stood in silence because like, he knew that question was coming. He was prepared. Like, he had been PR trained. The gentleman on your screen right now. Regardless of that fact, Selangor Red Giants, they'll be facing off against FCAP, Falcons AP brand. It's one of the coolest names. I don't think I'm cool enough to say FCAP. Regardless, 3-0. Congratulations to them. That's that bracket on your screen. We will continue to talk about the semifinal a little bit because that will be doing it for our EWC catch-up powered by STC. And of course, the tournament is not over. There is one best of 7 still to come tomorrow. That's it. EWC catch-up powered by STC.
Falcons AP Brent, relentless. Absolutely relentless. And more importantly, they're able to hold this high ground defense for a little bit longer. Oh! They go in! And a Manoa Fury knocks him up, plus the chains! Plus left easy Vegas on Sanford! That's it! Call it! Falcons AP Brent are moving on through the grand finals! GG! Well played! It's Falcons! Falcons AP Brent at match point. FCAP is here. Falcons are here.
You know, just watching all that, I think it's a very good video, by the way. I think kudos to the production team right there, or whoever made that video. Stitching together the emotions, especially of these players. Just a quick reminder to everybody, to them, it's not just a mobile game. It is a passion, it's a lifestyle for them, to the point that they literally have to stand on a chair and taunt at each other. And
somehow I don't think standing on a chair is a lifestyle, but I do understand the emotion. I agree with you on that. The thing that's amazing is we had just had a conversation on day one about like the player interactions and how the Free Fire community maybe interact with the other competitors on stage. And this emotion is great. The other thing that was really good is we got to speak to Coach Ducky and Coach Tic Tac, respectively, from Team Liquid PH and FCAP. And these teams know each other. They compete. They share all the accolades. But the best thing about that is look at the crowd, and he's getting the crowd to go, can you wave at them? That means there's hundreds of fans waving.
Not only just that, Quick Shot, don't forget, I think we don't really have that B-roll. If you watch the stream properly, if you would notice, as they exit the stage, they were just throwing free merch into the crowd, and just amazing.
Yeah, very much so. Now, unfortunately, poor Jays, and I mean this sincerely, his games are always completed before we even come on air. The matches start very early in the afternoon. This is obviously prioritizing the Southeast Asian and the Asian viewer base and the audiences. What that does mean, though, is we get to know the results, we get to prepare some of them, and that also means we get to watch back the very last game of Selangor Red Giants versus NIP Flash before our spot in the finals. Now, as we bring the game up, I want you to talk to me about this game. We're a little later in here, 12 or so minutes, so this might be just the ending.
Come. So, actually, all 3 games, I would say, for the side of the NIP Flash versus Selangor Red Giants, I will have to
pause for a second. I am hearing we will be watching the full game. So if that is the end of the game, very thankful to drop out of it. I don't want to see the very final fight before we get to experience the whole thing together. So I think before we go to the game, I think we're going to talk to the victorious Innocent from Selangor Red Giants in the ALG interview.
It's not innocent.
The Selangor Red Giants remain undefeated and have made it to the grand finals. And now we are joined by Innocent as he has now paved the way to the grand finals. Congratulations on winning the best of 5.
Ang lupet, you were so great. You helped Selangor Red Giants advance to the grand finals. You've made history for the first time in Malaysia. There's a grand finalist in an international tournament, undefeated for 106 days. What does this victory mean for you and for Selangor Red Giants?
I think this will help us from our upcoming game tomorrow because this is a good momentum.
Good momentum, for sure, with a sweep.
Oh yeah, I mean 3-0 and now making it to the grand finals. I mean, look, people and the community have been dubbing your run as Prime Malaysia. What are your thoughts on that?
For us, we're just humble and enjoying the game.
Just humble and enjoying the game. Up next, you're going to be facing Falcons AP brand. Do you have any predictions of how it's gonna go?
I think it's gonna be a close fight because we know AP Bren is so good.
You think it's gonna be a 3-2?
It's BO7, right? Maybe
The best of 7, that's right.
4-3, I think.
You think it's gonna be 4-3. And are you feeling nervous about facing them up next?
No, because we've been screaming with them.
Very confident.
I mean, yeah, they're doing all the preparation they can. And so far with the 3-0 sweep, you guys look like you're more than ready. And now I believe we are ready to present the key of NIP Flash to Innocent and to the Selangor Red Giants after their victory and taking the next step to the grand finals of MSC 2024 here at MSC. How do you feel now that you're holding the key of your opponent and you've taken your step to the next stage of the tournament?
I don't know what to say, but I think we will put them on our trophy if we win.
I mean, Jay's coming out of that interview. Immediately after that, one of the members of Red Giants joined that analyst desk and gave the quote. How do we feel about the interview? Remove your personal bias. We're celebrating MLBB as a game.
I think you cut to you. You're excited. Cut to her. She's excited. She's dancing on my corpse right now.
As a reminder, every evening at 9 o'clock and at 10 o'clock, we have a gigantic dance party outside of the HQ studio. But yes, I come back to it. We got the jam music. We're celebrating Selangor. It is literally bopping.
Okay, so I would have to say, I think it's a celebration not only just to, you know, Malaysia as well. It's also a celebration to Singapore as well. These two regions, as I covered earlier, they don't really perform very well in the international stage, right? I remember the graphic that I showed last night where the highest or basically we didn't really have any results at all. I had to put something, this is the highest we've been, and that's just a massive statement of the history that we're seeing right now in the making in EWC.
Makes perfect sense. All right, now we are ready to watch that last game of the Selangor Red Giants versus NIP Flash for a spot in the finals. So we've set the context, we've looked it up. Sons, I'd love for you to get involved and ask some questions, draw some Dota comparisons here. But Jace, take us through this game.
All right, so once again, it's just NIP Flash just battling it out against Selangor Red Giants. Selangor Red Giants, as even what Coach Arcadia was just talking about, they are just almost, it's just undefeated in terms of match points, right? Yes, they've dropped games, but they haven't lost a single match ever since they left their hometown, Malaysia, right? So putting MSC back into the view of Malaysians, I think it's just massive. Yes, I know this is actually massive. This is actually a big thing because
this is when we were watching it, right?
Correct.
At the room, right? And we were saying like 20 seconds in the game and we got the first blood from JPL.
Correct, but knowing this, basically after the whole thing happened, this was just a minor setback. Usually you expect this to be a very big problem, but the fact is, you know, Selangor Red Giants just held on to what they know, go back to basics, and we just execute the game cleanly. Shout out to also, you know, not only just the fact that just look at the game fact. MSC leads all major tournaments with 82 unique heroes used so far. So this is really impressive.
How much farming do you typically do in this game?
Usually we don't really farm. Farming is of course very important, but I would say the early game, well, technically early to mid game technically ends after the first turtle takedown, which is around like when everybody hits level 4. And now if you notice what Selangor Red Giants, I think shout out to Sekai's right here. That's the one that's basically doing the Attack of Titans Mikasa thing flying around the map. He was an assassin that's really embracing this current meta. This current meta, suddenly you have two massive camps because for the past few patches, the game decides to buff all these assassins and now we get a lot of assassin play, which makes it a little bit more interesting.
So the turtle just spawned.
Correct.
Right? So it's actually really early.
Yep,
Is there
correct.
a reason it doesn't spawn at the beginning of the game?
No, because you want to give a little bit more people for time to farm. Usually it will coincide, especially when your junglers hit level 4, and that's where they'll get their ultimates. Usually very big ultimates. For example, for Selangor Red Giants, the one that's flying around, Sekai is right there. His ultimate is basically a nuke. onto a single target and fly away. So basically that boils into her wombo combo as a hero.
I saw the dartboard again rolling around.
Oh yeah, that's the box, yeah.
That's a very popular hero.
Yep, recently it's been picked up. The best part about this particular hero, not the fact that he can match the rotation of the Fanny, which is the the hero that the Sakai is playing. It also serves as an anti-region. Just looking at the enemy side for Selangor Red Giant, you've got something like a Minotaur, which is at the bottom side, played by Yums, and the likes of an Arlot, which is played by Cram. These two hero focuses on a lot of heal.
I see. Do you guys have like saves in the game? Like
what kind of saves?
So like in Dota, there's support heroes that have something that prevents someone from dying, for example.
Okay. So before that, just take a look at this model. I will just answer that question very quickly, but that's a very nice pick-up, right? So actually for the 3 games in a row, NIP Flash always feels like they are able to match the momentum of Selangor Red Giants. If you notice at the bottom side, it was NIP Flash that basically ganked down bot. But Selangor Red Giants, because of the mobility of the game, because of how small the map is, it allows people to rotate even faster. And, you know, for the likes of this kind of hero, all of a sudden you're in bot lane, now you're in the mid lane, right? Now, going back to the question earlier just now of saves, right? So, for saves, yes, there is one particular hero that is really popular, and I think it's almost like top banned. We call her Angela as well.
Oh.
Yeah, I think you know, right?
Yeah.
So,
It's my favorite hero.
Okay, I think you get the reference. Her ultimate allows you to jump into another hero, so you don't control the hero anymore. You give a lot of shields, and you can still use your abilities to throw out heals, to throw out something to stun and slow it down.
That sounds okay. Not to get off track, but there's a hero from Heroes of Newerth. Have you heard of that game? Exactly like that.
Yeah, actually, it also reminds me of something like a League of Legends hero, the cat thing. I can't exactly remember the name.
Seraph.
No, not Seraphine. Not Seraphine. It's another cat thing.
I forgot.
The one that you can play with one hand. I digress. But just looking at this game, right, is because Selangor Red Giants is so much dominant, especially towards the mid to late game. Even though NIP Flash was able to secure all these early game, I remember where I say yes. Early game is basically like, you know, 60% or 70% of the game won, but it's just the fact that Selangor Red Giants' main key person to look out for in terms of aggression is the mid lane, the mid lane, basically mid trio. Sakai is the jungler, but the one that's basically the main foundation of Selangor Red Giants is Innocent. And you know, after this particular game, he has to change his name. He's not Innocent anymore. He just killed the hopes and dreams of Singaporeans. But I mean, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
But it was a good fight though. So really shout out to NIP Flash. They really made Singaporeans really proud. Of course, you know, we already hit 1 goal, but in order to go to, you know, we hope they go to top 2. But right here, I feel like we're shifting goalposts.
A little bit. I am back on the sofa, and I think the hero champion name you think of was Yumi.
Oh,
that's right, Yumi.
I think importantly for me, like we're 5.5, 6 minutes into the game, and it feels like NIP Flash, they're the ones pushing the waves. It's dead even on gold. This is a game where the gold lead has a significant impact on who's in control.
Correct, but in the end of the game, if you notice, all 3 games, if you watch back, it's always NIP Flash in the driver's seat in order to basically get
So they've got a stronger early game, or do you think it's composition?
I think it's composition, right? So, because if you notice, for the side of NIP Flash, Vanix and Diablo, these are 2 early game heroes. Early to mid game, the main goal is to get that snowball as quick as possible. But on the other hand, Selangor Red Giants, they've got scaling, right? They've got something like a low budget scaling, in my opinion, Cram as this Arlot. Because it's so strong, how low cost, how efficient this hero is, was able to make a lot of impact. And once Sakai's, you know, this Mikasa thing that just start flying around, it's just becoming a very big nuisance for the carries from the side in NIP Flash.
I mean, the one big thing that I think is similar in games like Heroes of the Storm, RIP, League of Legends, MLBB, is the fact that when you have these champions, these heroes that are favored or stronger in the early game, you have to develop a significant lead.
Correct.
So when I looked at the game state at 5 minutes into the gold was even, compositionally, it actually means that Selangor is ahead because they've got more ceiling, they've got a higher height to grow to.
Correct.
And that's, I think, one of the biggest differences between a game like Dota and a game like MLBB is just that kind of scaling.
Correct.
So much that difference is just nowhere near to the same spectacle. If you don't get ahead with an early game comp in those MLBB and LoL, you pretty much
are doomed.
Yeah,
in many ways.
it's just how I feel like it's just your loadout, right? When you
Yes.
prepare for something, you prepare for the battle, you have to prepare your loadout, right?
It's like having a frying pan versus a sniper rifle.
That's right. Yes, in the early game, without a bullet, a frying pan is definitely more scary.
Are you
right?
in melee range?
That's the question. That's the question, right?
Okay.
But the thing is, even if you are in melee range, a sniper rifle is still longer than a pan.
So
it
you
has
just-
longer reach. Did you see the length of that Barrett?
Very heavy. Very heavy.
All right. If you notice, what happened is that even though NIP Flash is getting so much of these, early game skirmishes and whatnot, but Selangor Red Giants always finds a way. If you notice this, especially Innocent, the player that the hero that he's playing, whenever he lands that plus sign thing on the floor, it's basically his zone, where not only he slows, but every time he casts a spell, it refreshes his CD and he does nukes amount of damage.
I think when I'm looking at this game and thinking about what Teacher Sons fan was doing and teaching us, as a new viewer, it's significantly harder for me to pick out the individual character models and look at them. So I think let's stick with the player names, especially when we're doing it, because it's easier, at least for non-familiar viewers, to keep follow of the action.
So the hero that I'm also, there are actually a couple of heroes that you really want to look out for the side of Selangor Red Giants. Well, technically the players, right? But first of all, it's Innocent.
Okay.
That's your main damage dealer.
Okay.
Secondly is Sakai's, which is the third portrait at the bottom on the right-hand side. He's the one that's basically go in, find NIP Flash position 1, or basically carry, which is Vanix, deletes him off, and now all of a sudden the NIP Flash doesn't really have much
So
damage.
we're going to keep following Innocent a little bit now, because again, if you look at the gold, it's at around 700, 800 at 9 minutes. Game times in MLB be very, very short. At this point, if you zoom out, let's not be on screen, the SRG players, are they feeling confident and comfortable? They know the comp, they don't feel they're that far behind. Can you tell the gold that your opponents have? I know you mentioned you can see items as soon as they do it. So as a player, you even know your net worth is pretty even.
Correct. So right now, even though the network is pretty even, but Selangor Red Giants knows that if, Sakai's gets a very nice assassination on, for example, Cortese, you see that massive big circle around that bird lady earlier just now. Yeah, it gets an assassination, especially when she's stationary. Basically, it's just an instant delete. Right now, from what I'm seeing from this particular roster, from the side of Selangor Red Giants, it's meant to counter what NIP Flash wants to play. And that's the power and basically the ability of Selangor Red Giants Coach Arcadia. In fact, I personally feel Game 1, Game 2, Game 3 is just basically a checkmate in terms of draft.
I mean, it's still like almost every skirmish, NIP Flash have slightly more kills, but it's just not generating to a significantly higher lead. It's still, what, 3 towers apiece, if I read that right?
Correct.
Now the Lord's being focused. What I'd love for you to try focus on is, if somebody works with the Lord, where the Lord minion goes down, because I hope I don't speak just for myself, but I still don't think I fully grasp it. Please back me up here, Shannon.
Doesn't he just respawn and
run down? Oh, if you've got this, I'm going to be really sad.
Alright, so yes, NIP Flash actually kind of won that skirmish right there. Taking down Stormy, taking down Cram, but just take a look at the power of this Sakai's and his character, right? And not only just that, Selangor Red Giants taking away the Lord away from NIP Flash.
So where is the
Stole it.
Lord? Does the Lord become like an item? Is it an
becomes
ability?
it doesn't become an ability, it doesn't become an item. It actually just follows and marches down the next minion spawn.
The next minion spawn. Okay, I want you to point it out on the map for me. I want to see where it goes after that.
It will usually go towards the weaker side of your enemy's turrets, right? If you take a look at NIP Flash, knowing that SRG was the one that took it down, it will march at the bottom lane. If you can see right now, the slow mode is really well. Innocent just walked in
by the way?
and just took it down immediately.
Can you name the game that's from?
The Lord. It looks like a Dota spell.
Not the visuals.
Oh.
The fact that you kill it and then it pushes your lane.
No, I haven't got a clue.
Actually, at the bottom lane right now, if you take a look at that mini-map, there's this massive cross thing, purple cross that's marching, stampeding all the way down. And this is basically just, I think this is basically the game-ending push already. There's no way that NIP Flash can defend this, right?
It can't, I can't believe how close. There was literally 10 minutes of combat and skirmishes around the mid lane, the mid-river, and neither team pushed past that first tower really at all. I can see the Lords on the bottom wave now, pushing out.
In fact, if we stay on this, the Observer is going to go up. But take a look at the bottom lane. You see the massive thing? Yeah, he fights on your side.
Yeah.
And this one doesn't charge because it's your first Lord. The second Lord will start charging, right?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, sorry, this is not a game-ending one. There's still a lot more. Sorry, my bad.
Minutes left.
There's still 3 minutes left, and I think this is where the gold lead starts to swing over to the side of Selangor Red Giants.
Very briefly, you may have missed it a second ago. Shannon asked me where the Lord and the minion pushing comes from, or where it reminded me that when you kill the mega neutral creeps in Heroes of the Storm, that it pushes down the wave. If anyone's played Pokemon Unite on your phone, I played that as well. Similar thing. When you beat the PvEs, they then push the wave for you to go, into the enemy base.
Yeah, it's something like that.
It's a very similar mechanic.
It is.
I like drawing those comparisons because then if anybody's experienced any of those other games, like I played an unhealthy amount of Pokemon Unite when it came out on Switch, I think, if I remember.
Yep.
But yeah, the setup for these final fights. Now, Innocent is who I'm following. And also that character that's shooting all the chains out by Sekis.
Yeah.
It's actually crazy.
It's crazy.
Every single one of those is a skill shot. You've got to aim them at the wall.
Correct. I show you that one,
you do.
basically. And imagine that. That's just one. If we can actually, if you go on YouTube, right, you get to see people playing this character. The level of mastery is absolutely insane, right? And yeah, this is the game-ending fight already. There's no way. So it's just crazy, right? And the fact that they can just constantly spam that cable just to traverse around. And by the way, the more cables you put out, the higher the speed,
Wait,
the more damage you do.
It's like a grapple thing on the wall?
So imagine your meat hook, right?
Yeah.
It's your punch. So once you cast that, the cooldown is very quick. You can cast it almost immediately.
So while mid-air, you cast it again.
But what does it do?
So it basically, it just drags yourself towards the wall.
It is just a grappling hook.
It is.
But the mechanic is executed like a punch meat hook. And while you're mid-air, you can cancel your first grappling hook to hook on the next one, and then do another one.
Something like Spider-Man.
There was a
the
couple.
mobility type.
It is huge. I mean, like there was a couple of times around the 11-minute mark where Sekis' character had about 7 out.
Correct.
Honestly, it just felt like he was spamming to find anything to just dodge.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy. Congratulations to Selangor Red Giants. They managed to pick up that win. It was 3-0. Fairly convincing wins across all 3 of the games. And they're going to face the indomitable Falcons AP Bren tomorrow. Now, of course, because we have only had 4 MLBB teams remaining in the tournament over the course of Friday and Saturday of week 2 here at the EWC, I wanted to ask Jace to do a slightly deeper dive into the respective teams. This will be a celebration of 2 teams. This will be a eulogy for 2 teams. And I'm not 100% sure what information is going to be coming. So again, let's educate us and let's use this and remind us, who are we saying goodbye to and who are we needing to remember for tomorrow?
Of course, I think the most important one you have to remember, the fan favorites right now, Falcons AP Brand, they're just soaring. Not only just the fact that they're just so strong, they also have Flap TZ to help them fly around. And this particular player that you're looking at, Flap TZ, he's been in M2, which is like this second M series out of the 5 M series that we had. And apart from that, they're really strong in terms of their combo setups. And not only just that, they also are the fastest adapters towards the newer meta, which is like apart from that, they're also massive taunt masters, as you can see right there. They are really fast in adapting towards the current meta, which favors Assassin and Kyle TZ. His jungler is superior at that.
Okay, so one of the middle bullet points you got, I'm assuming you're going to have a template, which I love. You said like team play style.
Correct.
The words that you used were combo setup.
Correct.
Explain that to me a little bit differently. Does this mean that they only team fight? Does this mean that they only like 5v5? Like how do I interpret that?
So how we interpret that, of course, the Filipino teams, yeah, we always say that they're very macro based, but when they actually team fight, the communication, the camaraderie, the chemistry is really hard to break. For example, one ultimate goes in, the second person will start stacking ultimates. It's similar to the clip that we watched, basically
26 seconds. So they layer their crowd control, and if they have an initiator, whatnot, they on good communication. So basically it's like another way of saying teamwork, but very importantly, like how they combo their particular heroes.
Correct, and it just makes it very easy to execute, right? And well, it's easy. Well, I always argue the fact that, it's very easy to play MLBB, right? You just have to layer your skills. No, the amount of communication that you have, everybody's screaming in front of a live audience as well.
I gotta be honest. It looked pretty easy to play when Sunsfan was playing. I think it is extremely difficult to be excellent at.
Yeah,
Yes.
I
Okay.
love that. Yeah.
You used a word which I love. Execute the champions. Falcons AP Brand executed Liquid Echo from the tournament. Tell me about them because this is going to be the first team we'll be eulogizing.
Yeah, definitely. Well, hearts out to Coach Chick as well, Liquid Echo. This is undoubtedly my personal favorite going into MSC 2024. This player that you're looking at, Carl Teasy. Yeah, not to be confused with the actual jungler of AP Brand, Carl Teasy, K-Y, and then this Carl. If you remember yesterday, we were just talking about the fact that Carl Teasy actually looked up to this particular player because he is the first MVP of the Filipinos. Not only just that, he also was part of Brand Esports back in the second M series. If you take a look at the B-rolls that you're watching here, it's just so many fans actually going down to the Amazon Arena, just checking them out. And this particular team, however, kind of lost out against Falcons AP Brand. Personally, from what I observed, is that I think it's just Carl Teasy still sticking to the older books, right? Right now, we're giving way to the newer legends coming out in for Sign Up MLBB, where we favor more of the assassins. But Carl Teasy is really well known for more of his, tank junglers, tank utility junglers. He did play a little bit of the assassins, however, it just did not work out during that particular series.
So a little trivia for you.
Okay.
He knows this. I don't think he mentioned it, but I don't remember the order. There's Carl Teasy and Kai Teasy.
Carl.
Right. One of them is in homage to the other. Do you know what both of them are in homage to technically?
Arteezy.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's like TI 3-4 era?
No, I mean,
it's a new?
Well, that's an insult.
Okay, then how long ago is Arteezy?
I mean, he's current still.
There we go. Right. Okay. So player rosters. That's moving on.
Not at this tournament, though.
No, not at this tournament.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we're talking about, Carl Teasy, Flap Teasy. You also have Kurt Teasy as well going in, and the Filipino fans jokingly call them the Itzies of MLBB. But let's go into Selangor Red Giants, right? I feel like Selangor Red Giants is also a very interesting team. They're almost undefeated all throughout in terms of series points, and the star player we have to look out for that sets up all this aggression comes from this guy, Sakai's right here. Is a very strong assassin jungle. He plays highly mechanical and challenging heroes that you saw, for example, the game earlier just now, the one where he shoots cables, grappling hooks all over the place. And don't forget, this is the player that topped one of the, I call the GOAT of MLBB, Kyrie. Well, technically, it was this team that put the final nail in the coffin for Fnatic Onyx.
And of course, they will be facing up against Falcons AP Brand tomorrow. One of the finest. I mean, the crowd, they were very loud for Falcons the day before.
Loud and proud.
Very supportive. I was next to the arena when Selangor were winning. I think it is very, very clear that both Falcons and Echo had a significantly larger fan base. You mentioned already, underdog regions. These are like long-time champions, etc. The reason I mention that, it is an uphill battle, not only for the team against their opponents, but they have to play that sixth man of the audience in the crowd.
The audience buff.
And not only that, it's the local team, for goodness sake, right? But I am very happy to see the support there, actually. A lot of fans in the crowd.
Can I also add something, quick shot? If you notice how I always say loud and proud, it's actually a homage back to Liquid Echo before, the collaboration happened, Team Echo. One of their slogans called loud and proud. That's the first. AP Brands, however, if you want to also, try to show some support, their mascot is something like the bees. So that's why if you notice the casters, whenever they say Falcons AP Brand, they will always talk about the hive, the bees. Just a little bit of insights why you're thinking, why are the casters talking about bees in the middle of a match?
So who's the queen bee? Don't tell me today. Let's do it tomorrow.
No,
tell me tomorrow.
That's
tell me
a little
tomorrow.
bit sensitive.
I want to find out, okay? Who's going to be the queen bee of AP Brand? NIP Flash, obviously the final team to be eliminated today from MLBB. They will take that third, fourth spot. I know you were a fan, but let's do the report card. Tell me about the team.
So NIP Flash, I would say, I already said this on some of my streams and also some of my friends, right? This is a team that already had to output 200% just to top their groups. And then after that, when they go into the knockout stage, in order to beat Homeboys, they need to put out 400%. And now going up XRG, I feel like the momentum doesn't favor them anymore. that's how, you know, they finally take the loss. And I personally feel, you know, yes, I know my favorite player is Diablo, but I have to give the star player over to Curtizi. Curtizi is a wonderful addition into NIP Flash, especially in Season 7, MPL Singapore, and he's really helping the team grow so much. The tag team, the chemistry between his other Filipino friend, Filipino colleague, Hades, is just superb. I call him the terrible twos, but I mean, terrible for the enemies. And I just have to add a point as well for the side of NIP Flash. They're really strong in the side lanes. Diablo wants to win the lane, Vanix wants to win the lane, but if they don't win the lane, that's where, you know, everything could go out of problem.
Now, of course, those are the 4 teams from MLBB. Thank you very much, Jace. That was fantastic.
No worries.
Bunny, can I ask, is that something like that type of team analysis, that ability to go, this is how they play the game? There are very little parallels between a MOBA map and lanes and waves and team compositions. But is there something you can do that's like similar to that for Free Fire, that you could just like really discern a team's play style and preferences and strengths?
Agree. I think there is a way for the Free Fire community when it comes to tournament-wise. They actually try to maneuver all the gameplays that has been done from the opponent's side.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. The reason I ask, I think maybe we should think about doing something like that for tomorrow for the grand finals of Free Fire. Maybe like specifically for a team like Buriram and Lad, teams that have become kind of memes on our show. Final thoughts before we move on, because I also want to teach all the viewers where they can learn about it.
I don't know, just, you know, we talk about Free Fire. I'm interested right now. I'm excited because I'm always like a strategy kind of stats kind of person. I'm looking to, you have 4 people on the team.
Yeah.
Do they have specific roles in the team?
They do.
Ooh.
I want to learn that tomorrow.
Save that thought. We watch that as well, because of course, with the fact the final will be ongoing, your series may be over, best of 7. We'll figure that out. What time does it start tomorrow? Check that out.
I can't remember.
What I will say, though, is in just a moment, we're going to pull up the MLBB community card or community close-up. We did this a little bit earlier for Free Fire, and what you're seeing on your screen is obviously a collection of pieces of information, main sites, where to find esports, where to find your community. Jace, I know you're still digging the info up, but quickly give me a headline. What are 1 or 2 of the most important things to keep in mind here? Screenshot this page if you would like to learn more about MLBB.
So for MLBB, I think the most important thing that if you really want to catch up on the esports scene, check out Instagram at MLBB Esports_official. That's where you get all the news, not only just all the news, all the highlights, all the player stats, all the, well, basically how I know there's 938 days of NIP Flash. You know, that is basically from that Instagram. So I will have to give a shout out to the person behind them is doing a wonderful job. And apart from that, if you really want to more be a nerd, look at the stats. Liquipedia is the way you want to go. But if you want to learn the game very quickly, I suggest you pick up the game. There's a lot of in-game guides in terms of the item builds that you could just pick up easy and just go.
Yeah, definitely the case to go. So thank you so much for that one. Fantastic deep dive, Jace. I really, really appreciate looking into the respective teams. It gives us a better understanding of you know, how they played, why they played, etc. So here's the info for when MLBB Finals is. I
actually searched on Wikipedia.
You're too late. I'll tell you this. Our producer got that, and he's running an entire show with 20 people before you, and he got a graphic made.
Amazing.
We'll have words. Teacher, son's fan. We'll have to put you in detention. No, that's a bit.
That
strange.
sounds really bad.
It's a very strange thing to
I'm
say.
a naughty boy.
I think we should maybe move on just a little bit. I have got some breaking news. Finally, my boy with the beard, Tsunami, is here with that Dota update.
Quick shot, I got bad news, buddy. So, you know how we take these group stage opportunities to, like, you know, figure out who's going to upper bracket, figure out who's going to lower bracket, who's getting eliminated. It only really works if teams don't keep the same score the whole time. And right now, we just got OG and Falcons, you know, top of the group, splitting the series. So they're still top of the group, but we don't know who's going where yet. I have a sneaking suspicion we might end up doing tiebreakers, but that's okay, because I know that you guys on the HQ stream are learning a lot about Dota, and now you're starting to get into the nitty-gritty, you know? You're dipping your toe in the water. Suns fans teaching you about Spirit Breaker and Pudge and Legion Commander, you know, heroes that aren't really relevant. I got a little more of a proposition for you. We just saw BZM on OG playing Invoker. Suns fan, why don't you teach them about that one? I'll catch you later.
I believe The request was to do Invoker tomorrow.
I was going to, actually.
You were, oh, sure you were.
No, seriously.
Sure you
it's
were.
It's a 30-minute segment, though. That's the only
I tell you something. I love hearing from Tsunami. Obviously, the story that he just told is reflected in Group A. I'm fed up of talking about Group A. Tell me something about Group B. Let's look at maybe the middle of the pack because it's clear who's in, it's clear who's out. But what about the results? What about versus expectations?
Yeah, well, Entity, top of the group, tied with Tundra. I wouldn't say it's a huge surprise, but they've definitely done better than expectations. I think most people would have picked them in like the 5 to 6 range, so they're playing out of their minds right now. And then the other story is BB Team is not doing so hot. They're
You had them pretty high up. Did you have them second or third, if I remember?
Probably.
Yeah,
I think it seems like they get second or third at every tournament. They never win, but they do really well. So that one is getting pretty scary. I'm not sure exactly.
Have you had a chance to watch any of those? I know the spicy, juicy ones in Group A, and you're working 10 hours a day. But just in case, like, could you deduce maybe what's happening in those?
I don't think they've adapted that well to the patch so far. And this is also the team that has been known to throw more often than anyone.
Okay,
like they get tilted. They're very emotional players, and that can be good, but in many cases,
it's good where the emotions are high and it's fueling you towards success, but then it's a negative when it impacts your ability to focus, communicate, things like that, right? There are still 4 games happening in Dota, and we're probably going to bring this multi-bucks up again for you. Just so I give you the games that are happening, BB Team versus PSG Quest in the top left. Entity versus XG Weibo Gaming in draft on the top right. Bottom left is Mouse Liquid. Bottom right, Tundra versus Beast Coast. Suns, where would you focus if we've got those 4 sort of matches? Just what would be the most interesting?
I think BB Team.
Yeah.
Just because most people pick them to easily get to the upper bracket. And
right
they might
now,
be eliminated.
They might be eliminated. 3 and 7 tied with Beast Coast. The fact that they are playing against PSG Quest, who are just above them at 4 and 6.
Yeah, so I mean, this is still really early in the game, and it's very even overall. Looking at the actual hero, I'm seeing if there's anything. I mean, you can see the webs.
Yes. Mother.
It's basically the littering hero of Dota. You just put webs everywhere, and you can't see anything. It's always fun. But that is a hero that has been known as a cheese pick from time to time. There isn't, I wouldn't say, based on history, there's not really a cheese pick anymore, but this hero can absolutely take over the game if you don't have anything that can stop the little spider.
I've got a test for you, or not a test, a question for you. In the early stages of Dota in this laning phase, is this where you take a little bit of time, talk about the tournament, talk about the teams, things like that?
I would, if I was casting.
If you were casting, yeah.
If I was casting, I'd be talking about the facets.
Okay, interesting.
Because that's a new mechanic.
Well, I think we have the ability to jump into and listen to the casters. So if we can, why don't we do that now?
Slipped out of their fingers. Now very far down on the listing. Throw back a bit of damage here, but Amar hits a really good bushwhack that does far more.
Unlucky acorn bounce.
Yeah, might have been able to get the kill if it went back to Toronto, Tokyo. Mid lane matchup, GPK. Always the person you want to talk about when you're looking at BB Team and saying who's going to be leading the momentum, who's going to be carrying the game. One of the most skilled players in the world that is supposed to comprise one of the most skilled teams in the world.
Not
stepping up to the table, as they have done so many times at so many previous LAN events. It's been just the continual criticism for this team for 2 years at this point in time.
But hey, here's an optimistic outlook.
Okay.
I feel like BB Team always starts tournaments really strong.
Yeah.
Top 1 or 2 in their groups. Like, to win that first series, demolish somebody else, and then it peters out.
True.
Here,
they're taking the opposite approach, you're saying?
They've taken the harder road. So maybe now they can go the distance. You know, the road has been too easy for them, so they're spicing it up here.
I see.
I'm going to make that comeback trail to the finals, perhaps.
Maybe they should learn from Team Spirit, you know? Get like 1 dub and then just one your way through the group stage. You know, just take as many L's as possible and still be in the upper bracket.
I don't know if that was intentional, but
yeah, I don't know what it is about Team Spirit, but it seems like it's intentional with them, man.
Well, BB Team doing okay here so far. Pretty much free farming on 3 cores, getting everything they want out of the laning phase. And whenever you do that with the Brewmaster, that is the position this hero can thrive in. Get the early 6 up, maybe kill the enemy carry, look for the team fights around the towers.
Bushwhack trying to stop Nightfall, and a spear back will keep him from delivering any more damage to Malik. The battle kind of continues here, looking for first blood somewhere in these lanes. Noob's doing very well in mid lane, by the way, in the Wind Ranger, 24-6. Though I think that's the expected outcome, Wind Ranger versus Puck. Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I say. I mean, I think anything beats Puck nowadays, especially the first half of the laning phase. This hero's more about the split push, the scale.
Yeah.
Bringing a team fight together for the other cores. So I would expect the Wind Ranger to be ahead here, and he is. I think Noob's position is also pretty vital for PSG Quest here, as you're looking to bring these big core heroes down fast later on in the fight. If you want to kill the Brew before he ults, if you want to kill this Puck off a landed Bushwhack or Shackle, the Wind Ranger's burst damage is going to be really significant in those areas. Of course, you're also a big counter threat to the Monkey King here. Not a lot Nightfall can do to shift that matchup. So if Noob gets big, he can solve a lot of PSG Quest problems.
And Noob is somebody that PSG Quest rides a lot of their momentum off of early on in games. Feels like if he struggles in lane, PSG Quest oftentimes turn to a very slow approach, but when he's cooking, and very often times Noob has cooked, then they're able to bring a lot more aggression than they normally would. And perhaps that's part of their success so far here at Riyadh Masters.
He could easily rotate to either of these side lanes. I mean, both these mid players could look for rotations or counter ganks on the side lanes, especially after these catapults go down mid and you're looking towards that 6-minute power rune. But I think whoever can break some of these side lanes first is going to be happier about it. As you have Monkey versus the Mars, it's pretty much a free farm lane for Nightfall, and I think this Brood has been mostly free farming top. He'll have to TP out here in the 1-on-2, and they will survive. Got to look for that Enchantress roam. If you're going to leave the lane with the Ench this early, then you got to get something off of it. Your Ducalis.
And that something is a power rune and a kill. Toronto Tokyo will try and delay this death by cooking up to the high ground, trying to slow down Noob, but he will eventually be found and killed. TA2000 in his TP back does not save him. He steps a little bit too far out of the lane. They do manage to get the first blood still to Noob, but extremely expensive, as again, he used TP earlier, so he's gonna have to walk out to lane as a Broodmother.
As Brood is really suffering now. Did not do well when the Enchantress left the lane. Didn't get any sort of pull-off. Wasn't able to free farm under the tower. They got the TP, then they got the kill. Now he has to walk out from base. TA2000 very far behind here. EV team should be extremely happy with how that lane is going.
Mar, Cookie, and a Boundless is done. He gets blown up pretty quickly, so the safe lane of Bet Boom faring much better. As you can see, the Monkey King sitting third in net worth right now, keep it up. And he's actually going to go for a contest onto the Wisdom Rune, see if he can beat out the Mars back to the Wisdom, and he makes it. What a big steal from Nightfall. What a great read.
Very close.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Welcome back to the HQ. Just moments before we cut off the commentary, you could see Monkey King jumping up throughout the forest. I see him standing on trees. Does it become a living wood? What mechanic is that?
Yeah, it's just tree dance. You can just bounce from tree to tree.
But you can just stand on it.
Yeah, you can just chill.
Cool.
And then you can turn into a tree on top of a tree. It doesn't actually help anything, but
it looks cool.
Yeah.
It looks
cool.
funny. Like I know a suspicious tree when I see one.
It's like the giant tree that had to climb in Hunter x Hunter, right at the end. So
Oh, yeah.
Wait, major spoiler. I almost did major spoiler.
Hey!
Almost did a major
It's
spoiler.
okay.
It is a
I've been
cool
dropping
mechanic,
spoilers
though.
on stream, bro.
If you cut him down from a tree, he gets stunned for 4 seconds. It's actually pretty massive.
Okay, so stun lengths, what is sort of like the average length?
Like 2 seconds, maybe.
2 seconds?
Oh, that's
longest length? 8?
Longest? Oh boy, I'd have to think about that.
That's a good
4
question.
4 is really long.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
say.
Oh man, that is actually like crazy time. Wow, that looked a little crazy. Anyways, nevertheless, so BB team, obviously it's struggling versus pre-tournament expectations. I think we may have enough time to take a look at one other game. We currently have Entity versus XG, Mouse versus Liquid, Tundra versus Beast Coast. If you were to have a preference, what direction would you consider?
Probably Tundra Beast Coast. We're talking about BB team being tied for second to last. Well, Beast Coast is also in that same boat.
So these two
games
teams
really
are both tied in 6th, technically. And
Wow.
depending on the results of the games, you could then have a clear 6-7.
correct. Now the issue for Beast Coast is that Tundra is doing really well in general. They're 8-2, so tied for first.
This is not the gameplay. We'll get back to that in just a second.
This is Dota 3, I think.
I saw plus 25k net gold in favor of Tundra if they were on Radiant side. Was I reading that right?
Was looking at my tablet. If
Got it. Okay. Got it. They did. Wait, hang on. What did you say? Oh, copy. Okay, copy. Producers gave me a note. I'm like, that may mean something that I think it means. So if Tundra are up significantly, what will this mean for the potential results?
Well, it depends on the series because it's just game 1.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
If they end up splitting it, then it's just going to continue to be the same tie. Like, going to have like 20 tiebreakers.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be absolutely loads. If we are able to get that game up on screen, we will. If not, you will be able to keep watching BB Team versus PSG Quest. That's on twitch.tv/EWC_Dota2 amongst all of the other streams. While we take a look into that one, we are going to go to a quick break. And after the break, Teacher Suns fan, aka Teacher Shannon, will be educating the crew as well as all of us, and hopefully some of you on yet another Dota champion. This one theoretically is more complex. Theoretically,
it's a hero.
To be fair, I read that and I knew it was going to cause trouble. So let's learn another hero, shall we? Thank you for a fantastic response. We'll be right back.
No, it's Lance of Pursuit. I just always think of it as a jousting. I mean, yeah, that's what it is. My brain can never put that name together, but gives him a lot of extra damage there as the puck's running away.
I think that tier 1 is criminally underrated.
It's solid.
Like, on the
It's
upside, it does add a lot of damage. In a situation like that, where the puck's trying to run away against a Focus Fire Wind Ranger.
I mean, it got buffed too. The damage from behind is 20 now instead of 15. So that's a lot. 20 bonus damage on hits like a Wind Ranger. But what is that ability called, Austin?
Hound.
You actually knew that?
Huh?
You actually knew that?
No, I was already looking at the Lance of Pursuit
There's
earlier.
no way you
said
knew
the
that.
name wrong. It's a good name, though.
Dire's
Hound.
middle tower has fallen.
Yeah, you hound them with the jousting, Lance. You hit the tower on the rebuttal.
Yeah.
Pretty nice here for BB Team. They'll get a deny? No, they will not.
Nope. Dukala sneaks it in with the Centaur creep.
It's a lot of recovery time for TA 2000 here.
Yeah.
Hasn't really been contested during this period. I mean, he had the 2 bad deaths on lane. His tower goes down, but then BB Team kind of just let him do whatever, and he is recovering here.
Radiant
Didn't really manage to get like super deep jungle wards out or smoke and try and kill his brood with a coil. Are getting a lot of D wards around mid. That part's going well for him. And of course, Nightfall is matching that brood in terms of comparable farm rate.
Oh, Nightfall, don't do it. Don't do it. Oh, it's a flag bearer creep. You know you want that last hit, but if he were to pop out, he'd get bushwhacked, he'd get shackle shot, run down by the focus fire with the fresh Maelstrom coming out. Kiss is going to be put to work here with the coil. The overprotective wisps make it difficult if the orb doesn't land. Okay, the Boundless Strike will finally come out from Nightfall to deliver the killing blow. 2,000 net worth lead remains for BBB team. Almost got me.
See if they can grow this lead. You'd really want to use the aggression of the Monkey this early Gleipnir on Nightfall to ramp up the pressure. Find the Brood at least once, counterplay whatever the Mars wants to do right now, get more Vessel charges on Miro. That we did see the Blink come out from Malik here. If they can make a play with that and the Brood Orchid coming online to connect on this puck, that's kind of the ideal. Maybe you find Monkey with the Blink Mars Arena, cut a tree, or you find this puck with the Brood Orchid. Those are the two connections that you're really looking for here if you're Quest. I mean, they're looking for him. They've really been patient trying to find this Nightfall kill, but he has not bitten the bait. Were some Radiant Obs down there that scouted a little bit of this movement, which has protected Nightfall a decent amount.
Yeah, see that deeper ward by the outpost. Got some information at some point about that setup. So they'll not be...
Welcome back, everybody, to class. That's right, we're about to dive into another lecture from a legendary coach, an amazing teacher, and my new best friend. He doesn't know this yet, so I'd love to hear the response in a moment. We're about to dive into a Dota breakdown. Quick shot here, joined by Bunny and Jace. And Sunsfan is back up at the teacher's board, and he's going to teach us about another hero.
That's correct. Her name is Legion Commander. She's a badass. As you can see here,
that's not the language
she
I
cast
use in
her
my class.
first skill. I'm allowed to say that one time, by the way, so that's the quota for today. I won't say it again, I promise.
Sorry.
So Legion Commander, she's picked primarily as a position 3 offlaner. Her first skill is called Overwhelming Odds, and you can see when she activates it, everything around her takes a bunch of damage, and the more units that there are, the more damage that comes out. Now, the thing it's not showing here is when you activate it, you gain a bunch of attack speed over the course of around 5-6 seconds. So really good for getting the auto attacks going, okay? Now, you're gonna have to wait for the ultimate. We're gonna get to that at some point, but that's the most unique part of this hero. So second ability, let's go to, is press the attack.
Is it just pressing the attack right click?
Not quite, no. This is a single target spell that you can cast on yourself or allies, and it will heal them.
Okay.
It will give them move speed, and the thing that we're showing off here, it will actually take off stuns, which is a pretty unique mechanic. There's not that many of them in the game. Typically, you'll have... Go ahead.
Is there a double entendre here? Because press the attack, but there's no actually attacking. I know it's somebody else can press the attack.
Well, if you
there's
must
layers.
know, they just were too lazy to rename the spell. It used to give attack speed.
Right, okay, there we go. Thank you. Okay, cool. Okay.
Sorry, my brain, you lost me there.
I am
there.
ridiculously pedantic,
Good catch.
pedantic with verbiage. Anyways, I apologize, teacher.
No, by all means. So this is an open class. You can ask whatever you want. Let's go to the next skill. We have a passive called Moment of Courage. 25% of the time when Legion Commander is attacked, she will immediately counterattack with a bunch of lifesteal.
Oh.
Does that interrupt any of like your animations or your regular attacks or things like that?
It does not interrupt anything.
No. Okay, so could I ask, could we go full screen and zoom in a little bit? Because I'd love for you to highlight for me, when does the bonus attack come in?
Look for the green.
Okay, look for the green.
It's coming soon. Just wait. Centaur has to attack. Okay, still not there.
Waiting for it.
There.
That was it. Oh, okay.
Okay, so this all leads into one of the coolest ultimates.
Just before you do, if I can.
Yes, student, please.
Thanks, boss. The reason that I really like that, specifically on the thing, I think in a lot of other MOBAs, as far as I'm aware, when your attack animation is interrupted, it kind of resets the timer. So the way my brain interprets this, there's like a phantom weapon that lands this bonus one from the bonus attack. That's how I understand it.
Yeah, that's a good way to think of it.
Thank you, teacher.
I'm just saying that. Don't actually mean it. So let's go to the ultimate ability named Duel, and this is what the hero is all about.
Ultimate.
You
Let's
click
go. Wow,
on an enemy hero, and you both forcibly attack each other for around 5 seconds. It's essentially a stun in a way. Well, not really, because you're still attacking, but you can't do any other actions during that time.
So it's like a baby cage. It locks you into a baby cage in some ways.
Is that a League of Legends reference?
No, it's not. It's
Yeah.
just literally a baby's can't escape their cages.
Got
Once
you.
once you commit to a duel with the baby inside one of the little cages, they can't leave. Question: the Centaur Warrior on the bottom,
Yes.
it bounced away, so it can't get involved. It can't break the barrier. It almost like it bounced off the wall. Did I
Well,
read
no,
that right?
there's no actual wall here, so we're just showing
Okay.
off that she can get stunned.
Oh, I
and you can
understand,
mess
okay.
with her in this state, so it's not like a
Fantastic.
free duel.
Okay.
So we haven't gotten to the cool part about the ultimate, but I want to get to the Aghanim Scepter first, which upgrades. It's an item you can buy that upgrades duel.
And we had the Aghanim Shard earlier.
Right, well, yeah, the Aghanim Scepter is a bigger version, let's call
Understood,
it, for every
understood.
single hero. So for this, she cannot be affected by stuns, pretty much. She becomes magic immune during the time. It also elongates the duel timer. It's around 8 seconds. But here's the coolest thing about duel. Whoever wins, if anyone, during that period, you can see winner, winner, chicken dinner there. She gains permanent damage the rest of the game.
Yo.
If the other person wins, they gain permanent damage.
Is that
the rest of the game.
infinite? Is there a cap to it?
It is infinitely scaling, similar to Pudge that we talked about. That's also an infinite scaling.
That's
tool.
ridiculous. These games can last up to 300 minutes. The longest game of Dota 2 that ever was played was 300 minutes.
Right. So having like 200 extra attack damage on Legion is not that unusual. So
Unreal.
let's go look at the full combo as our final clip, where she's just going to use all her abilities. You can see this little spiky stuff coming out of her. That's an item that you almost always buy on the hero, that when you activate it, it reflects all the damage you're taking back to the person that's attacking you, which you're forcing them to attack you. So you're just doubling up your damage, essentially.
Then can you self-cast your press the attack as well?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, so I can see how that full combo would work out.
Yeah, and the one thing I didn't mention, because this is just Dota and there's always an exception, I said when you're dueling somebody, you can't do anything else. I lied because they changed that recently. You can cast your first ability, which gives attack speed. And that was my biggest gripe about the hero in general, because it was very clunky. Like, you have to cast all this stuff and then finally duel, and now you can... You're given some...
it's like a quality of life change, really.
It's a great
right?
quality of life change, yes.
That makes sense.
It makes it a lot more fun to play.
That makes sense. Okay, awesome. So, what do we say? Thank you, teacher.
Okay.
I love the fact that there's only Asian countries who have this kind of thing.
Apparently,
I just realized.
Apparently, this is customary. This is what we do in school.
It is.
That's what we learned. I got one more question for you. If teacher, if I want to learn where to play or understand the game, or where I can find like other friends that maybe want to play with me, where can I go?
There's plenty of places. Liquipedia is probably the best resource to find out about esports, and to actually, it's interesting. Dota 2 Wiki used to be a big thing. It was a different website entirely, but now it is on Liquipedia as well, so you can get the double whammy there. And then in terms of actual guides, they have an in-game guide system where anybody can create a guide, and you can rate it. So if you open up Dota, you can easily learn. Well, sorry about that. Easily
you can learn.
Yeah, you can learn if you want to.
Is dependent on the individual person playing that game.
Very true.
So that's fantastic. Okay. Now we've done all three of the community close-ups. I've got one last question for the lot of you. What is your community's meme game like? Because I will mention that at least...
Meme game?
Yes. So I'll give some examples, right? I'm a fairly active follower of a lot of different esports. So the Counter-Strike 2 memes and community integration is a little bit aggressive, is a little bit edgy. There's a lot of trash talk. So a lot of the stuff that happens between players is banter related, much like how I've antagonized my guests on the show. A good example, a substitute player stepped in for G2 at a PGL major in London. And his explicit words in the pregame interview was, if that man over there stands up and yells, I'll tell him what he thinks. And then it turned out to be really fun, and they joked, and it was quite playful, but it was like in a threatening tone. League of Legends, they have memes of all sorts. Games like Warzone is a little bit more about gameplay stuff. They love doing like the funny clips from it. So with some examples, what is your community's meme game like?
Yeah, it's all over the place. I'm going to be selfish. It's the first thing I thought of. It's actually me.
Tell us why. Tell us why.
There's 2 memes. So when I owned Digital Chaos, the team from back in the day.
Came second to TI.
Right, but before we had that version of the team, our team was terrible.
Okay.
And we would qualify to a lot of tournaments because teams would actually back out. So that's called Suns fanning your way into the tournament. And then the most recent one, which is still basically in every thread, anytime anything happens, I was on my podcast and I was in a very bad mood, worse than normal, as you might imagine. And
I've never thought of you in a bad mood. I think you're grumpy, but not a bad mood.
I alluded to something bad that was going to happen, but I didn't say what it was. So everybody started trying to figure out what the heck it was. So anything bad that happens is like, is this what Suns fan warned us about?
The funny thing is, I think Suns fanning and the Suns fan persona is incredibly well known in Dota because I've heard every other Dota caster on a personality basically have the same expectations. So I like that. What about yours?
I think it's quite similar to Call of Duty Warzone when you talk about how most of the clips are pretty much about the gameplays and how they make a funny clips about the moments of it. It's similar to the side of Garena Free Fire as well because we usually pretty much just clip moments of achievement, a success of able to actually wipe out. But mostly if it clips about the players talking about each other, again, like I said, this is pretty much average kids talking to each other. They don't really banter much. They don't have much of like taunting. They mostly like praising each other and say that we want to beat you. That's all.
Oh, I love that. Okay, nice. James, what about MLBB?
This is a very interesting topic, I would say. As I alluded last week, do you guys have something called clippers?
Like
Clippers?
Clipper?
Or just
Clips.
game clips?
Game clips.
Yeah,
Okay,
Twitch.
yeah.
It's built into Twitch.
Okay,
Twitch clips.
so in MLBB, it's a very massive community that also builds around these clippers. Just to want to name a few, I think I name as well.
Oh, so
DJY.
a community or an account that clips games, clips things like that. Now I understand.
Correct. So not only just that, right? DJY is also around EWCs, by the way. He also has some access, so he's already making a few spicy memes. As for example, before coming over here, he was just uploading how, NIP Flash was just trash talking homeboys.
So they just clip out all the spicy things.
Correct.
And all this stuff, like kind of a community bait and stuff.
Correct. And apart from that, it's also a little bit of a gameplay when, something very funny happened in the game, and that's just what we do.
I really like that. So it's about, again, gameplay stuff as well.
Correct.
So both mobile games like that. Because you were a little bit selfish as well, the biggest meme that I'm known for is smacking my co-caster's bottom. Not a joke either. I'm going to move on and not go to expand.
I'm so glad I'm on this side.
It's actually on Giphy, so it's very well known in the community. I figure because we've had a lot of fun, because our teacher did such a good job, it is now time for recess, and the children will get to play Pictionary. So we're going to show blurred images of one of the games happening here.
No.
But hang on. One of the games happening here. So this is, I'm going to assume MLBB, Free Fire as well as Dota 2, but it might be broader. I don't know. Let's expect anything. Let's take a look. All right, so panel, game number 1 question, picture number 1.
All right.
What is this going to be? Okay, guess the game.
What?
Now, can I validate, is this all of the games at EWC? All of them. I have a prediction, and I think that I'm right. So before I jump in, you should be able to get this too.
Oh boy.
Old man, come on.
I would say Counter Forces, maybe.
There is a very big hint in the middle of the screen. One kind of group of pixels is showing. I think it's a map from Counter-Strike 2.
Oh.
And I think you can see.
Okay.
I think you can see.
I was wondering what that little box was.
I believe there's a USP. I'm going to go this far. I think there's a USP pistol in the bottom, and it kind of gives off a little bit of like, maybe Vertigo, Ancient, I can't tell if it was in things.
It looks like Inferno.
Is it Inferno? I mean, it's definitely CS2.
At first I thought it was Vertigo, but that looks like Inferno.
It was the orange colors that made me think Vertigo.
Yeah.
So we're going to go CS2. If we're right, I think we can reveal the picture.
I think this is the
and nailed it.
What map is this, though?
That's Inferno. Yes. Right?
Banana side, yeah.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I panicked for a second there. Okay, you've got to do this harder if you want to beat us. Okay, so we got a little
Okay,
pixel
that's
in the
easy.
middle.
Come on now.
Wait, hold on.
Is it?
Wait, seriously?
I'm just kidding.
Oh my
Dude,
god.
you said that so confident. Okay, if you think you know what the answer is, put it in chat. I again have a fairly confident guess. So I'm going to get the others. Jace, give me a game that's happening of the 21 here at EWC. Give me a guess, and if you get it wrong,
random guess.
We'll reveal another pixel, because I think the production team could do that. I think that's
okay.
Are we allowed to help? Or?
Yes. Let's
Is
go.
there a lifeline?
I feel like this is a battle. I feel like this
we
is
need
a
a
battle
lifeline.
royale, right?
You're going battle royale?
Yeah. Isn't it like a top-down?
Okay, that's about a... Oh, wait, that's the moment!
That's
okay.
Free Fire.
Yes, it is! Yes, well done. The correct answer was Free Fire, and we got to actually rewind this back and forth. Oh,
Shout out to the production. That was a really good clip.
That was great. I agree.
Oh yeah, this one.
MLBB, and we're looking at
yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
We're going to lock in MLBB. Is this right or wrong?
Obvious.
MLBB.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, wait.
Wait.
Yes,
Yay!
it is. Oh, the only reason I panicked,
Right.
there's a lot of grass and river that looks similar between League of Legends from last week.
I think the color scheme of MLB is slightly... You can tell almost immediately.
Is this PUBG maybe?
I think this is PUBG, and I think this is an outdoor area, and it looks like somebody's got like a Steyr AUG assault rifle. Let's see. Is this PUBG? That feels like it's PUBG. The reveal's good. We've got the double barn. This has to be PUBG.
No.
Oh my word, it's Call of Duty?
Warzone.
We just got owned.
Uh-oh.
We just got owned.
I was thinking about it actually.
I recognize it because I was looking at Biffle. I'm like,
Do you know what? Do you know what? I led us down a dark path. I was so confident that was PUBG.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's alright.
I ruined it. I ruined it.
Everybody
that was
can
fantastic.
everybody can make mistakes.
I really, really appreciate the fact that we got the Free Fire car, and the MLBB was fun, but the Free Fire is way better.
Oh,
That
true.
Was,
That was true. The clip was nice.
by far my favorite. We obviously want to show you again the only active games that are still running here this late at night, 10:05 in the evening, are those 4 games of Dota. Sunsfan's grabbed his tablet. I believe he'll start looking at the results and as they're coming in. I will be asking to pull those 4 games up on your screens, and I can actually give you a little bit of breaking news that I have heard from the Dota on-air talent team. So first of all, in terms of some stream updates, Tundra is guaranteed upper bracket playoffs.
Okay.
Liquid is also guaranteed playoffs, but upper bracket and lower bracket is yet to be decided. And both of those teams are in Group B, right? So that's obviously because the team's lower down. Now, I'll give you a little bit of space. If you can let me read some of these tiebreaker rules, I may be able to give our viewers an update on tiebreakers. So, Sunsfan, what are you looking at? What are you thinking?
For this specific game, this is Bebop team versus PSG. And let's see, Quest right now are 4-6, and BB team are 3-7. And this is still game 1, surprisingly. So 31 minutes in, there is a decent lead right now for BB team. They have the Aegis, so they've already taken Roshan. Shout out to my boy Buka, who made the overlays for the stream now. You can see the top left, they added this Aegis power play, which is really cool. Essentially shows once you kill Rosh, how much gold that you are gaining in comparison to the other team during this process. Because a lot of the times when you get this first Aegis, it's about killing the outer towers, getting map control, and then you kill Roshan a second time. That's when you try to go high ground typically. So this is, we'll see how they're able to use it, but there's still plenty of time on the Aegis right
So
now.
Jason Bunny, have some conversation with Suns as I'm taking a look. I have some tiebreak updates, but I just want to make sure I digest it.
I think you mentioned about the first Roche, and then after that I'm thinking about it's kind of similar like what we want to do for side of Lord. Usually when you take down the first Lord, it's not the most impressive Lord, it doesn't charge, but you generally want to clear off your first tiers, right? Which is basically similar where you expose the ranks for Dota 2.
Right. Yeah, I think it's kind of similar. I mean, I think part of it is the items get better, but I think the bigger deal is you're stronger when the second Rosh is there, and that's when you're able to take the high ground potentially. So it's kind of a combination of things, but I think we can just go into the game and see what the casters have to say in this pretty important series.
Then you just have to get out of there. Yeah. So what's it actually doing for you? It's not giving you a way to win these fights.
If anything, the BKBs may be what you need to, when you go on Monkey King or Puck or something else and the Primal Split is popped, those BKBs allow you to commit to a bigger kill.
But this is the big problem that they face in this game is, like, where is the damage, the sustained damage going to come from PSG Quest in a longer fight where your BKBs run out? I mean, Brood Shard plus Butterfly, I can see some idea there. Wind Ranger can always run around and Ags, but you're pretty dependent on the focus fire.
Nice arena from Malik. A worse spear, though. It chains the disable, but it pushes him over the cliff area, unable to keep the damage on him. And the power shot just barely off the mark. Lightning on 2 now, Nightfall. gets pulled back into the bushwhack. They get the pick off anyway. Well, thank you, Nightfall.
Well, Spiderlings on the Bloodthorn are no joke. Well, he'll give it to him. You know, he said, hey, you messed up, but I got you. I got you, boys.
It's a give and take.
Looking for a lasso here. And show your face. Save's gonna take it.
Give him the Lincolns just to make sure that they can't stop him, but PSG Quest played far enough back that Save will not find the opening.
Maybe Refresher Mars is another source of sustained damage as this game goes later and later. Like Brewmaster is going to fall off a little in terms of direct damage output, so if you get double arena, you know, just catch this monkey in like a double spear or something.
I mean, you're talking about a lot of items.
Of course,
because he's got to get his scythe first and then the refresher. You're talking about I'm talking about the 25 talent for the Broodmother. This is a lot of farming time that PSG Quests are gonna need. And we'll see whether or not BB Team gives it to him. They do relinquish the control they had over the Dire Triangle.
I do think these are two teams in the tournament that can play on the slower side, especially when they try and close games out. Neither team really rushes the high ground or tries to end games quickly.
No, I anticipated this one was going to be 2 50-minute games. So if it is faster than that, I will be surprised.
2 50-minute games. What about if it's 100-minute game? And then they just both concede the next one.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What do you want me to say to that?
Would you rather play 10 10-minute Dota games or 1 2.5-hour Dota game?
I would rather play 1 2.5 hour of Dota game because that's when real Dota happens. I'm not a disgusting turbo
What if
player.
That 2.5-hour game your carry picked anti-mage?
So I'm playing 4 versus 5 for 70 minutes.
That's right.
Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Nice.
Gotcha there.
Smoke up from Quest.
Dire's top tower.
Bushwhack lands onto Toronto Tokyo. Not a bad kill if they can get it without committing too much. They use the arena. I guess just to make sure that there's no Monkey King on those trees.
That was the Hex reveal from the Mars as well. Big item for PSG Quest, and he's going to work towards that refresher. So his Hex build up, this is the one that scales really well in this game if you can get to that refresher, and suddenly you have, you know, 10, 11, 12 seconds of disable to work with. Noob's still trying to scout here.
Yeah, yo, he's here, and they've got him on the lasso. Pull back inside the Wukong's command, and if they can just add another disable, he's certainly dead. Boundless Strike isn't quite enough. The BKB is worn out, and they hit him with the Gleipnir. That'll be enough. Without the Wind Ranger, a lot of their damage goes out the window. PSG Quest, nice blink away from Malik off of the Tornado, though. A lot of chase from BB Team. We've talked about that before. Oh, get the Enchantress. How much more can they get, though? TA2000 actually thinking about turning back around. In a 3 versus 4, that's a bold move. Hit by the Gleipnir.
Very bold.
Noob still has a buyback. Maybe they want to play for that one. Gets bashed up. Oh, TA2000 a bit in trouble now. Pops the Insatiable Hunger. Looks to hit something. Goes for a TP away during this BKB. The damage comes out, and it's not enough. Got away on a sliver.
Even with Nemesis Curse buffing it up, he played the cliff line against Nightfall, who could not get in there for another bash. Nonetheless, it's another disaster of a team fight for PSG Quest. They can't find their footing versus this Monkey King. Can't find the lockdown on the Lincoln's puck. Continue to bleed out heroes here. It's the same story it's been the whole game. Find one hero, and then it all goes wrong.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Banner should let them commit to this push. Don't have Brewmaster ulti. Maybe that's one little concern here. Oh, they'll give it up. Settle for a tier 3 for that banner trade. Look towards the Octarine on the puck and the Abyssal on the Monkey, and then I think you're in smooth sailing to a degree.
Yeah. It's like, how does the Broodmother, even if you get to 25 with whatever item he ends up going, looks like it's going to be Lincoln's. How do you, if Monkey King gets off Wukong's command, as much damage as Broodmother gets, when you're just surrounded by bashes from all these statues?
No,
can't do it.
It's not going to happen. You have to land some crazy Shackle or Mars Initiation. That's it. That's all you're looking for if you're PSG Quest.
Eontis will protect him against this blood-throat intrusion. A lasso. Got the Broodmother. Pull him inside the Wukong's command. Just on the edge, TA2000. But he actually runs into the Wukong's command. Thinks better of that. That was a lot of damage hit from the statues. Led him and Malik the wrong road they travel down. And it'll result in Malik and Ducalis' death. Just the wrong idea.
I mean, they got the Hex on the bat when he got the lasso, so there wasn't any crazy drag into them.
And welcome back. BB is on the rise. Starting to pull up a little bit there in gold. We catch a quick replay here as PSG Quest are starting to fall behind ever so slightly in terms of the group. PSG Quest 4 and 6, and of course BB Team 3 and 7. So this is still a very important game.
Yeah, if BB Team continues on with this lead and wins the game, then they're literally tied. So. I mean, how many times have we said tie? And I mean, this is Group B, so it's a little bit different, I suppose, but it's on the threshold of lower bracket and elimination, so extremely important. And it's only like half a day left after this.
Right.
This feels like, me putting my, back in the good old days when we have earphones, just crunch it out together, put it in your pocket, and now you just have to untangle it. This is basically what I feel about Group A.
Yeah, Group A is a mess. It is absolutely a mess. I mean, it's funny, it's a mess right now, but not that I'm a genius or anything, but it's actually expected rankings if you just look at the rank without the ties right now. It's nothing.
So I'm actually working on this at the moment. I managed to get some confirmation from the stage producer. I'm not going to be reading the text now, just so there's things. It's quite convoluted, quite complex. For our Dota viewers, I'm sure the terminology, they'll be able to keep up with it. But I'll break it down in just a moment or two once I get the green light. There is an interesting thing that I don't have any chess experience, but there's a rule that there's a lot of German words in it. The Neustadtel-Scroll, the Sonnenberger or Neustadtel. Neustadtel?
I couldn't tell you.
Can I get a German to tell me, am I saying that right? Neustadtel? Neustadtel. Okay, so bear with me.
Okay.
I would love to know how much you follow me on this one specifically because this is such a unique MOBA type of tiebreaker. Okay. So because of the group standings and because of how tight Group A is, if a tie involves positions of significance, that's 4th or 5th, meaning upper bracket, lower bracket, or 6th or 7th, meaning lower bracket and elimination, and that is between two teams, then a tiebreaker will be played depending on how many teams are involved. So 2 teams is a best of 3. Simple. If you have 2 teams tied, you match it. However, if more than 2 teams are involved, then there will be a round robin of best of 1s. Following after the best of 1s complete, if there is a clean break and if the tie is not over a position of significance, for example seeding, then we'll break it on the Neustadtel rule. Right?
Neustadtel.
Neustadtel.
I like the fact that
Bunny, can you try to say that?
Neustadtel.
You did it so much better than me.
Not bad.
Now, from what I'm led to believe and what I understand, the stage host for the Dota tournament is my South African brethren, just as an aside. And that rule should resolve 90% of all scenarios. I don't know if they know how many tiebreakers there may be on the things. And just to simplify it essentially will break down the strength of your wins. So if you beat a team with 8 wins, it is better than beating a team with 3 wins. Some of the other terminologies for this rule is strength of victory, power of wins, etc. So essentially, the played matches to tiebreak will stop as soon as we no longer have ties in the matches of significance.
So I'll say that I've seen this word before. I've never tried to pronounce it. I know for this year we haven't had to resort to it at all because typically they do the round robin tiebreaker and they just do it infinitely. And the most we've had to do is 2 sets.
Luckily, with week 2, there's 6 more weeks of broadcast, and the double elim bracket will start on Tuesday. So there ain't no time for infinite round robins. 1 set of round robin happens. In theory, we can eliminate a team because that 6-7 position is the most important one, and then we can break all of the other ties with the Neustadtel rule. Can you do it again for me, buddy?
Neustadtel.
It's so nice. You almost block your nose when you say it. It's really good. Okay, what I will say though as well, it's very convoluted, it's very complex. We will have the standings for you later on in EWC HQ. Also, I have all of the stats on this crazy spreadsheet, which we can obviously give you the Neustadtl rules as well. We're going to go to a break. When we come back from the break, we're going to take a look at the Free Fire as well as the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Finals. Give you a preview. Stick to our guns for predictions. Vamos loud! We'll be right back.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks.
And welcome back to the Esports World Cup headquarters. We're bringing you all the updates here in the EWC Catch-Up powered by STC. And I want to start with the Dota 2 update. I dropped a lot of words. We dropped some German. We talked a little bit about what is going to happen in those tiebreaker scenarios. As a very brief summary, when we get the standings on your screen, I want to talk about Group A specifically. In the event that more than 2 teams are tied on the same score, like the 3 at the top and maybe the 3 in the middle, we can expect a round robin of best of ones to try to determine seeding. If all those teams are tied again, then we can look at a Neustarter rule. But I have heard that based on expectations from the Dota team, there may be more than 1 round of round robin best of one.
Oh, no. Oh, the fun.
Yes. So I believe that their hope would be that by the second one, theoretically, 90% of those scenarios will at least eliminate a team.
Right.
So if the 10% happens, then again, that next scenario, 90% of scenarios. The chances of hitting 10% scenarios in a row twice is crazy.
You haven't seen my luck yet.
I haven't seen your luck. Okay.
You haven't seen my luck yet.
I obviously talked over those things. We saw the numbers. We've talked about Group B. It's very clear top and bottom. Group A, do you have the matches for tomorrow? Like, is there anything that you can think about that might be intriguing, or like who may be at more risk? I know we talked a little bit about like LGD.
Oh, I mean, literally all of them. Literally all. There's 4 matches. So Falcons versus Heroic.
So who does Blacklist play tomorrow then? That's the question.
Blacklist is against Team Spirit. So Team Spirit are probably in the best position to
They are the
take
weakest
the lead.
team. And also, the only contra to that is even if Spirit win and are in a tie scenario, the value of a win against them is lower under the Neustarter.
Right, true.
Whereas every win that LGD has picked up is more valuable because those teams are significantly higher placed than them.
You lost me already.
Okay, right, so that's it. Which would be your game to watch would be my request then.
Oh, that's tough.
Yeah, pick one of them.
I think Gaming Gladiators versus Aurora, probably.
Okay.
Gaming Gladiators, like we've talked about ad nauseum, they're tied for first, and only 1 game away is Aurora, who I didn't pick them to get out of this group, I don't think, because it's SCA and they kind of struggle sometimes. But this team has definitely shown, like last year, a different team name. I think they were T1 at that time. They owned.
Yeah, well, let's see what happens. I mean, it's going to be very fun to watch. Okay, we'll come back to Dota a little bit later on in the show. Let's start with Free Fire. We've got some clips to look at Buriram. They really destroyed today. 3 wins back-to-back. 27 elims in a single game is phenomenal. Bunny, what do you make of them?
I'm loving their momentum, but like I said, this is going to put a huge target right at the back of their head, because the fact is, the moment when a team sees the techniques that have been put out here at the point rush stage, they will definitely try to look and search for Buriram tomorrow and make sure they will be the eliminated one and not able to survive long enough at the grand final. But I hope that will not be the case for Buriram United. I hope that there will be a chance for them to be able to survive, do a rotation, and manage to actually get to that placement point like they've done here for the point rush stage.
It's amazing, right? Like the Buriram's performance in terms of, especially for point rush. It's, yeah, I mean, 8 points, nothing to scoff at. But sometimes the 8 points may make or break a championship. So I think that's something that really definitely have to look out for, especially for a point rush kind of system.
8 points separated number 1 and 2 in the knockout stage.
Yeah.
4 points separated 3 and 4. 10. You know, it's like the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's less than 8 points between each of them.
Yeah.
And that not only is a significant jump in prize money, but also a significant jump in club championship points as well. For the clubs competing, looking for that trophy.
Yeah, initially when I saw this kind of format, I'm like, 8 points is nothing. Then I remember Warzone, how tight it was. What, 10 points points away from first and second. That's a huge amount of money lost just right there, just by this 8 points.
Significant. Obviously, that's the finals of the Point Rush stage that concluded today. Tomorrow, the grand final will kick off, and we'll figure out who's going to be able to hoist that trophy, and importantly, which keys they're going to be selecting. That's one of my favorite parts.
Yeah,
those are
me
definitely
too.
interviews that I want to hear. Now, MLBB, what's our update?
All right, so for MLBB, the day has been done. We are looking forward to a grand finals tomorrow. But what happened today is Selangor Red Giants securing the position, going to the grand finals, creating history. In fact, these two teams that you see up here has already created history. MSC 2024 has been, I think it's like one of the first times that we've seen a non-PH versus PH, a non-PH versus Indonesia, Indonesia versus Indonesia type of grand final. So this is really exciting for the MLBB fans, right? NIP Flash, however, did put up a really good job against Selangor Red Giants, but I would say Selangor Red Giants did a better job, especially not only just the fact that they're really strong in terms of execution, you get to see a dragon flying around, but also their draft and mindset and mentality going to NIP Flash. Selangor Red Giants, by the way, undefeated in terms of series. They may perhaps meet their first defeat only after a long time tomorrow against
How many days have you been?
I can't do the math. More than 100 days.
More than 100 days. When did you hear it?
106, is
Why?
it?
No, I know, but what day did you hear that news? Because I saw it on the podcast on Wednesday.
Yeah.
So it's more than 102 days.
Oh!
It's more than that. It's more than that, actually.
But you're picking them to lose.
No.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is.
Yes, I did.
Yes,
How
he
dare
did.
you?
Why are you so confident?
I mean,
okay.
What do you think the percentage is if you had to?
I would say if Selangor Red Giants actually win Falcon AP brand, that is a massive upset. That is massive news, and you.
But they haven't lost in 100 days.
Yeah.
Well, I want to unpack this. Hold on, let's look at this really quickly because, first of all, the Selangor Red Giants 3-0, that's our final. Those are the matches, once again, looking towards the championship, looking towards hoisting the trophy. The reason I want to pause the conversation is the very next discussion will be about previewing that final. And I want to go those percentages. Sons, I want you to grill, teach your sons on that side. Thank you very much. I think that'll wrap it up as far as the three games are concerned. Looking back, wrapping up this side of the day. We will be moving into the finals. Before we do that, that does it for EWC Catch-Up, powered by STC. Well, as I mentioned, tomorrow we will be crowning two more champions here at the Esports World Cup. So the last things we want to do before we start to wrap up the evening is preview those finals. Now, I believe we may be starting on Free Fire, waiting to see what production say because we have a couple structures that we're going to line up. Let's just start with Free Fire. Let's not change anything. I understand I just asked that. So we'll come back to the questions.
No worries.
Who's coming in as the favorites after today's Point Rush? I know we've mentioned Buriram so much, so let's maybe ignore them. Let's just assume that they are the favorites, right?
Okay.
They looked fantastic in knockout stage. I think they placed second. Loud completely fell off the map. I made weak excuses. So which of the other teams, when you look down your list, would you think could be threats and who could do well?
I mean, Team Falcon and Loud, these are the two teams that to be watched out because sometimes they can surprise us, especially Twisted Mind because they never disappoint when it comes to making sure that they have the comeback fights. They always do a great epic comeback to a point that we didn't expect that from the Point Rush stage, and suddenly on the grand finals, they pop off out of nowhere, doing a great rotation, moving on from high ground, safe zone, as well as doing a really good aggressive fight because they always they are the first one to actually go for the engagement. But Fluxo, I do really think that we have actually talked about how they have performed so well from the day one of knockout stage and moving into the Point Rush. This is a really different performance they've done, and I really hope that that will be keep up for the grand finals as well.
Now, when we look at Twisted Minds and Fluxo, right? Twisted Minds during the knockout stage played 8 rounds. They picked up 1 booyah and 74 kills. That placed them 7th, right? Fluxo were the last team to qualify in 12th for Point Rush. They also got 1 booyah, only 57 kills. So while I do look at Points Rush and I do see a significant jump going from 12th across the 8 maps to 4th across the 6 maps from Point Rush, it's that inconsistency that makes me go, you know, the only team that I can sincerely say has been fairly consistent across was AGG and Buriram.
Agree.
You know, 2nd and 4, and then, 1 and 2. So, you know, both top 4 placements, you have to make an assumption that if you can do that across now 14 maps to be in the top 4, there have to be consideration. Like, if I were to flip-flop and change my vote, not that I'm going to, but if I thought about it and I wanted to be an instigator, AGG might be a team to consider because they've just been chasing, but a little bit under the radar, you know?
Agree. I think that I don't shine much of a light for the AG, and I'm sorry, but it's maybe because the history has been foreseen from the past that AG Global, they are performing well throughout the qualifiers and then moving into semi-finals and then moving into the grand finals. Sometimes they actually fall back. This is something that has happened. Inconsistency has already been around the Battle Royale scene. The fact that may perform so well at the start, but once it moved into the grand finals, it could be pressure, it could be that the fact, like I said, the teams that were so performing at the last, before the point rush started out, maybe they were just like you said, you're giving excuses too loud.
Well, we'll find out.
Playing it safe for a while.
We're going to find out. We're going to find out. Everybody at home, you can watch the finals starting tomorrow at 5 p.m. local Riyadh time over at youtube.com/@EWC. And I think important to note that final will be a couple hours before we start, so we'll be able to take a look at some of those maps, see how they play out, see who's able to secure those early booyahs. Just before I move on to an interview, can we do one booyah together?
Okay.
Let's just, so headphone users, consider this your warning. So on 3, we'll go to the wide. 1, 2, 3. Booyah! The guys from Loud were as loud as us, and they joined host Carol Bombshell in a round of Who's More Likely to... ... Let's check it out.
Você gostaria de jogar um joguinho comigo, Iago?
Vamos embora, né?
Fazer aí um combo de armas, assim, um tanto quanto, assim, fora da caixinha. Tipo, pegou 2 snipers.
No caso, entre nós dois só, no caso, né?
Não, do time todo. Pode falar o nome do time todo.
Mano, o Cauã.
É o Cauã.
O Cauã. Do nada bate umas doideiras nele. Não, vou jogar de double up também.
The Captain Team goes crazy.
Do nada a gente tá com... Do nada,
2 suportes?
do nada.
Oh my heavens. Ok. Quem é mais provável de dar uma call errada aí durante uma trocação?
O Drax. O Drax.
É muito relativo
o Drax.
isso. Não.
Tá um tiro, fica tá um tiro, e não fica.
É pra dar confiança pro time, é diferente. Não é call errada.
Quem é mais provável de usar o veículo pra garantir aquelas killzinhas?
Acho que mais eu e o Lost por aí. Caso a gente pode encostar, sei lá.
Os rushadão, os rush é Lost e Drax mesmo.
Eu acho que é mais eu e o Lost mesmo.
Ok.
Eu garanti umas killzinhas pra uns carros.
E quem é que vai assim, rushando sem pensar, tá nem aí pro time, só vai deixar todo mundo pra fora, tá nem aí?
Esse aqui.
Esse aqui. Jeito, aí eu não
tá
posso
numa
negar.
troca do nada. Tropa. Muitos caras comigo. Se enfia no meio de todo mundo.
E vocês vão lá salvar?
Não posso negar.
Tem que ir, né?
Aí tem que dar a vida pelo cria, né?
E depois?
Aí depois?
Não, depois se deu tudo certo, tá tudo bem. Mas se
deu errado,
aí lascou.
Aí lascou tudo.
Fun. Quem é mais provável de ir direto pra Zona Azul?
Iago.
Eu. Double bite, não tem como. Double sniper é muito bom.
É as armas que ele gosta, né?
Quem é mais provável de ter dificuldade em escolher qual arma quer usar?
Mano, é eu ou vocês. Porque tem muito sniper e tem muita arma de vídeo pra vocês. Não, acho que sou eu mesmo.
Acho que é tu, pô.
Você é indeciso?
Sim.
Quem é mais provável de levar mais tempo luteando?
Iago.
Eu.
O cara é doido por loot.
Não tem como, tem que ficar forte, né? Pra poder correr da partida, tem que estar
tu
bem
não
de
consegue
loot.
decidir a arma que tu quer. Você ainda cai na Zona Azul. E aí você também demora mais tempo pra lutear?
É foda, né?
O cara gosta de lutear, fazer o quê, né?
Quem é mais provável de bloquear o telefone na hora que tá jogando? Apertar o botãozinho lá e bloquear, e aí sair do jogo?
Acho que eu, já. Pelo jeito que eu jogo,
Deixa eu ver o tamanho dessa mão aí. Let me see your hand side. Ok, that explains why.
Ele sempre ficava azul. No começo que você jogando no celular,
então.
ele tava jogando, ele... Pô, desliga a tela sem querer.
Toda vez desligado.
Isso é por causa da mão?
É do
mesmo?
jeito que eu jogo também.
Como é que é?
Eu jogo meio que assim, ó. Com esses 2 dedos, né? Aí que eu seguro meio estranho o celular.
Ok.
Aí acabo desligando sem querer.
Ok. Quem é mais provável de dar bastante desculpa toda vez que cai? Eu acho que eu tenho uma pessoa em mente, mas quero ouvir a resposta de vocês. Quem é que mais cai nesse time aí e dá desculpa?
Quem, menor?
Fala tu.
Mano,
Calma. Calma 7.
Fala os dois
Calma,
juntos?
7.
Vai,
Calma,
1,
7.
2, 3.
Calma 7. O homem é rei.
The captain. Okay, okay. Nice.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bombshell. That was a fantastic game. I really did chuckle. The thing that actually got the largest reaction from both of our two mobile specialists was holding the game, accidentally lock screen, accidentally turning it off. Jays was turning his head going, that's shocking, how can you do that? And Bunny's like, yes, I do that all the time. Yeah. So let's react, like, why such a reaction?
This is what we call, ladies and gents, skill diff.
Okay.
He's the pro player and he turns his phone off. How you doing, bro? No, but why I can
also don't understand why.
I can understand depending how you hold the phone, right? And like when if you've got
because okay,
why
when
would you put your fingers here?
I don't know. I
play
like
with your thumbs.
No, you.
Okay, just okay for the record. Okay, I'm the best player for 2 fingers.
See?
Okay, only 2 fingers. No, but I'm not used to that phone. If I'm using my phone when I'm streaming.
That's
I
not
have
your
to-
hands, Bunny. That's not your hands.
Oh wait, that's not. Oh yeah. Okay, never mind.
Man, everyone. No one can recognize their own hands in this group.
I know
I'm
because
literally the
that's
palest
what,
person
that was
ever.
the first comment that I gave to you. I said, "Wow, you have a nice hand. You do, Maddie."
I have very
Is it
feminine
possible?
hands.
Okay.
Now we know
There
the
we go.
difference.
Okay, see?
Yes, look at those hands. I have to admit, you do have lovely nails. They look great on screen, like
Thank
really
you.
nice, big, broad nails.
Better than mine, actually. Oh my
Bunny,
god, what
Bunny,
is that hand?
I'm not being Bunny. So we used this on a phone. It was one of the fold-out ones, right? Your finger doesn't even reach the power button. Like, but I can understand why. I can understand why. If you wrap your fingers around a phone, right? If you're a smaller
Yeah.
model, no, I can see it's like almost like you're holding like a controller. Out of interest, do we have my footage? I mostly just want to see if we can discern the hand.
Yes.
Let's see, because I think
How
there
can
was
you
a-
not
just-
see
I
what?
want to just try. Because it's obviously
Surely.
they both think their hands are your hands.
How is that possible?
We've not prepared this at all. This is not part of the plan. We have gone way off script. Like, the script is here, and we've jumped off the screen.
We
Okay?
jump off the cliff.
We've
literally.
completely jumped off the cliff. We've completely jumped off the cliff. I'm waiting to find an update. I'm hoping that we can, but I don't know if we can. If we can't, I'll move on. Waiting for. Moving on. Cannot find it. Okay, so I won't be able to play my game. Right. MLBB Finals. Reigning world champions Falcon AP Bren versus the surprise team of the tournament in the Selangor Red Giants. What's the preview? We've got some clips on screen. Tell me about it.
Yeah, well, definitely Falcons AP Brand looking really solid, and I think that kind of explains why Liquid Echo was able to just 4-0 Falcons AP Brand in MPLPH, because turns out one of the players are not feeling well, and now Falcons AP Brand, they're in top form right now, right? And now they're going to go up against Selangor Red Giants, which is the MPL Malaysia's hope, and also basically all the dreams. Basically, they are living the dream right now, and you know what's also living the dream? Quick shot. Is the fact that Falcons AP Brand, if they win MSC 2024, they will have won the 5th M5 and also MSC in one technically year.
That's ridiculous.
Wow.
That's ridiculous. I want to zoom out now. It's been a little while since we did the EWC catch-up, and we actually had some great questions coming from Suns fans, so
Yep,
try
that's
to jog
right.
your memory. Underdog region, right? Selangor Red Giants coming in, regardless of who won between them or NLP Flash, it would have been a shock to see them in the final. It's a shock to see them in the semi-final anyway.
It is.
Regardless of who won between FCAP and TLPH, the expectation was Falcon and Team Liquids would be the favorites to win the tournament. Right?
Correct.
Just based on history and expectations. Now, both of these teams have kind of under. So, I'm going to steal the question. What percentage odds do you think Selangor Red Giants have of upsetting Falcons?
Looking at the performance for Selangor Red Giants, especially for today, NIP Flash, I would put it at, there's a 20% chance they might upset Falcons.
20%.
20 to 30%.
And this is the team that hasn't lost in 100+ days.
Correct. But they haven't met Falcons.
So justified. They haven't lost in 100 days.
Correct.
What is the strength of their opponents? Because I have seen international tournaments where wildcard regions have had 100+ win streaks, but it's against their local teams, and when they come against the big regions, they get smashed.
I know we're not doing Pepsi hot takes, Trevor, but you want a hot take from me? I would say both the underdog region, technically speaking, have gotten a little bit lucky in terms of how the format of the, listen to this, I know it's a little bit controversial, but MSC 2024, the format that I think all the people have also agreed upon is really brutal. But apart from that, unfortunately, based on the group standings, the two Filipino teams were sent to different groups. But at the very least, from Selangor Red Giants, they took down Indonesia. So, technically speaking, they never met until right now, which is at the grand finals. Even for the the knockout draw, they were on separate kind of bracket in a sense. So that's why that's also one of a really hot take.
I think it's very well, very eloquently put. I think it sets a clear David and Goliath matchup, and those finals will be starting tomorrow at 1300. That's 1 p.m. local Riyadh time over at youtube.com/@EWC. Make sure you tune in for that one. It is a best of 7. And we'll find out who'll be hoisting an MSC 2024 trophy. Let's check out what the English analyst desk had to say about the finals tomorrow.
The semifinals is now over. Now we got to look at tomorrow, where it's going to be Selangor Red Giants going up against AP Brand in the grand finals. Now, gentlemen, we got to talk about this because Selangor Red Giants remains undefeated while making history for Malaysia. Will Falcons AP Brand take their streak away? I got to ask Wolf, do you think Falcons AP Brand can break the win streak?
Oh, absolutely. They probably are the only team in this tournament that can actually take out the Red Giants. I believe that this is the last chip that they're waiting for to complete the trophy case of winnings for Falcons AP Brand as a franchise. And I think that Falcons will be soaring higher than the Red Giants reach.
What do you think, Gideon?
Personally, for me, I think that SRG, young, fresh players, rising stars, but better yet, they have momentum behind them. They've got some support, at least some support in the crowd. I think that they have what it takes to be the final bosses here.
We got to talk about what's at stake here because both teams have secured $500,000, but a champion will bring home $1 million. So, gentlemen, very quickly, what's your prediction? Wolf, who's going to win and by what score?
Okay. I think it's F-Cup 4-2.
Gideon, what about you?
I think it's SRG 4-3.
Well,
all right, so now you guys have seen both analysts have difference when it comes to the opinions. But with that being said, tomorrow it will be the epic showdown between Selangor Red Giants going up against Falcons AP Brand. No matter who wins, it's going to be history in the making. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, we will! 1 o'clock tomorrow for those finals. That was a very hype toss. We're in the last 10, 15 minutes of the show. That was a lot of energy to exude. I immediately want a gut reaction here. Very quickly, Selangor Red Giants 4-3, the prediction. Secondly, best dressed broadcast team by far.
Agree.
So, quick gut reaction on that one.
My gut reaction is I believe in Wolf. He is one of the casters I also look up to in terms of analysts as well. And sometimes when he say things, it usually comes true. I call him a prophet sometimes for this very reason, and I agree with him. It's going to be Falcons AP Brand 4-2.
Okay, call him a prophet sometimes. Not always, because it's not there. Right, I think we've got one last couple of games that we want to play here. We're going to continue to teach our communities and everybody who's watching different slang from different games, different colloquial terms. And what I love about this is I'm going to pick on people who may be able to struggle a little bit more. So, Bunny, I think you may get the first one. What is a backdoor in Dota?
Is this like a punishment for me or torture for me?
We're teaching. Teacher Suns fan said to me, you have to ask Bunny this question on air.
Really?
Yeah.
Really, teacher?
That definitely happened.
Yeah.
Okay, teacher. I'm gonna.
This one's pretty hard, actually, I think.
Really?
I'm just gonna go guess. Okay, backdoor. Like I said, whenever I see something, I usually just do a direct translation. So, backdoor, is it like a ability to protect yourself or something? Is it like a protection or something? No.
Well, in a way, maybe.
Okay.
It's not protecting yourself. So, the towers are protected.
Uh-huh.
If there are no creeps nearby,
all right,
you can't really. It's really hard to kill the towers. They get like all this crazy regen.
Uh-huh.
So if you try to kill the tower when there's no creeps nearby, that's backdooring. So you're basically like skipping the wave, and I mean you can technically win the game that way, but it's really, really, really
There
hard.
is a very, very famous play in League of Legends tournament from over 12 years ago.
Yep.
Between 2 European teams where the winning team was on the blue side. If this is the map, they were all the way up here. They pushed all the way to the enemy base. and the red side went to the base and just started attacking immediately. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it means the teams were not playing very well to be in that position, but it's a great ending. Fantastic ending. Okay, now this is one that I think we're going to assign. And let's go to all the boys, but Jays, if you have an inkling, then don't chime in. We'll leave it for me and Sunsfan. In Free Fire,
no,
he's not allowed to?
You can't allow
Okay,
Jace.
great.
I think
Okay,
Jace will.
so-
He will find out. He will
Free
definitely.
Fire,
Yeah.
would I find out?
He
Pang
will
Pang.
actually guessed it really right.
I'm gonna say
Pang
it's
Pang.
the frying pan you hit someone with.
That was also my first guess.
What
I
makes a
think-
pang pang sound?
I don't get
I
it.
think old man voice. Okay, so if you
Okay,
give
if you if you had a
I've got
chance, yes.
Okay, I would say
Pang Pang.
Pang Pang.
Pang Pang.
I'm trying to like channel my inner Asian to trying to remember what it is. I would have to agree. I would have thought it's just using the frying pan to kill somebody.
I think it's something to do with like a rate of fire, shooting of a weapon or something like that. Like it just sounds to me like it's an ability or a buff or it does something to a gun. So that's my guess. So we've got 2 frying pans and something to do with like modifying a gun. What is it?
Pang Pang is actually a slang from the Free Fire community, and I do agree. It's more of an Asian thing. It's actually a way to taunt each other, actually.
We also
Okay.
have that.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
it's a
MLB,
taunting.
we also
It's a
have
way
that.
for the players to taunt each other. If they want a 1v1, they say, let's go Pang Pang. And you have to understand the community of Free Fire is actually comprised of kids, so they have a little bit of lip so they, hey, let's go Pang Pang. Not Bang Bang, but Pang Pang.
Pang Pang. Do you have to fight?
Ah.
Do you have to fight with a frying pan though?
No, you don't, but
So
it's
it's
just
like it's a
1v1.
duel. It's a
yeah,
duel.
it's duel.
One-on-one.
Yeah.
It's basically the ultimate of Legion Commander.
Listen, every single
Students learning.
every single MOBA will understand this. 1v1 me mid, bro. Okay, we got another one.
I go beat or feed.
This comes from MLBB and it's Maniac.
Oh.
I think.
What do you think, Bunny?
Oh, that's easy.
Do you remember? Oh wait, but you played the game. Jace.
Not giving me chance at all.
I would say it's like a killing spree.
Similar.
Close enough.
Is it Rampage?
Wait. Okay. I'm not too
I
sure
would have
about
said a
Dota
multi-kill
terms.
as well.
I wouldn't remember the Dota terms, but okay. So in Mobile Legends Bang Bang, when you get a kill, of course, you know, double kill, I think is very sure. Triple kill. The next day, when you kill 4 people in a row, that's a Maniac. Bonus information: if you kill 5 people in a row, get credits for the kill. That's a Savage.
Savage
So,
is
correct.
So Maniac is like Ultra Kill in Dota then.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, right. So, got another fun one. A little bit earlier in our show, we played a game where we looked at all the other games at EWC. So I happen to know a game slang. This is not something directly from the game, not that any of you would have played it anyway. What is the Levron effect? It comes from Rainbow Six. Wow. Okay? This is a tournament. This is a game that will be featured in EWC in week 5, so 3 weeks from now. And I will give a hint. I will give a strong hint, okay? It's, there are parallels. It's named after a player, okay? So this is something. So much like the Suns fan effect of making it to a tournament. So think of something a player would do and make your best guess. What would the Levron effect be?
Teabagging.
Okay, we'll go to the next one. Buddy, what do you think?
Pass.
Can you
No,
pass like that?
No, you cannot. I didn't
no.
get
We're not playing
Again.
Uno last chat.
No, okay. I would say probably it's, I don't know. Is it ability?
No, it's something to do with a player. So
It's a player.
It'd be kind of like, Bunny, every tournament you've ever played and you've done something, so we're going to call it the Bunny effect.
Ah, I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
so give me a guess, give me a guess. You're running out of time. You're running out of time. Give me a guess. What would a player do?
When he actually kills multiple times and then he just taunts people or something?
Okay, so taunting, you're getting really close. Okay, Jace, let's build on this. It's not
Okay.
what he said.
Okay, thank you
That's
very much.
taunting. It's a form of
It is my time to shine. It is a way of taunting by using a specific gadget.
A specific gadget?
Yes, but I don't know what it is.
Unfortunately, none of those are correct. None of those
Ah!
are correct. I know we have the graphic coming up. When you start trash talking or taunting while you are winning, and then you get
Oh,
absolutely stuck.
man,
Actually,
it hits me on a
you know what? Again, you nailed
different
it.
level.
If I were to combine all 3, there may be a way to spin it that it makes
I feel like this happens to me all the time.
this is another idea for
karma.
tomorrow's show. I think we should think about some of these things because there are certain gaming terms or there's certain references, like Pasha's biceps. Do you guys know what that is?
It's somewhat like Arthos's pylon.
Yes, exactly. Right,
Yeah.
okay, great. So we're not going to explain those now. I think that's actually really fun to do. A reminder that the Levron effect can be witnessed here at EWC starting week 5.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
That's when the tournament will kick off, one of the 21 games. I believe that maybe we actually have a little bit of time. So give me a pylon effect. Can you explain it?
So for Arthos's pylon?
Yes.
Okay, so
You have StarCraft 2 coming as well.
Yeah, correct. So for StarCraft 2, for the race Protoss, you need to build structures around this thing called a pylon. So what happens is that you just build all your defensive structures and the main building structures around this one pylon. So what the enemy could do, just destroy this pylon, deactivates everything around it, and you effectively lose all your buildings.
Amazing. Okay, well, listen, we'll bring you some more of those tomorrow. Let's check on where we're standing in the EWC Club Championship update, brought to you by STC. The first and most important is that Team Liquid have secured a spot in the Dota 2 playoffs and is bringing them closer to the top 8 and securing important points. Now, of course, when we do talk about Team Liquid, the Group A is absolutely spicy. At the time of standing up here, 4 teams were tied at 7 and 5. The question is, what will be happening next? Prediction, will Team Falcons win their game? That's going to be the question. Do I need to move back for this one, gentlemen? Shall I move back? Yes, please. That's the thing. That's it. Right. Normally Club Championships updates are over in the standing position, so I must apologize there. I was the one that slid around. So there's your Team Falcons standing at 1,600. They're looking really, really good when we look forward to tomorrow. Got their final, of course, and are favored. You will, of course, be able to keep up with all the action here at twitch.tv/EWC. I mean, Selangor Red Giants, they've made a big climb up. Team Liquid were eliminated recently, but they've, of course, got the chance to earn a lot more points in Dota.
That's right. Fnatic, not so much, though. Is that right, Jace?
Oh, stop!
I mean, Falcons feels like they have just so much representation. And in Dota, we talked about them being potentially the best team in the world right now, so they are still heavy favorites, I feel like.
I'm going to have to find out. Of course, we'll be covering all of that here tomorrow with twitch.tv/EWC. All right. Are we going to keep having conversation yet? It's been a long day. Thank you for your patience and your understanding. Obviously, we had a few speed bumps today, but we're obviously having a whole lot of fun. We got one last segment before we wrap up the evening, and it is going to be the best moments in our Kidia play of the day. I believe we have 3 of them for you. So let's start with this third one. Innocent steals the Lord, keep SRG in the game.
I think this one, the one that we just saw. NIP Flash was actually having a lot of control around the Lord Pit. If you notice at this particular point, SRG, by the way, they're kind of losing, kind of behind in gold, but this is the play that Innocent was able to basically steal away with just one auto attack.
Ooh.
That's why it's the play. If you notice, everybody from the room is like, I don't think we'll get this. And all of a sudden, when he gets it, everybody just jumps out of their seats.
Absolutely amazing. I mean, the thing that's fantastic about that as well is when you think about the context of it, how close those early games were across all 3.
Correct.
It was those very small moments.
It is. In fact, that was basically the theme throughout the whole 3 series.
It was. Number 2 is going to be Buriram United Esports secure back-to-back booyahs to lock first place in the Free Fire points rush stage.
Again, this is one of the amazing tactics that was done by Buriram itself. They guarded, they put a lot of glue wall, not allowing anyone to get out of that compound, and they just gatekeep that safe zone just for themselves, and that was just superb from the Buriram United themselves. I think that deserving of the booyah, and I hope that they keep up the momentum up until tomorrow, because everyone keeps talking, this is just a point rush stage, it's just getting the head start point for 8 points, and hopefully it will be enough for them to go in for the grand finals as well.
Day 1, Buriram stayed consistent. Day 2, we saw changes. Tomorrow, we're going to find out what happens in that grand final. The number 1 play of the day comes from our favorite team here at the HQ OG, and it's Timado barely escapes using Monkey King's disguise. So, Suns fan, where are we following? We're looking for the monkey with a stick.
Yep, where is he? That's the question.
We're looking. Did he just jump in?
Oh,
there we go, in the middle of the screen.
Okay, yeah, he's in the middle of the screen. He's going to get cookied. He's really buff right now. He's going to use his stun.
Go. Minion.
And he actually teleports to the end of his stick.
Wait,
he's going to jump back in.
He's
still right-clicking.
Okay.
He's getting really low, able to lifesteal a bit back up.
Okay, I see the dragon.
And he's getting pursued now by the Sand King, and he actually dodges the stun with Mischief. That was actually pretty disgusting. I've actually never seen that one before.
That was so good.
Mischief is, we've talked about how you can turn into trees and whatnot, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But there's like a small disjoint time frame, like 0.2 seconds, where it will dodge one instance of a spell or an attack or something
That is
like that.
awesome.
That's pretty
Did he turn himself into a creep in the middle there? Or like, what did he, because it looked
yeah,
like
so
he
when I was trying to simplify it because you can turn into a lot of things.
Yes.
It doesn't really matter what it is, but he turns in and he just uses his mischief thing.
Whoa! That was sick. That was sick.
Oh.
Kudos, super kudos on the slowdown and that skill shot. That's really great to see. Fantastic stuff. And Sunsman, yeah, they're really very well explained. So obviously that was our #1 play from our Kia Play of the Day. I want to move a little bit forward because we're wrapping up our show tonight, and tomorrow's schedule, as you're well aware, Free Fire Grand Final, MLBB Grand Final between Falcons, AP Brand, which we call FCAP, and of course Salonga Red Giants, and for Dota 2, potentially the final day of the group stage.
We'll see about that.
There are a lot of tiebreakers. There are a lot of tiebreakers to look forward to. So obviously a lot of those things are going to be very exciting and very fun. Let's start to say our goodbyes, start to wrap up. Jace, thoughts? Last day of MLBB here before we wrap up this tournament, but of course we'll have the Women's Tournament in a few weeks.
Definitely for MSC 2024, I have not stressed this enough. There's a lot of history being written right now for this particular tournament. Yes, a lot of fans kind of already know which team will be coming out, but you may not know what's that effect may actually happen.
Yes, the Levron effect.
Levron effect,
I was going to say Lenovo, and I'm like, nope, that's not it. Moving on. Bunny, would you like to say goodnight to everybody?
I hope that you guys stay tuned for the grand finals. It is the most intense. This is one, again, like I said, the history in the making for the Garena Free Fire community. I mean, we have 4 Brazilian teams fighting off, and even though despite, yes, Lao is underperforming today, but we know for a fact those are the teams that has to be watched out, and they will definitely surprise us off at the grand final. This is the ticking moment of another champion to be crowned.
Very quickly, give me a standings update. Do you have it? Refresh it.
Well, Group A is still crazy. 2-game separation between 1 and 7.
2 games separation. Would
Sorry,
you like to say goodbye?
Goodbye.
Goodbye it is. EWC headquarters will be back tomorrow at 7 p.m. local Riyadh time. Until then, good night. We love you. Mwah!